Well, hello. Don't think anybody's quite in here just yet, but I just started, and it is a little later than I would have wanted to start, but we're here nevertheless. Nonetheless. Had a haircut today, as you can see. So, anyway, people, hello. How are you? We'll wait for some people to come on in here and join us in this live. All right. But I do have to keep talking and start this broadcast, as you know, because the rebroadcast will happen. And I can't just wait for people to come on in here. And I have to start the show. So, my name's Tom Omega. This is the Infj experience, as you know. And I'm trying to make a weekly habit out of coming out here. Typically, I like to show up here once a week and have a discussion about about us, basically, about our personality types, about all of us, basically. Just a little bit about how our mind works, how we function, how we manage our life, understanding ourselves, understanding our nature, understanding how to just think decently and make decent decisions, not ones that are rash. See, some of the things we have to learn in life, obviously, is knowing that we can live and make proper decisions, make proper choices that are not skewed by or tainted by, let's say, our drawbacks. Maybe our traumas, our fears, our anxieties, whatever they might be. I mean, sometimes we do not embark. Maybe we turn down certain jobs, certain opportunities. We may change the trajectory of our life that might have benefited us by our unsureness of ourselves, of our lack of confidence. And I'm thinking a lot of times, I think through the course of our life, we have made decisions before in our life that were skewed for that very reason, that we just didn't feel like we were good enough, smart enough, cool enough to do certain things. And you know what? Because so many times we have these regrets later on in our life, you might look back years later or however long it might have been and said, I wish I did this. I wish I took that job. I wish I went on that journey. I wish I did that, but something held me back. My lack of confidence, my anxieties. Yeah. Now, hey, sometimes your intuition tells you not to do certain things because it's pretty much a warning signal as well. Sometimes we just know things aren't right. Sometimes you might not want to do something or go somewhere, and sometimes you're right. Finds out it wasn't a good situation to be in, and occasionally you might find out, hey, good thing I didn't. Something told me not to do that, and I did. So I guess it's up to us to know the difference between our anxieties, our fears, and things like that, and just knowing when we have a really good, strong set of intuition that's just going to guide us into the right places, into the right decisions, things like that. Okay. Yeah, I guess these are a little bit of things we have to learn along the way if we want to be successful, if we want to be prosperous, whatever you want to say, however you want to say. Okay, we got two in the house. Hello there, two. I'm sure there's going to be a few more that hopefully will file in as the night goes on a little bit. So hopefully, we'll just start seeing a few more come on in here. Yeah, so I did upload a video last night. It was right at midnight. If anybody's seen that, if you happen to see that one, I just turned the camera on and I just kind of talked. It was about loneliness and about just basically our sadness and loneliness and how we cope with things. I just kind of went on a discussion. It just rambled on there for a little bit. So, but yeah, I mean, naturally, sometimes I think that's one of the biggest drawbacks for us. Uh, there you are. Good evening, Tom. Hello there, Honey Rose, Nora. How are you? Good to see you out there in the audience. Good to see you there. Glad you're aboard. And but as far as that goes, I mean, for the most part, that's one of the biggest drawbacks we have. Not just us, not just the INFJ. I mean, it's chronic for a lot of people. Loneliness is something that affects everybody at some point in their life. Okay. Hey, Billy the Goat. Hello, howdy, Tom and Honey Rose. Yes, I see Billy's out there as well. Good to see her out there. Good. But yeah, that is something that definitely is that we have to get a hold of in our life is our own bouts with our own sadness and loneliness and things like that. But I can honestly say now, listen, I talk about things like this before, but I mean, I know you're the audience that pretty much hears me. But of course, as you know, I mean, loneliness, sadness, just having these empty spots in our life. Um, Once you have found the other side, if you've never been there before, if you've never seen your fulfillment in life, if you've never felt that fulfillment in yourself, then you really don't know what it looks like yet. You don't know what it is. You're always going to be grasping for the tangible sensory world to fill you. All right, until you transform, metamorphose into your real self. And then that lone spot becomes your fortress. I mean, that was basically what the video was all about. That was mainly what the whole key of that was. Um, but if you've never seen that, if you've never quite seen it, it's hard to actually you can't really see it. It's more like just a knowing. It's an understanding. It's a feeling. It's a fulfillment that you just no longer are um, feel empty anymore. That's all. But I'm sure. I think with INFJs, I think being that we have that spot in us most of our life, we suffer a lot. I mean, this is one of the drawbacks we have is that we are a suffering soul, and yes, we go through these bouts in our lives. And yeah, I mean, but all I can say is that they're for a reason. I mean, we are left to pine, to wander through the unknown, through the emptiness of our soul until we find what we're supposed to find, basically. Yeah. Hello there. We got hello there, Frog Pond School, Ray. Greetings from Missouri. Yeah. No, Ray, did you say it from like the Hannibal? I actually, you know what? I ask you that all the time. That's one of the main cities I know out there in Missouri. I know Hannibal is a big one. I believe that's where Mark Twain based Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn was out of Hannibal, Missouri. And I'm trying to think. Jackson is Mississippi, but I know Missouri. Yeah, St. Louis is that the capital? I know that's the biggest city. Yeah, they get St. Louis. I think. Gosh, I don't even know. Is that the capital? Wait? Good gosh, it's the capital of Missouri. I can't remember. Personality pill, Billy. Hey, everybody's coming on in here. Looks like the Breakfast Club is joining on in here. We got to eat some breakfast, huh? Well, somewhere in the world, it's breakfast time for you. Right now, it's more like it'd be a late dinner right where I am in my part of the world. But yeah, I don't think it'd be too much of a breakfast right now. But good to see everybody's coming in here on these. Okay, but yeah, I'm trying to remember. Isn't it Springfield? Is it Springfield, Missouri? Maybe that's it. Springfield, Missouri. Isn't that the capital of was that Illinois? Or maybe it's gosh, I can't remember. Now I'm stumped. I usually know my state capitals. I can't remember this one. I'm eating the can of tuna right now. Billy the goat. Are you eating the tuna or are you eating the can? I mean, Bill, goats typically eat the tin can. So I couldn't resist. Hey, you gave me too much of that. Hey, do you eat the salt free or the packed in oil, or do you like the little bit of olive oil that's in there? Sometimes it's oil is in there. Oil adds flavor, but it also just makes it kind of oily. I mean, you gotta. I mean, it depends on how you like to eat that. It's typically I try to go for the low sodium myself, and I mix it with a little Miracle Whip mayonnaise, make a sandwich, or straight out of the can's good. That's when you're into the bodybuilding thing. That's all. Oh, brine. Yeah, that's like a brine is like a kind of a salt water, like a natural salt water almost, something like that, I believe. Oh, that's good. That's good. So, um, it's good to see everybody's coming on in here. I see you got some questions and some concerns that you're filling in on. That's good. Uh, yeah, it's been a nice week. We had a nice week out here this week in the northeast part of the United States. I tell you, there's a bunch of tourists up here. It's hard to drive around. I mean, I kind of live in like a tourist neighborhood, not really neighborhood, but you see out of state plates all over the place in the summertime. People love going up to the lakes, the mountains up around there. Gosh, it gets busy, especially weekends. You see Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, of course, big time Massachusetts, New York. You see all these northeast states coming up here. I actually saw a couple of plates from way out west too, like in your area too. I think there was one from, gosh, I think I saw one from like Arizona or New Mexico. I see them. I mean, some people make treks up here. Texas, I see Texas plates up here in New Hampshire in the summertime. So a lot of people are traveling up to the Northeast for whatever they come up here for. Yeah, for their tourism. Maybe they got a summer home somewhere or whatever up near the lakes. Could be. So tons of black tons of black pepper on your tuna fish. Yeah. Hey, do you know what kind of fish has tunies? Toonie fish. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was too obvious, right? That's bad. See, that's a now you want to talk about a dad joke. That's a dad joke right there. Not is it no, not a bad joke, a dad joke. Okay. I would love to travel to the States for a holiday. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's certain states I'd like to visit sometime. I mean, I did a lot of traveling back when I was younger. I haven't done much in the last maybe 30 years or so. It's been not pretty. I don't think I've left the region in like maybe over like 15. So it's been a while. Is anyone else getting ads interrupting the stream? Oh, are you getting ads? Hopefully they're pausing it and then you're seeing it. Maybe that's something new they're starting. Is that something new? You never had that before. I thought they weren't doing that in the live stream. I have a genuine question for Americans that could come off as rude. Oh yeah, yes, I'm getting ads. Oh, okay. Yeah, that must be something new they're doing. Hopefully, I mean, they're gonna come in and out. Hopefully, you're able to just skip past them. You push the button and you skip past them. The little line goes there, and you don't have to see the whole thing. So, well, if I say something and you need me to repeat it, I will. I mean, I know in the live, typically they're not gonna keep reversing back. You just won't hear what I'm saying. But if you do watch a rebroadcast, then it would just pause and it would hold it over. You know how that works. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Hey, isn't that the name of an REO Speedwagon album, or either a song or an album by them? I think they had something on that idea. What is Americans? What is an Americans called tuna? Tuna fish. It's clearly going to be fish. What else could it be? Tuna piano. Tuna piano. Oh gosh. Yeah. Hey, I want to one time get this. Now that we're talking about this, I had to go out to Binghamton, New York one time, right? Yeah, and I had to. This was way back, well, probably 15 years ago. It was part of a job thing. It was on business, It was. I had to stay over in a hotel, and it was like 5 hour drive from where I'm at. Right. This is back when I was still married, still had the wife. course, my wife was kind of, why do you have to? Why do you have to go? What's with this? I mean, first, I mean, hey, this is what I got to do. And she figured it out. But anyway, there was a place out there. They had a minor league team called the Altoona Fish. Oh, excuse me, the Altoona Curve. Excuse me, I gave it away. I guess Altoona is a place in like upstate New York, up near Binghamton, called Altoona. I didn't know that till I visited the area, and it had this double A ball team called the Altoona Curve. I said, why didn't they just name that team the Fish? The Altoona Fish. See, that would have been so much better. It would have sounded better. All right, enough of that. You can skip after a few seconds, but it does cut off what you're saying a bit. Well, yeah, that must be that. That's all part of the. Ever since, like, I mean, I got the hour thing now. It's things are going into monetization. I did turn certain options on for that. I mean, I figured it was all part of like it's gonna make things lucrative. That's what I was looking forward to. I mean, um, I could do better. I mean, I'm not one of these channels where I'm probably making thousands of dollars a week or whatever. Some of these channels, when they get hundreds of thousands of views, big views, you know what I'm talking about. And they get tons of hours watch time. I mean, that ad funding making these people rich, some of them. I mean, these are some of the serious YouTubers are doing that stuff. I'm just kind of still small fry stuff here, right? Tilt the mic up a little. Why is it I could do that, Jethro. Okay, how's that? Is it a little better? First I forgot to direct it over this way. Yeah. If that sounds a little better, then maybe that's what I'll do. Okay, I'll just tilt it up, you know. But yeah, so moving the mic has improved audio greatly. Now you don't sound distant. Oh, okay. You know what? I just forgot to bring it over. I mean, I started the live. I'm like, that was one last thing I forgot to do. It was just behind me. So I grabbed the arm and pulled it closer. That was my bad. That was. Sometimes I just I don't get it all together. I don't have a manager. I don't have one of those managers and everything that have all the lights on. Like they have in these studio rooms. Just me over here trying to put together this half-ass broadcast that I got going on here. That's what YouTube is. We're gonna get your channel sponsored by a tuna company. Oh, okay. Hey, remember that. Oh, so now it's gonna be tuna. Hey, we just kind of steered into the whole tuna thing here. All right. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Tuna fish, huh? Yeah, dolphin safe tuna. Remember that? Everybody was like trying to save the dolphins and stuff like that, make dolphin safe stuff years ago. We got you. Good. There you go. All right. Perfect. All right. So it sounded a little better. Well, listen, thank you, Jethro, for your input. I like to know that there's a little bit of input out there and if you're hearing it from your end, you let me know this. And yeah, I'm glad you told me that. So obviously I want to sound good here for the broadcast. Okay. Sounds fishy. Oh, gee. Oh, gosh. Back to the fish jokes, huh? Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. So anyway, we are currently, I must say that lately, I mean, with the channel, I, uh, I enjoy the channel. I enjoy it, but work in summertime, oh my gosh, I've just been so busy. I've been busy. I try to get some videos out, and I've been doing like one a week. I've cut down my productions on some of the shorts, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. I mean, there's so much. I got to tell you the truth. I keep trying to learn little things here on YouTube. I'm trying to watch these tutorial advice videos and trying to learn these OBSs and how to do things. And I got to even start just learning little tricks on my computer, just learning how to work the Mac. I mean, I got to spend a lot of time just figuring out this technology stuff. I really do. I mean, hey, I'm doing pretty good enough to get these lives going. But yeah, there's so much. You're looking at a guy that never went to college, and didn't grow up around a computer. So I'm a little bit old school here too. Uh, he needs to be schooled. Yes. Yeah, yeah. I guess. Oh, I could say that. I would definitely think so. I mean, I got some smarts in some ways, but technology, I that's okay though. Um, we're just fishing around. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ah. So anyway, yeah, that's hopefully if you saw the video, like I said, about loneliness. I kept thinking, did I ever do one of those before? I couldn't remember. I mean, if I did, in fact, oh, that's another thing. I got to looking at some of my older videos from, like maybe almost a year ago, back last summer, back last August, September. Now, some are pretty good, but I noticed I saw myself and I was talking fast. Like I was making sure some of them I was listening to myself saying, man, I sounded very, just I wasn't as relaxed. I thought, at some point I got more relaxed. I think it was the whole hype of me being new at the whole thing, me just trying to fill the air at all times. And when I would say things, I mean, I wouldn't slow things down. And then I look at myself now and think, okay, you know what? I think I mellowed out a lot compared to some of the videos I made earlier from last year. So I guess I guess that was a bit of an evolution, I guess you could say. You know, uh, he isn't floundering anymore. Oh, we're still going with the fish jokes, huh? Oh man. Oh, honey rose, that joke just fell flat. Flat flounder. Hey, it's a joke. I say it is a joke there. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a fish joke. Boy, that one really stinks now, too. Now doing it, huh? Yeah. I'll tell you, that boy, he's confused. He's like he's confused like a feather in a whirlwind there. Yeah. Tornado, that is. Okay. Foghorn Leghorn couldn't make it out of there. Which which is the school of INFJ swimming around in thoughts. Oh yes. Yeah, we're just like two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year, running over the same old ground. What have we found? The same old fizz. Wish you were here. Okay, couldn't help it. We're talking about fish bowls and swimming in fish bowls. Yeah, hey, there you go. I guess Pink Floyd had to get themselves a little bit in this whole thing as well. Uh, so anyway, that's good to hear from everybody. It's good to see we're all out there again. Yeah, as far as what things are going, hey, listen, rabbit holes are always invited. Now, funny thing is, I know I made that little short with that little white rabbit a couple weeks ago. I've been looking for that guy. I ain't seen him again. I have not seen the white rabbit again, except for that one time. And yeah, it is what it is. I kept thinking maybe I'd see him from time to time, but not yet. I haven't seen him again. Your rabbit is brown now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of brown rabbit, plenty of brown bunnies out there. Lots of, funny thing is too, you know what? Sometimes I see these cats around New Hampshire, things that I've never seen. They almost look like a cross between a bobcat and a mountain lion, like a cougar. They're I saw this thing cross the street and it looks like it's a muscular cat. No, it's bigger than a house cat, way bigger, like more muscular, like it's wild. It had like a brown coat. It had kind of a mid bob tail. It wasn't like real short, but it wasn't long. It was just kind of a mid tail. And I was trying to figure out what that was. I couldn't see its face though. It just crossed the road. And I'm thinking, I know he's getting plenty to eat. He's probably eating rabbits. He's getting plenty of food with the rabbits around, like I've told you before. But a couple times I've seen these animals, these cats, and I don't know what they are. It's got to be there's some apex predator. I don't know if there's some kind of I really don't know what they are. You know, I mean, I know what a lynx looks like. I know what a bobcat looks like. Bobcats are more spotted. They have like a grayer coat and they have a different stance. This thing had like a light brown coat, like a mountain lion, but he was more compact. He was shorter and he looked powerful looking and just crossed the road. Something I never seen before. Hey, is it possible, being that cats are felines, okay? Is it possible that certain cats can intermingle? Like, ever heard of the coy dog? Sometimes coy dogs, yeah, that's a coyote, and occasionally coyotes will um, mate with, domestic dogs. Okay, I mean, if they they're still canines. They'll still go through the whole mating ritual, and occasionally you get these coy dogs where they're part coyote and then they're part domestic dog. They call them coy dogs. Now, if that's possible, being that it's all feline or it's all canine, let's say, could a mountain lion intermingle with, like a house cat? I know it sounds a little weird, don't it? Be a little bit of a size difference there, and I don't know, but that they're all cats and they all get the similar DNA that might be able to, produce something. See. I don't know. This thing looked like that. I couldn't figure out what it was. It looked like a mountain lion, but it looked kind of like it was smaller, more compact. It was hard to find out what it was. I wish I had enough time to take a picture, but he crossed the road so fast. But I'm positive it was cat, whatever it was. Yes, there have been uh, documented crossbreeds of wild cats. Really? That's interesting. You need to make a video of the INFJ at a fishing hole. At a fishing hole. There you go. Yeah. Well, now that we're talking fish, yeah, I guess so. Pisces, that is. Yeah. Yeah, it's a were rabbit. Yeah. Hey, there you go, Billy Goat. Maybe it's that. Yeah. Oh, I've seen those were rabbit things. No, this thing was definitely just I really don't know what it was, But if there's documentation that there are crosses between. Now, listen, science. I think they've actually zookeepers. They make these hybrid animals like ligers. They've taken lions and tigers, and they've probably either artificially inseminated, whatever it is. I don't know what the process is, but they can take a lion and a tiger and make a cross. I mean, they're all canines. It will work. I mean, typically they don't occupy the same region. They don't have the same hunting characteristics, and they are different enough in the wild that they probably would not meet. They would not procreate in the wild, but that's what some of these zoologists end up doing. They make these hybrids. I mean, could you take a cheetah and take I'm sure you could take cheetahs, maybe a cougar, or maybe a panther, and make like a chanther. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna stop making words up over here. Yeah, but like half. I'm sure it could be done. But anyway, I wondered why all of a sudden there's so many rabbits. I'm thinking to myself, something's got to eat these things. Something has to be the natural balance for this influx of prey. Okay, I mean, as much as you like your rabbits, something's got to eat them. Something has to eat them to balance the food chain as well. So, but then I saw that cat and thought, okay, maybe if there isn't more of those out there, then they're getting plenty to eat. So, isn't a mule a crossbred? Yes, you're absolutely right. A mule is a crossbred between what, like a horse and a donkey, right? It's a mule, and I mean donkeys, burros, whatever. Yeah, they're just a little more. They're not. They're all in the horse family. Even a zebra, a wild zebra in like African tundra there, that's in the horse family. I mean, it's striped, but it's a horse all the same. You know, I'm sure you take a striped animal like a zebra crossbreed, or you can make an interesting looking pattern horse. I wonder if they've done this stuff. You know, Lucyverse, UCV. Hello there, Lucyverse. Hey Tom, how are you? I'm trying to think. I think I've seen that name once or twice, maybe not like consistently, but I may have. Have you ever been here before, Lucyverse? I like that name, but that's a cool handle. What do you think, Lucy? Like universe, but it's Luciverse. That's interesting. I like the way you did that. No, have you been here before? And if so, I mean, yeah, if you like what just curious. But where you from though? Anyway, you from the United States? Are you domestic from the U.S. of A. or are you from another English speaking colony somewhere in this wide, vast world? Hmm? Hey, Rose and Tom. Yes, good members. It's my second time here. I thought so. That name is just like I might have seen that blipped up at one time, like once I've seen it, like I glanced at it. See, I got a pretty good memory, long term with things. But lately, I got to tell you though, sometimes 5 minutes earlier, I mean, little things are starting to like. I've been noticing my memory slips sometime when I just like, did I put that cap back on that truck? Did I screw the cap back on? Did I fill that truck over? Things at work, you know what I'm saying? And things I just did minutes earlier. But I remember things, long term, it's better. Just noted your mic. I brought the same one. I bought the same one a couple of weeks ago. Oh, you got the same one. Yeah, this is the fine, the fee fine. I got it from Amazon. I actually got it from, well, should I say Amazon or should I say that never ending stream place that just kind of brings us things? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, no, I'll just say it was Amazon. I did, but yeah, it works good. I take it. Do you have a station of your own? Do you have a channel? If you need a microphone, I would think must be you have some kind of need to broadcast. So yeah, that's good. So yeah, my memory is weird like that too. I noticed it's because I've gotten I get a little bit older. I mean, and I've noticed in the last few years, especially in the last 5 or 6, I've noticed that my short term memory isn't as good as it used to be. I mean, I still feel like I got my faculties. I'm not slipping, but I mean, it's true. They keep saying when you get older, you lose your memory goes a little bit. I can see that happening here and there. Oh, we got another Brit. Oh, good emotional photographic memory, but not not so good with the photographic memory. Oh, the photo. I thought we were talking about emotional photographic memory. Yeah, that was something that Jethro. That was an interesting quote that Jethro had observed that I don't think I've ever heard anybody bring up is emotional photographic memories. Having certain like rekindling certain. Hey, that's a good one to talk about. Sometimes I mean we are triggered by certain things, certain instances through the course of our life. I mean, listen, when we're kids, we might have certain um, experiences, even like songs that we hear on the radio. Maybe the first time we heard a song, something was going on in a certain memory, and if it was a defining memory, something that happened, whether it be a stressful one, an emotional one, something out of the ordinary, maybe a place that you were that was not typically where and you might have heard a song. Now that song will always let you reminisce. Sometimes these songs stay with us for many many years of our life, maybe our whole lives even, where we keep hearing that song and immediately it brings us back to that moment where we had that distinctive memory. Now songs can be like that, certain sounds, even certain colors, smells, aromas. Yeah, these things bring back certain, in a sense, photographic memories. Okay. Now, when we think photographic memory, typically we think visual, photographic. And typically it is like that. I mean, sometimes you see something, you want to have a good depth of a recall on what it is, and you see it for what it is photographically. But these don't always necessarily have to be the one sense. They can be tastes, smells, touches, sounds, any of that thing. And of course, eyesight, which play into it. But now Jethro had said that there are certain times we might have experienced an emotion, especially with INFJs, being that we are more empathetic, more emotional types, that certain things may trigger photographic emotional memories. Now that was a very good observation, and he came up with that. And yeah, I thought about that. I thought, yeah, a certain memory you had, a certain feeling you had, an instance. Now, I got to be honest with you. Sometimes I think about like people like I when I think about my mom, my brothers, my late mom and brothers, my late family. I try to have good memories of them because if I don't, I'm gonna be sad. I have to think of the times they made me laugh, like when me and my brothers with Jimmy. You know, the things when we used to go hang out. We'd go to like miniature golf and we go play frisbee and just the way it was. And sometimes I think that and it gets me laughing. Because otherwise, I mean, it's just gonna bring sadness because I'd rather remember them for the good moments in their life than just always like lingering into like the fact that they're gone, the fact that they died. You know what I mean? I think a lot of times we have to do that. I try to do that. I just try to stay upbeat. You know. So okay, personality pill. Where is the emotional photography? Well, there is emotional photographic memory, and then photographic memory. Yes, photographic memory is more of the more logical types. Emotional photographic memory is for the intuitive emotional types. Yeah, I think okay, okay. But being that we have a little bit of both, I think we can use each one and interchange them and kind of actually let them work in unison in a sense, because we are emotional types, absolutely. But also we have that we're very logical. Okay, we got a blend of logic and emotion. Okay, but yeah, maybe that just adds to the whole ambiance of the experience. Sometimes it's a more of a heightened awareness. Hey, that's part of what the intuition's all about. That's all part of the gathering process for the intuition. I mean, the way the empathy that you're picking up all goes into the gathering of data for what you're trying to get a better, deeper picture of when you have something intuitive, as you know. Okay. Lucyverse, I need to get my wire on my mic like yours. Mine's just dangling all over the place. Oh, all I do, listen, wire ties. You just get them. I get the real small little, like, the wire ties or the cable ties, whatever you want to call them. And I mean, I just put a couple, like put one right here, the wire tie, put another one in the middle, and then a couple. But what I did is I made these big loops like that. So if I have to move the mic around, it's got plenty of room to work. It's got plenty of room to work, move around. You see what I mean? But I think just you have to do it that way. Yeah, but otherwise, if you don't do that, it is going to just flop around. So I think I got one, two, three. I think I got four on the whole arm, just two on like the elbow part and the other side. So I seen that on the box like that. I saw that, and that's the way it was in the box. I thought, hey, that cleans it up, makes it a little more functioning. So yeah, wire ties are very very inexpensive too. You can get a pack of 100 for like under $2. I mean, they are depending on the size of them too. They're very inexpensive. Get them at Walmart. All right. I think they call them cable ties now. So wire ties, good idea. Thank you for the tip. Yeah, like I said, that's all I did. Okay. And like I said, they're very, very cheap, very inexpensive. I mean, they're not going to break your bank at all either. So that's all you need. Tom, do you go, Frog Pond? Tom, do you go to your emotions with a sword or a shield? Ray, this guy's very poetic. Boy, what a deep question. Do I go into the with the sword or the shield? I don't know. Mr. Knight over there. Being that I got the knight, what do we do? Huh? He's gonna answer me over there. Are you part sword or do you go with the shield? Or is it a little bit of both, being that he's shielded and he's armed? Okay. Um, listen, I think you want to go in with a shield first, and only the sword will have to embark unless if you have to, I guess. I always try to be diplomatic and try to. I mean, I try to just level things and try to diffuse a situation with logic, reason, and just common sense. But if you have to, the sword has to be, taken as a last resort. How's that for an answer? The sword is a last resort. Okay. It's good to have one. Even the Lord said, if you don't have a sword, sell your tunic and buy one. I mean, he said that, made a reference to that himself. I think he goes with the shield. Yeah. In the beginning. Yeah. Like I said. And then the last resort is the sword. Okay. But all right. Good question, though. I like the way you worded that, Ray. That's very deep. My gosh. You know, the personality pill's laughing over there. There you go. So anyway, yeah, that's I would say that's basically it. Forget the sword and shield. Just hide from them. LOL. Yeah, you can't do that because the more listen, the more you cower from somebody or show them that you're just going to fear them and run from them, the more they're going to pursue you. You know? Yeah, the more I learned that in school, that the more the bully, if you try to appease the bully or the one taking your lunch money, he's never gonna get better. He's only gonna get more brazen and he's gonna get more vicious with you. And the only thing they understand is just to kick them in the kick their face in, basically. Yeah, I mean, I learned that lesson as a kid. And when you finally just confront the bully, kind of like Scott Farkas. Remember Christmas Story when Ralphie finally just went berserk and he went after Scott Farkas? You must have seen Christmas Story. I mean, he lost it. Remember that? Well, sometimes that's all you have to do that. Yeah. You can't appease them. You can't appease everybody. Sometimes that's, hey, like Scotty. Remember Scotty from Star Trek when he said, "The best diplomat I know, Captain, is a fully charged Fizzerbank." Basically, yes. Yeah, he said something on that idea. You know, go with diplomacy, but have a fully charged Fizzerbank, Captain. Scotty there. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about within. Oh, okay. I'm getting too like physical, right? You're talking about internally. I kind of knew that. I must have known that. And I took it outside, didn't I? I took it a little bit literal. Um, yeah, well, maybe Ray, man. Listen, you probably know me a little bit from this show, from just me being here on these lives. You must have a little bit of a understanding that what I would lead with first. I mean, just what does your intuition tell you? What is your gut telling you? Am I the guy that would lead with the sword first or lead with the shield first? You know what I mean? So, but again, now I think I already gave you the answer. You know, so I'm not talking. Oh yeah. So Lucyverse. I can get lost in downward spirals, so I try to stay in good vibes. But there we have to face up to them sometimes. I guess we need myself to get a sword as well. Yeah, that sometimes you got to do that. You got to stand your ground too. You got to be balanced. You got to be balanced. Just know when you have to stand your ground. It's all about just kind of all about emotional intelligence as well. That's nice, Billy. Billy Goat. How about not a sword, not a shield, but rather an ear? Not a shoulder, but an ear. Uh, yeah. Hey, nobody, like I said again, some people take it diplomatically, mostly. Hey, there's always a couple people that just don't want to listen to you, and they just want to bypass that too. I mean, good majority of people, you can reason with them. I know what you mean. The sword and the shield is for the people that are unreasonable. What it is. Be careful, someone doesn't cut off your ear with the sword, though. uh, Listen to your emotions, and they're trying to tell you something. My face of memories with my open arms, memories can hurt, and man, love them. Uh, there you go. Yeah. That's memories can hurt me, and I love most of them. Yeah, sometimes, hey, I think sometimes, occasionally, I mean, I notice that sometimes we put ourselves into these sadnesses. Sometimes we put ourselves there. I made a video on that one time. That sometimes, occasionally, I think I don't think it's just us. I don't think it's just our type. I think people in general sometimes sometimes we put ourselves into depression, or we make ourselves sad because we need to feel alive sometimes with our emotions. You know what I mean? Sometimes, I mean, of course, there are positive things in that we gravitate toward. There's pleasant things, happiness and things. But now some people go into getting into toxic emotions in order to feel alive. They like the turmoil. They like the chaos of things. They like the disunity. Yeah, you see that in people all the time. You know, sometimes you see relationships doing that. Sometimes you, I mean, you ever dated a girl and all of a sudden it's just things look seem okay, and she starts trying to pick a little fight with you, or she starts trying to test you or gaslight you, and then she gets toxic over. She starts asking questions, and everything turns into a. I mean, I've had that happen. I'm on, you know what I mean? And it's like, where's this coming from? It's like you just need this emotion. You're just looking for trouble, I guess. I always keep my emotions in the background as a power up, feed off them so they never affect me much. Uh, Deep is better, friend. These fish might flounder in shallow water. Oh, we're talking fish again. Hey, them fishes keep coming back, huh? They keep coming back to the pond over there. Yeah, no, that's it's like deep thinking. Yeah, um, I've been noticing too. Yeah, I tried lately. I've been trying to stay. Um, I try to stay level headed. The funny thing is, you know what? I've been noticing too. I've been talking a lot about. I put a video out not long ago about where we go after the awakening, after our dark night of the soul. Okay, and somebody actually asked me, "What exactly is the dark night of the soul?" I mean, like they didn't know that term, and I just gave like a quick paragraph of basically saying it's a spiritual journey where you go through this spiritual uh, it's change, metamorphosis within you, but it's difficult, it's painful because you're having to go through something. And I tried, I can't remember exactly how I worded it, but my point is that I think sometimes after I didn't get too much into it, but I think there are other phases. In fact, I've been seeing videos about the other phases of the after the awakening. And typically we go through the pain, we go through the ego's death, we go through the little bit of the authentication, we find peace at the end of that. Okay, and then you feel as though you've been filled. Now you go back to your regular life. I mean, it's not like your life changes. You still work, you still have to go shopping, you still have to maintain a life that never changes. But all of a sudden you're different. But at some points too, you go through dry spells, which I told you on the video. We go through dry spells where all of a sudden that grace we felt we've been given, that fulfillment that we had when we had gone through that dark night, and we feel like we've had some kind of a charge from our spirit, from God. Okay, sometimes it feels as though we're not losing it, not like you go back into the same way you were, but I mean that feeling, that inertia, that warmth that you had of peace, of some kind of like an embrace, a spiritual internal embrace that you've had when you found something. I mean, that was a visit from God. Now, God, just like a parent, has to withdraw, though. I mean, a kid scrapes his knee and falls off his bike, and mom and dad kind of doctor up his knee, get him a little band-aid, and give them a hug. You know what I mean? Say you're gonna be all right. That's the love of a parent. Well, God's the same way. God knows that when we skin our knee, we fall off, we need something, we need comfort. He'll come down every so often and visit us, and he'll give us that comfort, give us that warmth, like a father, like a parent would. But also, God knows that we still need to be independent. We still need to be have free will. So They got to back off and let us live our life. He's going to back off and let us. So sometimes we feel like we go back to being alone again. Okay. I mean, you're different. You're changed. You're still gone through something. You found some level of peace within you, but you forge on. And sometimes it feels like, in some ways, like you're reverting back. But but you go through new phases. Now, what I've been noticing too is that I go through. Sometimes I feel like I go through a lot of memories. Like things start bubbling up to me, especially the way I've been telling you too, is like when things bubble up in your life, things that you did not resolve and things that you've been harboring. These things have to be reviewed. They have to be before you, um, as you authenticate. And of course, as you know, I mean, even the Lord talked about these things, about the whole repentance. The part of being repentant is when you things come back to review. And but you can't just, it has to be on your timetable. But I've been noticing a lot of times I see that. It's like things are coming back to me, the way I reacted, certain ways that I did things, reacted in certain ways, come back to for me to see it as something that changed me. Maybe I didn't act a certain proper way. And I have to see when I have to feel like I shouldn't have done that. I wish I didn't do that. You got to feel like you made a mistake. You got to own up to it, basically repent for it. And especially if it hurt other people. If other people were involved, I've been seeing that sometimes these things come back to me, like I said, like bubbling up, as I've told you before. And sometimes I find myself getting caught up in them again, feeling it like, and then I tell myself, wait a minute, Tom, practice what you preach. You tell people on your lives, you got to look at these things objectively. You can't relive them. Part of you wants to relive them, feel bad about it all over again, start getting weepy a little bit. You see what I mean? But you have to look at it like, okay, wait a minute. I have to pull myself back even to say, Tom, look at it objectively. What are you being told here? And then I ask little questions. What is the lesson here? What do I have to learn from here? And sometimes it just these things are bubbling up, and even some things from my childhood, from my teenage years. I mean, I don't know all specifics. I mean, there's no actual specifics, but But bottom line is, yeah, that's part of your other phase, is what I'm saying. There's phases that we go through. Sometimes you go through, you find an awakening, you find that level of peace, and then you feel like things go like just you get dry a little bit. And as you forge on, though, your mind changes. And but these things come up to review. They will start coming up for that, and it's up to you to know that your inauthentic self made you react the way it is. And now your authentic self is correcting it. You're seeing it for what it is. And you're actually saying, I should have did this. It's your authentic self. If you were authentic and you were on your authentic path at that age, you would have done it that way. But you're recognizing it. Now you can't change it. You can't take it back and replay it in your life. All you can do is just correct it in yourself, knowing that, you made a mistake. I mean, that's all part of repentance. Okay. As I mean, I even think Carl Jung even talked about that. I mean, this is part of his teachings as well. He always had his own version of that. There was a Carl Jung philosophical, psychological teaching of that kind of coincided with what the Lord taught. Okay. Just different words repackaged, the same meaning in some ways, just repackaged a little bit. Yeah. So really, but that's what I've been noticing is these little things again are coming up, and I'm having to wrestle with them, and I have to pull myself back and say, Tom, practice what you preach, because I'm getting I find myself trying to pull into these and start reliving them, and I'm like, no, I know what I hear my own words come back to me. I'm like, yeah, okay. So howdy, Alex. Who do we have out there? Alex PW. I think I've seen that name before. Mr. Tom Omega. I have been studying the Infj for a few days now, and I have stumbled upon your channel the other day. Well, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. I hope some of the things that you're finding on there are helping and maybe enlightening a little bit. Now, some of these live broadcasts I like to do as well. Now, this is a Q&A right here. You can talk to me directly and ask some questions and things like that. But I appreciate you're out there. And well, what was it that steered you? What did something resonate? Some kind of something that I said. You can talk about it if you want. Listen, we have a very interactive chat here as well, and we got some very smart, knowledgeable, wise people on the other end of that. In fact, they're wiser than I am. In fact, I hear them and they teach me all the time stuff. So I have been trying to understand myself, and I have a question for you. Okay, you have a question. I would love to hear your question. Okay, yeah, Alex, PW3. Alex is good. PWK. 3K, that is. Billy the Goat, hello there. Oh, yeah. Billy's been out there. Not all of Frog Pond, not all at Frog Pond, on the contrary. Recognizing you have a glass means you can allow it to be filled. Not at all Frog Pond, on the contrary. Recognizing. Oh, that must have been for me. I got to put my glasses on. I'm kind of squinting along here. I got these for a reason. I paid a lot of good money for these things so I could read better. And sometimes I'm always pulling them off. I'm kind of vain. I'm like, yeah, I tell myself I'm still young. I can still see, but I mean, I can. I got a certain range, but reading them, I need glasses. Not me. Well, link the video, y'all. Okay. Yeah. I love joining lives and chatting with people. Well, that's good. That's good. Lucyverse. I love that. Luciverse. By the way, Lucyverse, where are you from? Are you from the United States? I mean, just do you have a state? I mean, listen, you can generalize, generalize a state. I'm from New Hampshire. I live in the Lakes region of New Hampshire. I'm probably maybe 20, 25 minutes away from Lake Winnipesaukee. I'm sure you've heard of that big old lake. And that's one of those tongue twister type of names there. But yeah, that's where I've been living up in this state for half my life. Yeah. I'm just curious to where you're from. If you're from Texas, or unless you're from the outside of the United States of A as well, possibly. Okay. It's a good possibility. I hope Vamp is doing okay. She wasn't on last week's chance, and I knew she was having some she was having migraines. She was talking about having like some health things go on. I hope she's okay. I just thought of that. It's like, I hope and the last couple of times Vamp's been talking, that Vamp Fox. Edith. Edith, if you're out there, I'm concerned. I just want to make sure you're doing okay. I just forgot, because there's somebody I've been seeing quite a bit. Hopefully she's doing all right. She's from Australia. Queensland, Australia, that is. Okay. I'm from England, and it's very late for me. LOL. Oh, England. Wow. Okay. That's nice. England. That's there's a few. I get quite a few from the UK. That matter of fact, there's a few from Wales. I've had a few from England that join this chat regularly. A lot from the United States. Some from like I said, Australia and Canada. I believe there's a few from Canada. It's a lot of the English speaking countries mainly. Now, hey, there's some other countries out there. There's still some that are not necessarily English speaking, but they, being that English is widely recognized and taught around the world, they know enough to communicate in English. So I've had people from Israel and like the Middle East join the chat sometimes. Yeah. Tom, could you kindly scroll up to the last chat? Oh, okay. Yeah. What's up? Did I miss your question, Alex? Did I? Okay. I rewatched some of your past live streams. I wonder if Genesis and Blazkin have been here lately. I was intrigued by their questions that they asked, and had some questions for them about faith. Okay. Is that what you wanted me to read? Was that what it was? Okay. I haven't seen Blaziken for a couple weeks. He shows up, and sometimes I see Justin Genesis. That is Genesis. He sometimes he shows up. He will just show up all of a sudden, and sometimes he might be busy, and he may skip a live here and there. I mean, yeah, I mean sometimes people don't always make it. Maybe they're busy, but yeah, I haven't seen either one of them last week either. But occasionally, like I said, sometimes a couple weeks go by and then they show up. Hey, it's like they pick up where they left off. You know what I mean? So, um, but uh, but anyway, if you want to talk about Frog Pond Schools laughing, okay, Frog Pond is that the FE? Uh, Frog Pond, use that FE. Don't dwell in the NITI loop. Oh gosh, you can see that a mile away. Them NITI loop, especially if you keep going back and forth about stuff, huh? Yeah. Funny thing is, you know what? I remember before I heard about what that was, I remember thinking like when I find out what the MBTI was and realized, I questioned my personality type and I heard about that loop. And I remember thinking, oh, there's been times in my life where I couldn't get something out of my head, like an idea, like I'd get obsessed with certain things. Even my ex-wife used to say I was like a dog with a bone. Sometimes I would get fixated on certain concept or ideas or things would and I would now I mean whether or not it was just me going back and forth, I don't know, but I mean I've always had these things where I couldn't get certain like ideas or certain concepts out of my head. I mean, they finally went away. I guess I just had to stop thinking about them. But a personality pill, really? Do you perhaps know the timestamp? Oh, okay. What are we? I appreciate. Do you know perhaps when they might be back? I don't know, Alex. I honestly, I can't predict who's out there. You know, but obviously, you had some people on the chat, like I said before, that they seem to resonate with you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're going to find people on this chat that are just very knowledgeable, like I said before. But hey, if you want to ask me some questions too, I can help out too. You know, if you want to bring it up to this chat, hey, you never know. It's something you might want to throw out there if you'd like. So there was somebody else talking about last week. They were new to the channel and they stuck around for a bit. And he was talking about how he got a little stage fright, like he wanted to go live. He wanted to start a YouTube channel. And he just said, I don't think I could do a live. I couldn't do what you're doing. Like he got nervous. He's seeing me like on a live on a whatever a phone doing a live broadcast. And I said, I basically had to tell him, you just got to talk into a camera, record yourself. Don't go live. Put your put your phone up, put your thing in, get it lined up, and just talk and record yourself and get used to looking at the camera. So I mean, yeah, that's how I did it, and then just go from there. So sometimes people do have stage fright. They look at this and say, "How does he do it? He's got to be brave to get on." I don't even think that. I don't think that at all. I just talk, But personality pill, Billy. Okay, what do we got? Ray has a ha 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 ha. He's cracking up out there. Ray, you are texting a crack up over there. That's funny. Um, you got to dig out those weeds if you want a flower bed. Whoa, that's some deep philosophical. That's some deep stuff right there. Exactly, huh? Alex, you can just play the live chat on the video scroll, though it is not that difficult. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. If you're getting the live chat, if you are getting it, you have to just go out. If you're not getting it on your phone and you're just getting me talking, you can go down into the descriptions and hit the chat. There's a little bar in there. Just hit that, and your chat should come up, and you'll see the live feed. You should see that. Okay. But if you go to your full screen, it might blur it out. You got to go to like a half screen. So that's all you do. Pick the weeds, cook the weeds, smoke the weeds. Oh man, Ray, that's funny right there. You pick them, cook them, and smoke them. Oh man, smoking weed, huh? Ray, you still do that stuff? I felt like I burnt my brain out when I was a younger kid. I did that stuff so much. And then finally I just says, I'm done with it. Right around the time I turned 30, like almost 30 years ago, I says, you know what? I felt like I outgrew it. I haven't smoked since. I was talking about live chats on your older lives. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Definitely. That's a really good idea. What Jethro just said. Okay, every one of my lives are yeah, they're out there. Some of them are broadcast. Some of them it's just me and me, and it's just us being us. I should say, all of us. And sometimes I go into my monologue. Sometimes we just kind of bounce around talking about stuff. But you'll see, like a lot of their posts out there. You'll see you'll see what they're chatting about. So I hope you find your answer, Alex. The personality pill. I appreciate their tips. Curious about them and their faith. Seems both had different perspectives, and I was considering some of it. Oh, I think okay. I know yeah, we all have different backgrounds in faith. I think all of us have a level of spirituality. It isn't identical. I think we may have different religions, different backgrounds. Some of us may be Muslim, some of us may be Christian, some of us might be just spiritual, deep spiritually, internally, without really necessarily, uh, you know, a god or a deity, I guess. Um, or but I think mostly, I mean, somebody we have a level of that spirituality within us. Um, yeah, I think that's what something that I think we need that in our life. I mean, I've said this before, Alex, is that we as INFJs, if you are INFJ, I'm going to take it that you probably are. All right. I mean, I'm going to imagine so. But being that we are the probably the most introspective type, and also we are the most introspective, but that introspection, the fact that we can look at ourselves and question our own existence, it's a plus. But there's a curse to this introspection as well, and that's the isolation, feeling as though we are alone within our ourselves. And most of our life, we go through that. And I've talked about that on my last video, the newest video, loneliness. I'd started talking about that. That's one of the curses of our introspection is the fact that we are so alone within ourselves. I even came up with a description, even Ray might be proud of on that. I don't know if you heard this, Ray, but I tried to describe being in your isolation within yourself as being in a vapid, desolate oasis, completely devoid of anything other than your own thought. I mean, something on that idea. I mean, it just came out. I was trying to describe what that the loneliness we experience is within us. Okay, as INFJs, and it just came out like that, like being in a vapid oasis, and you're trapped there by yourself with just your own thoughts. And I mean, you could be living in this world, you could be amongst people, but you're still alone. And I says that's a deep loneliness, and that's pretty much that was the basis of my last video. Um, but my point is that yeah, I mean, we have to at some point conquer that loneliness. Okay, and that's a lot of what my this channel is about, especially these lives. We talk about that. I mean, how discovering our own authentication and discovering the peace and the journey we have to finally fill that void in our heart. Okay, and I got to tell you though, it's a lifetime. It's not something you don't do it overnight, and it may take a good part of your life to do so. And I mean, I don't know what the rest of my life's going to be, but it's typically later on in our lives as we start going through the changes in our life is some of us some of us know we have nowhere to go. Like me, I just knew that's all I had. I knew it was internal. I knew it was I had to face something in my spirit, and you have to let that dark soul, that dark night of the soul, be there. That's all you can do, and fill that. But that little oasis that I talked about, eventually, um, it becomes very, let's say, not so desolate. It becomes full of life, full of springs and water and fountains and plenty to eat, plenty of shade, plenty of gentle breezes start going through there. Once you find that, once you find that completion in your heart, that little oasis becomes abundant, very abundant. That's all. That's a way of describing that. Okay, Alex. Lately, I have been deconstructing, and I was curious about to ask different Christians for their perspective, so I could possibly understand better. Deconstructing. Uh, okay, so you're kind of taking yourself apart a little bit, trying to like just sounds to me like you're see, we all do this. I think this is something that being that this is one of the things that we do is that internally we're always trying to figure ourselves out. We're trying to rebuild ourselves. I'm talking mentally, spiritually all the time. Um, and yeah, I think we're trying to, and sometimes we tear ourselves down and rebuild, almost like taking an old building and ripping it down and rebuilding it. And these are part of our whole isolation zones, our bunker zones sometimes. And sometimes we don't tear it all the way down, but yeah, I know what you mean. A deconstruction in a sense. Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like you're soul searching. This is part of your path, and you got a lot of you got a lot of questions that you want to know. And listen, I think we all understand that. Yeah, there's so many questions, so many incompletions, so many unclear messages we get through most of our life. And all you can do is live your life and just try to find that clear channel, that clear, decisive channel, one that is not tainted, not tainted by our inauthentic self, by the world, by the noise of the world, by the the corruption of the world, basically. And I think basically that INFJs we have a pretty good way of doing that. And I think naturally the fact that we have to separate and we go into our solitude. We want to we the noise gets too much for us. It's our self-preservation. We're built and geared that way to pull back, to retreat back into ourselves deliberately for the fact that we got to get away from the noise so we can think clear, so we can channel our our thoughts and our spirit in a proper direction. Yeah, this is part of our whole life. This is what I've done all my life. Now, do we slip off the path and go down shadowy roads? I have. I have. I've gone down some bad roads and found myself drifting. But somehow it gets so painful. We know it's the wrong path. With me, I couldn't stay on them. I knew I was destroying myself. Either it be smoking too much or drinking too much or having dysfunctional relationships, which started spiraling me out of control. Okay. Yeah, whatever it might have been. But eventually we kind of force ourselves into, you know, breaking it all off to recenter, deconstruct, as you said. That's a deconstruction. I think that's what I'm going to go with at that point. But well, look how dark it got out there. Hey, should I? Hey, Ray, is somebody looking in the window over there, Ray? Last week, Ray says, Tom, I think somebody's peeking in your window, right? I'm like, he got me looking out the window, and I'm like, there's nobody out there. Give me a second, people. I gotta go close the blinds, all right? All right. Yeah, I wish I could make a dramatic rollback, just roll back on my own instead of me dragging like that. Okay. Live and learn, LOL. Genesis kind of gave me a vibe of someone being who knows a lot about the faith. And then Blaziken was reminding me of what it was to be like a teenager. Yeah, he's like he just turned 18. He's a kid. Yeah, that's right. Just from the chats I had rewatched. Yeah, he's got a lot of questions. I believe Blaziken said he is a IN, INTP or an INFP. He was questioning his type. He knew he had something in common with this channel. He was really asking lots of questions. In fact, he asked a lot of very, very deep philosophical questions at his age. He was mind blowing in some ways, and I got into talking to him as well. And but he was asking. He was like almost like hungry for advice. I mean, wanting it. Like, well, I need, this guy's like older guy. Sounds pretty wise. Sounds something, and I did my best to answer the questions for him as best I could. You see, Lucy Verse. What time is it for you? It is 2 a.m. here. Oh, 2 a.m. in London. Oh, okay, England. Okay, I don't know if it's actually London. I know right now my time in New Hampshire, that is. You are in England. Well, I am in New England. Yes. Yeah, somehow I ended up on the new side of the England, on the other side of the pond over here, huh? The New England. It is 8:59. It is 9 o'clock. It is 1 minute away from 9 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. So there you go. You are 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 5 hours. 5 hours ahead. Yeah. So that's but still, I mean, hopefully I'm not keeping you up too late here. Hopefully you're all right. But LOL, I'm about 3 hours from London. Oh, 3 hours from London. If I remember, London, if I'm looking at the geographical map of London, England, I know London is basically in very much close to the south part of the country on the island. It's in the south. Yeah. It's, I mean, I think that doesn't the channel go right from like London and cut across and goes under the channel into France. It's like a 30-mile tunnel that they took them like billions and billions of dollars. As Carl Sagan would say, billions and billions of stars. In this case, billions of dollars to build that channel out there. Yeah. So seems to me, yeah, that'd be interesting. But 3 hours away, you must be. I would imagine 3 hours. You got to be up near Scotland up there. If you're still in England, I mean, Scotland's got to be up a ways. I mean, I don't know if it's near Liverpool is up a ways. Isn't Liverpool right on the coast where the Beatles are from? I think. I mean, so I'm okay probably to try to sleep soon, but it's cool doing hang around as well. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I mean, I know you're staying up late. You're hearing this live broadcast. You want to hang out for that? Yeah, that's cool. You know, like I said, there's always going to be. These things automatically rebroadcast too. I mean, I really should put thumbnails on them. I haven't been doing that because I do them once a week, and I just leave whatever they have on there. But I do I do see that a lot of people in the beginning watch them. Maybe it's some of us in this chat right here. We might rewatch this and catch some of the parts that we might have missed. You know, I'm from Worcestershire. Oh, Worcestershire. Hey, didn't they name a sauce after that place? Yeah, Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, you put it on like you know. Yeah, Worcestershire. I've heard of that. I've heard of Worcestershire. I don't really have a working. I can't really think exactly geographically where it is, but I mean, I've looked at maps of everything. I've studied maps of the whole world as a kid. Just one of my fascinations. But I know I've heard of it. So I know there's a Cambridge. Cambridge is about 50 miles. It's more inland from London. Yeah. Yeah. I heard this funny story, right? I was watching this story now about Sid Barrett. Sid Barrett, he was the original frontman for Pink Floyd. Sid Barrett was the original guitar player in the first couple of years they were. Yeah, I've heard of him, right? I'm sure he's a legend out there. Well, he just got a little bit too involved with, let's say, hallucinogenics, and it messed him up. He got too far, and he couldn't perform anymore. But I guess there was a documentary I was watching about Sid Barrett. Now he at some point wanted to go back home. I mean, he was done with like recording albums. He knew he didn't want to stay in England. I heard he walked like about 50 miles. He walked from London all the way to Cambridge Now I looked at the distance on a map. 50 miles is a lot of walk. That would probably take a day and a half. I don't think you can do that all in one day. I mean, you could probably go pretty far in one day, but that's a long ways. That would take at least a couple of days to walk that. But I guess that's what he did. He walked back because that's where his mom's house was. So, yes, close to West Midlands. Okay. Yeah. So, Worcestershire. Nice. You said it right. And yes, it's a sauce. LOL. Yeah. Worcestershire or Worcestershire, maybe. I mean, depends on whether or not in England, maybe you say Worcestershire. Out here, we'd call it Worcestershire. I mean, there's somewhat of a little variation in pronunciation, obviously. I know us Americans butchered the English language, didn't we? I mean, we have our own dialect, our own lexicon, our own version of it, but it's not the King's English. I know that. I mean, I hear the King's English and I hear how proper it is. It used to be the Queen's English back when Queen Elizabeth was still queen. Now it's the King's English because Charles is king over there. But I think we did a good job maintaining and keeping it well. But yeah, we got our own distinction though. We got our own accent, don't we? Right? Alex P W3K Tom. Yes. Yes, that's my name. What did you want to ask a question, Alex? Yeah. Listen, talk, yeah, listen, if you want to talk, if you want to listen, you want to open up a little bit, listen, we'll be love to we'd love to talk to you. If if you're looking for certain people in the chat to chat with. I get that, but again, I can't predict where they're coming. But I'm sure maybe you might find somebody else here that would fill that void. Okay, so give us a try. You know what I'm saying? LOL. I've heard people call it all sorts. My favorite so far is wash your sister's sauce. Wash your sister's sauce. Yeah, there you go. Hey, you gotta wash your sister sauce. Boy, that sounds like something I say foghorn leghorn might just say there. Hey, it's a joke. It's a joke there. Wash your sister sauce there. Boy. Hey, let's hope there's no habaneros in that sauce there. Okay, enough said. I just call it fish sauce or rice sauce. I occasionally I might use that in a couple of soups. You gotta I notice what you do with that. You gotta take a capful. You can't put like even a teaspoon. That's very potent stuff. I mean, depending on how much you're making, but that stuff will overpower. I mean, you gotta only put like a couple of that's why it's just a dash. You get those little like droplets in there. You don't need much of that stuff. You really don't. But it goes good on eggs, steak, and of course, like I said, it enhances certain recipes. I keep it and I use it every so often. Yeah, yeah. That made the radio. Couldn't stop laughing when I first heard it. LOL. Yeah, that's a good one. There, there's no doubt. In fact, we have a Worcester, Worcester, Massachusetts, not Worcestershire, but just Worcester. I mean, I guess down in Worcester, they must have dropped the shear out of there. So, but there's no a lot of times here in New England though. There's a lot, especially New Hampshire, especially there's so many towns named after a lot of counties and cities in England. Okay, I mean the whole Hampshire, New Hampshire, Hampshire itself is I believe a county in England somewhere, and New Hampshire was supposed to be the new version of the old Hampshire, I guess you could say. So that's just an indication, but there's a ton of them. There's a Mount Vernon, there's Manchester. Manchester is the biggest city in the state. In fact, I go down there, I work there almost every night. It's a big, it's fairly big size city, but that's one of them. Warner, Epping, Exeter. These are just to name a few that I know are English towns. Um, there's a New London. There's a New London, New Hampshire. Yeah, new. And there's a New London, Connecticut as well. So there's a lot of towns that are just like new versions of things. Well, then again, there's a new Boston up here too, in New Hampshire. That is, yeah. So I know there's a lot of towns named after a lot of them. That's just a few. I mean, I could rattle off quite a few. I could rattle off more than that, but we don't have a Liverpool though. That we don't have. No Liverpool. That would be cool if we had a Liverpool, but don't have that one. It was generally what American called. So I ended up on the radio. LOL, still remembering it and how it was a few years ago now. Oh, wash your sister's sauce. Yeah. Somebody had a play on words on that. I mean, quite literally with that. But I tell you, that was creative though. That must be a good way of how to remember how to pronounce it though. You know what I mean? Just a good way of doing that. Yeah. Okay. I just call it fish sauce or rice sauce. Oh, honey rose. Nora likes fish sauce or going back to the fish. There's been a fish theme there lately. Okay. Yeah. There's been a strong fish presence going on today. I've been saying it keeps reoccurring. Sometimes, you ever going, sometimes when a fish is going bad and it's just you keep getting that lingering smell of the fish as it goes bad a little bit. You just can't quite get it out of your head. It's just kind of lingers, Yeah, it's kind of like that, The fish is just lingering now. That's cool. I would like to visit New England and ask for fries to see if they get see if they get chips or crisp. Now you don't have French fry. Oh, that's right. That's not really much of the culture there in England is French fries. You would think. I mean, being that Ireland is a mass producer of potatoes. That's a fact. They had that potato famine back in what the 1870s, where that was primarily what they used to eat was all they used to eat a lot of potatoes along with their sheep and mutton and things like that. And but primary their starch, their carbohydrate was potato. When they had a famine, and it almost wiped out. I mean, just starved most of that country of Ireland. I think it was in the 1870s, 80s. It was something like that, maybe 40s, but it was in the 1800s. It was something about the soil that the potatoes wouldn't grow, and if they did, they got soggy and they mushed and they just didn't grow. There was something wrong with the soil. It was like just either one season or a several seasons in a row. I mean, it might have been several seasons, but people were starving. Yeah, their potatoes are gone. But my point is that you'd think with Ireland being so rich with potatoes, there must be somebody out in England that figured they'd try, dicing them into shoestrings and just frying them in a little bit of oil. You know what I mean? See, and put a little salt on them. You'd think somebody must have tried that out there, right? Night, Billy. Oh, what's up? Billy, what's up? You take no, night, Billy. I won't be far behind. Oh, okay. Is Billy taking off? Is he, Billy? I'm going to head off to bed. Been fun chatting with you all. Oh, okay, Billy. Not a problem, man. It was good to you stopping by. Matter of fact, me and Billy, about a month ago, I did a live chat. I did some Q&As on the. I invited some people to call, and he was one of them. We had a chat, so he's cool. He's all right. I believe he's from California. That's right. So the Irish potato famine lasted from 7 years running, from 1845 to 1852. Well, thank you for that precise time. I see. Listen, I generalized when it was. I knew it was in the 1800s. I couldn't remember exactly what decade it was, but thank you for that. And but it was serious. I mean, a lot of people they were starving. Literally, I think people starved to death, and people were emaciated pretty bad. I think they finally did. It just came out of it. They finally found enough fields where they could plant it, and they took and they were able to come out of it. But it left a big impact, probably for a whole generation. It just it wiped out a lot of it. It was something. It was something else. But see, I was right. It was in the 1800s, the potato famine. So I mean, that was I think that is still one of their big crops out there are potatoes. One of them, I would imagine. Maybe shamrocks. Hey, I got Irish roots too, Hey, Irish roots, go figure. Potatoes a root plant there. Hey, that's a joke there too, son. There. Okay. Yeah. But okay. So crazy times. Glad I wasn't there. Yeah, well, you know what? We had our own. Listen, we've had our own share of things that happened to us. I mean, remember? Now, listen, I can't quite compare the potato famine to the whole COVID camp pandemic we had back about 6, 7 years ago. I got to tell you, I mean, when we were talking about that had its own impact on us as well. I mean, nobody was starving to death, I would hope, but everybody was out of work. It was a forced economic shutdown worldwide. I think they went a little bit overboard. I think they overdid it, but who am I? Hey, I had COVID a couple of times. I actually suffered through it at least 3 times. I think some of us might have had it too. So, but I haven't. Uh, 67, 67. What does that mean? 6XXCVVEEE. I'm not sure what that means, Alex. Just frog porn. George was from California. Billy is from England. Oh, thank you, Ray. Listen, do forgive me if I made a mistake. You're absolutely right, Ray. You are spot on. That's right. It was Billy the goat. Yeah, that's right. Billy. He's English as well. But I talked to Billy as well. He's very very clever, and he had one of those King's English accents. Well, he's from England, obviously. But yeah, very well spoken, I must say. I love how we can take to people all over the world. Uh, lives are great. Absolutely, yeah. No, it's good that we have listen. We have a kind of a worldwide community right here. Yeah, we get people from all around the world. Like I said, I mean, from pretty much every corner of the earth is able to connect here on YouTube on this vast wide world web. I mean, just in a matter of seconds. I mean, this transmission goes around the world, basically with the speed of light. I mean, literally speed of light through the internet, through the wireless, whatever it is. So it's amazing technology. 67, 67, 60. Okay. Okay. But does that something significant? Talk. Yes. I mean, although I don't know if that 67 four times does that mean something? What exactly is that a secret code? Something like that? Or is that a combination to a safe? I don't know. That one's kind of easy to remember right there, wouldn't you think? Uh, I mean, hello, well. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, obviously, yeah, we do happen to have probably the at least English is the most widely recognized uh, language in the world right now, at least. So, one time it was Latin. Latin was like that for the longest time. Obviously the Roman Empire, as vast as it was, and that empire lasted close to 1,000 years, if not over, like 1,500 some odd years. I mean, when Romulus Remus founded it, and it went almost up until um, the mid 500s, 600s, 700s, when it finally was. But my point is that Latin was that predominant spoken world language for the longest time. Now it's a dead language. It's pretty much a dead language. Yes, did it evolve into Latino Latin languages like Italian, French, Portuguese, even parts of even 33% of the English language is all, has some Romanesque influence as well because of the Londinium, the whole influence of London being actually a province of part of London way back in the time as well. But it evolved. It evolved. But now English is that dominant world known. I mean, you got to figure too. I mean, England's influence was around the world for many, many years, right up until I'd say almost until like the 80s. It still had a far-reaching influence. And yeah, obviously it had an influence on the United States, Canada, the whole North America, Australia. That's a whole country from that. New Zealand, even like what India. Like, there's some strong influence. The Philippines is a primarily an English speaking. They have secondary languages, yes, but yeah, it's all over the place because of the influence from the English, because they were everywhere. Yeah, they explored, and they basically were all over the place for the longest time. So, but yeah, so cool. We can check in with each other. Yes, exactly. I mean, LOL. Well, you know, I try to do this once a week. I try to listen. I sometimes last couple of weeks I wasn't able to get here on a Saturday. I made up for it on a Sunday a couple of times. So occasionally I do that. But yeah, it's just good to know. Some of us, you know, we show up here, and we like to hang out. Listen, Luciverse. I like to think of this as basically a safe haven for like the INFJ type for introverted intuitives. Not necessarily all INFJs, but especially us. But anybody that wants to join here, that wants to feel like they just you're gonna fit in. You're not gonna feel like an outcast. And sometimes the fact that we can relate to the plight that we've had, okay, individually. I mean, of course, our plights are all strictly individual, being that we're introspective. And I talked about that whole isolation that we've had through most of our life, and we still do it. Listen, I still have bouts of isolation now, but I've coped with it. I think we have no choice but to find something to finally fill us. That's why we're so spiritual. That's one of the reasons is we are left alone because we're in a sense chosen. We're chosen people in a way. I'm convinced of that because of the way we are built, the way we forge on, and with the way we have to have something beyond ourselves because the world can't fill us. Nobody else is really equipped to completely give us a lot of insight, comfort, a soulmate, let's say. I mean, there are some, but for the most part, we're so isolated, and where we spend a lot of that most of our time looking for some kind of salvation, and it leads us into finding our introspection, our depth, our isolation only can lead one way, or it could lead several ways. Let's hope you don't go off the deep end, and some people never do find it. Maybe they spend their lives um, maybe escaping into narcotics, drugs, sensual pleasures, things, just get caught up in the world. And I mean, I think a majority of the world does that. It's encouraged that way, that you don't face yourself. You just, you kind of feed off each other. Extroverts do this. Okay. The way we're built, though, we don't have that same level of fulfillment. We can't we can take that to a point, but I'm gonna, from my own experience, that level of contentment that we search for, it's never truly fulfilling for us. I mean, we may try to go down the same path as everybody else in our early forging days, but something I know with me, it just never was fulfilling. Something, there was still a gnawing hole in me. And I've said on that video the same thing as well. That whole loneliness thing is just something is always an incompletion. It doesn't fill you, you know. So we have no choice but to find something deep within ourselves, a spirit. Yeah, God. That's why we're built. That's why we are so fundamentally, most of us have a deep spiritual side, because that's all we really have. That's all that's going to fill us. Really, deep down, when you really get down to the brass nuts and bolts of the things, that's the fundamental thing that fills the INFJ personality is their spirit, spiritually, and it does work. Eventually, enough time and enough perseverance and wisdom, you finally feel good in your own skin. You can finally be content in your solitude. Now, listen, I'm going to say I can attest to that personally, okay, because that's what I had to do. Okay, funny thing is, my mom used to always say things like that too. My mom tried to steer us down a way, me and my brothers. She used to talk about that ache a lot. That's why it makes it me think. My mom was IFJ, so not only was I, not only am I just this type. I mean, my mom actually was an influence, and I years after she passed, when I found this out, I thought about my mom's history. I says, yeah, my mom used to talk that way. A lot of what I say now is some of her influence to this day. But she talked very similar to that. So what do we got there? Hey Jethro, hey Lucy, hey Lish Lish is in the house. Hello there, Lish Lish. How are you? Good to see you doing all right. How long have you been here? Oh wait, Luciverse, how long will you be on here for? Oh, you mean tonight? Tonight? Um, I usually go till we. I mean, I've actually done these till midnight. I've gone. Sometimes I do these in a marathon. I mean, occasionally. Now I don't expect to stay up all that time, but I mean, you can always watch the broadcast. But I usually hang around. Sometimes midnight, my time. That is. Sometimes, hey, a couple months ago, I did some of these till 2 in the morning. I just got carried away. The inertia got so good. The vibe was always there. Because listen, um, I must say, just reading these texts, reading people's input out there, it fills me. I mean, I feel a sense of, you know, like I'm with my tribe here, and I can't. So I like to be here. So I like to do these. And I think most of us feel I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of us probably think the same way or feel that way as well. Okay. But yes, tonight. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's could be some hey, Genesis Clegg or Genesis or Justin, that is. How are you doing there, sir? Evening, Tom, and evening all. It is good to see Genesis coming on in there. Hey, actually, somebody was asking for you. Who was somebody was asking questions. They wanted to talk to you and they wanted to talk to Blazekin. Who was that? It was. Is he still here? He didn't leave, did he? Gosh, he was just here. Uh, Alex something. Alex. Yes, Alex. And then he had some other like abbreviated numbers on there. I guess he was inspired by things you were talking about, and like I said, Blazekin. I haven't seen Blazekin in a couple of weeks, but I guess, he was asking for both of you guys, and you see him saying, "Hey, do you think they'll show up today?" And I says, I don't know. I can't predict what they're going to do." And thought, yeah, they could show up, but yeah, you must have left an impact, you and Blazekin, because yeah, he was asking for you guys in particular, really. So I don't know. He would. I kept saying, "Hey, you can talk to us too." It was something spiritual. You had some connection. You were saying things that were hitting home with them. I guess that's all I can imagine. So I would imagine it was a him. I'm just saying, Alex. I mean, I can't generalize. Sometimes I have to guess. I can look at the picture. A lot of times I know if you're man and woman, male or female. Sometimes I can't tell. Sometimes it's not always abundantly obvious. So, but Alex, yeah, that could be a girl's name too. But I'm going to say it was probably a man. I would imagine. Hey Genesis, but Night Lucy. Oh, Lucyverse. Hey Genesis. Okay. There you go. Well, anyway, that's the one Alex was looking for there. So nice. I put my phone down so I won't be able to chat, but I'll leave on my TV so I can listen to you a while and I fall asleep. Oh, hey, that's nice. Hey, isn't it nice to know that somebody is going to fall asleep? Knowing somebody out there in the world is going to fall asleep, listening to your listening to you. Well, gosh, I don't know what to say. Well, I'm going to make that a nice, pleasant dream for you. How's that? Huh? La da da, do, 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 do. I'll sing a lullaby. And I will sing a lullaby. Rockabye, babe. No, okay. Alex, well, may he as well come back in the case, assuming he's a man. Like I said, I'm going to assume that as well. Absolutely. Rest gooder. Yeah. Hey, if he does, he does, And I would think at some point too, we've been saying too, could rebroadcast, the thing, but I kept trying to say, yeah, talk to us, It's like, and kept wondering. So ROFL. I got to tell you, Nora, Honey Rose, I'm not exactly sure what that is. I should know this stuff, right? I sometimes I know these abbreviation things. I'm ROFL. I don't know what that is. Lucifer's. Thanks. So looking forward to see what dreams I get. LOL. Okay. All right. Well, we'll try to make sure that your dreams all come true. How about that? Like the old fairy tale, making your dreams come true. Yeah. Yeah. But then again, nightmares are dreams too. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. Sometimes people at work say that to me. They say, I'll say to them, hey, how you doing? And they say, living the dream. And I'll say, nightmares are dreams too. And you're like, yeah, that's true. I know, just my way of putting some a dark spin on things. Sometime, I guess, sometimes we go a little dark every so often. Roll on the floor laughing. Oh, got it. All right. Thank you. I know there's L laughing my ass off. I know there's that one. I know that one, but I get it. Okay. Hey, make me a millionaire. LOL. Haha, make a millionaire. Oh yeah, sure. It'd be nice to have listen, I mean, I hope someday I'm just well content, have more than enough money where I don't ever have to worry or ever have to I don't have to be a millionaire or a billionaire, just to be content, knowing that I have enough money to survive and enough money to even, give away. Yeah, that would be fun too. So, yeah. But bottom line is, like I said, people. I think we're linked together in such a way because I think being that we're the same type, we have the same personality, and we testify. I mean, listen, I do all the talking. I know I'm the big mouth guy here. You do the texting, I do all the talking. This is what links it together, right? But I think that the thing is that we have a connection, a camaraderie here because of the fact that we do experience a lot of the same similar plights within our life, and that some of them are just they're too graphic. The way we describe our plight, the way I describe mine, and people just, oh my gosh, there's somebody else like that out there. When I first heard a video about the INFJ back when I first discovered. Now, listen, I'm going to tell this story to you. Okay, Lucy. Um, when I first discovered what it is, it was here on YouTube. I've told this. Now, it was Wen's. She used to do INFJ. Now she's more into business stuff. She's still out there. But I heard a video about Wen's, and she very got my curiosity because she reminded me a lot of myself. So I started watching more of her videos, and a lot of them, like, I understood what she was talking about. Then I started watching other channels, some of these AI ones, some of these generalizing AI ones that talk about basically what the INFJ is, generalizing. And I says, oh my gosh, is that what that is? Maybe is that what I am? Because then there was one time there was a video that was talking basically about the sadness that never leaves our soul. And it was just like, almost like we cling on to this sadness like a coat we hang in our closet, almost like the relationship between the oak tree and the vine that wraps around it. There's a certain we cling to the sadness and we tap back into it. And see, it's happening again. Well, I heard that, and all right, give me a second here, people. I need a drink, okay? No, I heard that, And even now, it's kind of getting me like thinking about it. But it started me. I started bawling. I says, "That's me," and I think that's a lot of us. We know that sadness that we occasionally go through. That, like I said, that whole loneliness, that sadness. And I just put the video out about that. This is the latest one, and things like that. They were just starting to like. I couldn't believe it. Part of it was um, finally, finally, I found something that's explaining me. Yeah, but yeah, that was the revelation, and there was some other things too, but that one really, really just got me so bad. Like, oh my god, the sadness that we never let go. Yeah, and yeah, it's very true. It just is. But that's what I mean. So I started listening to these videos over and over again. I started finding out about the depth of the mind, the complexity, the polar kind of connections that we got. And I'm like, yeah, all my life I felt I've been tugged in many different directions, emotionally, mentally, as we are. I mean, we have these different confusing pulling things, and going through this personality type blind, and we all do. I think we all do. I mean, I'd say most of us. I mean, up to this point, I mean, maybe somebody finds out their personality type at a young age and kind of embraces it. Okay, that might happen, but most of us go through this life trying to feel around like a blind man in a dark room, trying to feel around and trying to figure out their life. And that seems to be what our life is. We're feeling around, trying to. And while most people have eyes, most people could get better senses. We're blind, and we're trying to feel around, trying to like get a diagram of a room that we're trying to do it with limited senses, without our eyes. And that's basically what our life is. Okay. And all of a sudden you get a community, like if people are like sharing stories like this, and it's like, oh my gosh, you're not alone anymore. You realize, you thought you were alone. You thought you could not relate to anybody else because we're so rare. All of a sudden you got somebody speaking your language, somebody that is actually telling stories like what you went through, and it's like, oh my god, yeah, hey, I mean, all of a sudden that whole lone spot that we had, that we couldn't find anybody to connect, all of a sudden we say, hey, there's other people that felt that same thing their whole life, that whole thing we're talking about. But I think that's basically that's what the channel's all about. It's just for us because it's just that, and it's a live thing too. We're interactive. I mean, listen, I think these ones help, and there's a lot of them. I mean, a lot of I like a lot of these different INFJ ones. Now you got FJ. He's funny as hell. I mean, you got Jay Scott. There's quite a few that I listen to from time to time. Lauren Scapella. She's pretty cool actually too. She's got some good insights. She's really got a good read on the whole thing. She's very insightful, is Lauren. But yeah, I think we can learn a lot from each and every one of us out there. Um, I think with myself, all I can do is I just speak because I mean, it's just my experience. That's what it is. But that's what links us. That's what kind of binds us together here. IBPT. IBPT popped up randomly in my FYP. I watched it because why not? Then I got curious. Then I discovered INFJ. My mind was blown. There are others. I'm not an anomaly. I was floored. See, Honey Rose, you said the same. You basically said, well, I think a lot of us we go through this when we finally see a video, and that's one of the things that's pretty remarkable about YouTube is the fact that there could be a niche on everything. There could be somebody who collects toothpicks, different toothpicks from every part of the country, and they'll have a whole country, they'll have a whole channel on. Now this toothpick is from Saudi Arabia, and this is from I'm saying, I'm just saying there's so many niches on YouTube. It's a plethora of everything or anything, whatever draws your interest in. MBTI it's a personality type, 16 of them, and we have the most. We got the rarest one, obviously, but also I'd say one of the most difficult ones to navigate. We have a very, very difficult personality to live with, and we all know that. We've lived this whole thing, and that's exactly it. But the fact is that but again, we testified to it. So you had the same thing. You found out something led you to an INFJ channel. You started saying, you're not an anomaly anymore. There's other people out there like you. And when I first heard that, I thought it was kind of tears for joy. Like I'm finding, like part of it was a relief that I found some kind of making sense in my life. Kind of made me sad that there's other people that went through what I did. You know, so sometimes that kind of is a bummer. It is what it is. But we, you know, in a sense though, it's all by design though. Like I said, it's almost like we're chosen in a way for something. I mean, we always feel like we got a purpose in life. There's something that we are supposed to achieve, attain, something to do. Maybe we're hoping to change the world in some little subtle ways. The little stereotypes. It doesn't always have to be you change the entire world like Martin Luther King did. Okay. Yeah, like Gandhi. I mean, these guys were like massive movers of the earth, let's say. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, INFJ as well. Very philosophical, very benevolent, philosophical Caesar of Rome, Marcus Aurelius. So there's been some out there that have made their impact, all right? But you know what? Sometimes we change the world individually too. We don't have to go out there and move mountains, and we don't have to go out there and move an entire, infrastructure, trying to change an entire country. Sometimes we can do it in a small level too, just being ourselves, being something to the friends, your friend groups, your family, just your tight knit community that you influence. Just you live a certain way, you give certain like you speak a certain way to people, you see them, you see like the ripple in the pond effect that you have on them, you know, and you throw that pebble in a pond, it makes that ripple. It may look like it's just a ripple, but it's affecting the water just enough. It's steering the leaves and it's washing the shore just enough to know you've made an impact on there. Sometimes we have that ripple effect on other people. Just knowing you've subtly steered them with an idea, a concept, a new idea where to think, and it might have just changed their trajectory just enough to put them on the right path. See, we don't have to do it in a massive scale. Some of us just do it in a subtle way. And I think most of us are like that. Okay. But sometimes that's some satisfaction in knowing that part of our life, part of who we are is just that we made that little difference. Just enough to know we've moved them. We didn't move mountains. We've just kind of threw pebbles. You know what I'm saying? Ray, you getting any of this? You get some poet. Is Ray still out there? I know he's a poet. I mean, maybe there's some inspiration or some poetry in there. It's just spilling out of here. This is just flowing out of there sometimes. You know what I mean? Maybe I need an INFJ to hold me up. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I'll give you a couple of nice big arms. Okay. I'll hold you up. How's that, huh? I'll give you a boost. How about that, huh? Totally. There you go. You're right, Tom. No, but I mean, that's again, like I said, these are the things I think we all testify to. This is the stuff that why we have camaraderie for that very reason. But again, that's what we. I'm going to say we all have similar thoughts. Okay. But again, we've always had these thoughts, but sometimes they've always been in there. But you want to expound on them. You want to tell people what you know, but most people don't want to hear this. Most people just, this guy's a little fruity over here. Listen to him. Yeah, a little fruity talk. This guy's a little bit, what's up? But listen to this guy, So you keep your mouth shut. Most of the time, you keep your mouth shut. You don't talk like this. You can't. You can't because most of the world don't want to hear it. They'd rather just They'd rather just talk about, the Kardashians or their car or something. You know what I'm saying, right? Or the sports team, whatever the score of the night, which is fine, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but most people don't want this kind of deep soul connecting talk. I mean, this is what we yearn for, this kind of thing. Honestly, it's true, because that's another thing that they used to hear this on the videos, is that INFJs, they have this yearning for like the connection. They yearn for a deep connection, soul connection. And you get a couple line, now all of a sudden this is what we are. This is that connection that we long for. I know I'm just talking off the cuff. This is what I wish I could talk to people about. This is how I wish I could talk. Now I got to tell you the truth. See, these kind of talks remind me of like what was like when I used to talk to my mom. That's what I mean. My mom was like that. She always had I mean, not exactly what I'm saying, but close. She loved those soul talking, connecting things. She's, my other brothers. I don't think all my brothers are INFJs. I mean, I think I am. I think some of them have. I think I have a couple brothers that have intuition. My brother Paul is intuitive. I don't. He's more extroverted though. He's got 5 sons and like 6 or 7 grandkids. He's got a huge family, big family. He's the breeder. You know what I'm saying? And he was a good dad. He did all right. He did very good. He's been married to his childhood sweetheart since he was like in high school, junior high school, excuse me. Like 50 something years he met her, like 50 years ago. Yeah. They've been together like since the 80s they got married. Well, that's beside the point. But my mom used to have these type of deep spiritual connection, and I could see like, now this is something that got me thinking that she was this way, because she was always very spiritual, very sensitive. She had a sensitive side about her. She planned things out, and she would spend like weekends at home. She just wouldn't even leave the house. Like that would be her downtime. And sometimes she just want nothing more than to be alone and watch her shows, her Columbo, her shows. But the thing is, she also liked to have some of these weekend talks. There was a time where me and my brother, especially Paul, sometimes Jim, my late brother Jim, and myself, and we would talk about spirit stuff, spirituality. We would talk about metaphysics, things about space, time, and physics, and how they related to spirituality, the way I do, the way my mind works. And I remember my mom would be like, sometimes, especially my brother Paul. My brother Paul had a way of talking to him. He could talk to her, right? And she'd be like, "Oh my gosh!" She always had that, like, she was all filled, like it was just getting her all like, I mean, she had that. I used to see that excitement she get when she'd hear like certain like deep conversation. That's why I say, oh my gosh, I think my mom, she had to have been. So, these are some of the memories I got to have in my family. Like I said, my brother Jim, my mom are both passed on now, but I have to keep these memories alive. I want these happy memories to know that this is what I remember. But yeah, so I remember those. But now, at the time, I kind of liked them, but I still had a lot of angst. I still had my own things going on. I like talks a little bit, but sometimes not as much as she did at that time. But she was at a later stage in her life. She was at like maybe as old as I am, maybe a little bit, like in her 50s, 40s, 50s. But she was in that she was trying to reach. She was trying to find something deeper. She was in her way. She was trying to find a deeper connection, changing, whatever it was. So yeah, definitely more interesting. That was Rose. I agree. Okay. I'd like to skip the small talk. I can see what the weather is like, and I can't change the family. Deep is better. Exactly. A big old heart, Luciverse. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I love it. LOL. Oh, that must have been about the whole, the hold you up thing, and I offered my arms to you. Yeah, there you go. Maybe I need oh yeah, to hold me up. Well, I can do that from yeah, thousands of miles away. How about that, huh? Okay. But yeah, but bottom line is, like I said, people, this, I think that this is what I mean. We get together here, and we're able to do that. Yeah, I do all the talking. I do all the deep talking. Yeah, you got some of you're over there hearing us, and you're offering your comments. But we're all getting that same thing. I can only imagine, like I said, with my mom. I still remember her getting filled, and she'd look all happy. She'd look like it was, the same way an extrovert might get charged out of people laughing, and they're always, they're laughing and they're getting that same thing. I think with the INFJ, yes, it's an extroverted feeling. It's feeling that connection extrovertedly, but it's part of that deep connection. I mean, it can't be surface level. That whole small talk doesn't really appeal. It's got to be kind of intertwined with that deep, um, almost empathic type of depth of speech, depth of meaning behind it. Okay. But I think we get that here. And that's what I mean. This is the sanctuary behind it. This is the whole meaning as to what it's all about, you know. So again, that's why I'm here, you know what I mean? Awesome. Big old heart. That's a big red heart. I love that big red heart. There's two of them in there. Um, okay, well, but anyway, that's why it's sanctuary. That's why I call it that. Okay, because that's what it is. Yeah, exactly. And I like to keep it patriotic around here, as you can see. Well, I mean, that is what it is. Hey, if you get the Union Jack, if you want to send me a Union Jack, I'll float that back there. I could change around. I could put the Australian up there, put the Union Jack up there. I could every so often, like there's a different somebody from a different country. I'll throw another flag in Mr. Knight over there. I could change them around. Just to make us all feel a little more at home. You know what I mean? I would do that for the channel. Because countries have no borders when it comes to our connection. Okay, there is no country, there's no water, no oceans cannot divide the resolve of our unity. Oh gosh, Ray, you hearing any of that? Some real inspiring stuff coming out of me. I don't know what's coming from, but it's there. There you go. Hey, I got to put that on a t-shirt. There you go. There you go. Speaking of that, I know I got to get some t-shirts. Hey, there's the Union Jack. Hey, you know what? They are both red, white, and blue. I mean, I know I know there was some strife. Hey, like we had some about 250 years ago. There was a big old war between the British and the Americans, and we declared our independence. I know, and those Minutemen did what they did, and I got to tell you, I side with that whole thing. I do. I believe it was for a noble cause because they couldn't stand, they couldn't stomach the whole idea of the, King George III and his taxation without representation. I agree with that, but we buried the hatch. We had to. We're friends now. We had to kind of go off on our own. We did what we did, but we finally buried the hatchet many years ago. You know what I mean? We respect the Union Jack. Oh yeah, I know that. Listen, the British are very, as patriotic as the Americans that we are. We can be very patriotic, but also the British can be their own patriots. In fact, that whole "be British," they have a very, very strong allegiance to that whole English. I mean, the English was, yeah, they were the first really. I'd say that they were like the first superpower of the world. I mean, yeah, they were all around the world. There was a saying that happened way back. My brother told me this. The sun never sets on the British Empire. That they had every part of the earth that they had. They were around the world. They had Australia, New Zealand, India, the Philippines, the United States, Canada. I mean, England. I mean, every part of even Jamaica, even Jamaica speaks English. I mean, there's Jamaica and there's some of these islands and some of these settlements in South America. Guam, Trinidad. You ever heard the Trinidad accent? Yeah, everywhere, everywhere. So the sun never set on the British Empire, and it was literally true. I mean, that was an old saying that probably went back maybe 80 years now at least. But yeah, they were the first major influence in the world influence. Okay, I mean, yeah, the United States was all kind of there as well. They became that as well. But yeah, but that's how the dominance of the English language got so prevalent around the world as well because of that whole encompassing presence, I guess you could say. Yeah, I must be very. Hey, listen, uh, keep calm and carry on. Hey, I like that. Hey, that's very poetic right there. Yeah. But anyway, that's so yeah, that's I think the bottom line is after wrapping up everything that I said, I think we've all had our own journey. And most of us have been, like I said, we felt around in the dark most of our life, figuratively. And we've had to kind of piece together, try to, figure out how to drive a car without a manual. I've used that analogy as well. You have a high end sports car, a really elaborate, beautiful sports car. I mean, has all sorts of. It's got power windows, power brakes, power steering. It's got all these dials and all over the place. But you didn't get an owner's manual on how to drive that car. And you never really took many driving lessons. And now you get this really cool car, which is your mind, your introversion, intuition. You got this mind. You got this incredible intelligence, but you don't know how. But it's conflicting. It's like you don't know how. It's hard to drive. It's hard to navigate that high end sports car. That's our life. Now we spend most of our life trying to push the buttons, pull the levers, step on the right pedals, and figure out that car. That's our mind. That was our life. Okay. I think a majority of us, we testify to this. Yeah, we've had that. And typically it's almost like, only our type really understands that. Now, you might be able to empathize to an extent, but there were times I had glimpses into how different our mind thinks as well. I mean, how vastly different our mind is. Now, I was married for almost 20 years. I met a wife, and early on, we got along, and she seemed to be a soulmate for me. And I thought I met the right one. Early on, we got along very well. But I mean, you know, now things changed over the courses of years. I mean, marriage took over, children. I had a son with her, and me being introverted, not understanding myself as well. Now, typically, I think even just understanding your introversion, a lot of us, we can't figure that out because we also have extroversion. We have that FE. So we're so, you know, sometimes it's strictly introverts, like the INTJ. Okay. Our twin brother, basically the TJ, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that internal drive. He can be a little more solitude and stay within himself. He doesn't have it as much. The intelligent. He's a little magician. Okay, INTPs. Yeah, but I mean, some of these introverts, even some IS types, are introverted, but they're not. They are. They're more content. They don't need. They don't have the FE like we do. So sometimes I think we're conflicted with this introverted extroverted feeling. Okay, it's like a paradox. And through most of my life, I mean, I always knew I wanted to make connections. I knew I wanted friends. I wanted relationships, but at the same time, I knew I could only take so much of people. You know, it's like being spoon fed something, medicine. You like it in the beginning, but then it doesn't taste so good after a couple spoonfuls. You're already sick of it. That's what most friendships were like. Even though they were nice people, they were good people, but somehow, yeah, they drained you. You could only take them so long. And if you overstayed yourself at parties, if you overstayed yourself in front of people, then you felt exhausted the next day. And then it took you 3 days to recover. Right. But through the most of our life, I couldn't regulate it. I didn't know what it was because you longed for that. You longed for that connection, extroverted feeling, but you needed that introspective, solitary time as well. And that without understanding yourself early on in your life, that's a doozy because you're always drained. Because you're like, what's wrong with me? Why am I always tired?
Why is it, I can't hold a relationship? I can't have a girlfriend for more than 2 months. Or maybe in some case, female INFJs, maybe you can't have a boyfriend or a man for friend for a while. Maybe some do, right? But yeah, even that, I've always had issues with that. But again, these are things we had to feel around in the dark. These are the things part of that navigation of that car that we could not quite uh, muster up. Okay, this was some of the things I'm talking about. Just these are some of the major connections I'm talking about. Then there's all these little subtle things too. A lot of just like conflicting thoughts. Your INFTJ loops. Things you want to try, and just the little bit of incompletions. So that you always had a lot of things going on in your mind, things that were kind of tugging you back and forth. But again, like I said, you're feeling self around the dark. All of a sudden, you find out what the MBTI type is. Now, some people don't even have any really gumption for what it is, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they don't really need it. Doesn't really appeal to them. They're not really into the psychiatry, the psychological, the understanding of personality, because it just doesn't really appeal. Some of these types, ESTPs, ENFPs, I mean, they may to an extent have a little bit of interest, but it doesn't take root like it does in some of us, especially introvert INs, and especially us, because it's just that whole major piece of puzzle that we've discovered. It's like it's like a massive piece of puzzle that we've been trying to piece together our whole life, and all of a sudden we've been given this really big piece, a really big piece that just figured out a lot of your puzzle. Okay, maybe not every bit. Some of it you got to figure out on your own, but it was a massive chunk that just helped you right along. Yeah. Now, again, this is my plight. I can only imagine that some of us can testify to this. That this is what their life was as well. Okay, like zombies, for example. LOL. Okay, let's see. Lucyverse. Like maybe they used it to go. Oh, LOL. Maybe they use it too, but it goes with God save the Queen. King of Hair, and it can be kept calm and add whatever it works. Now, what are we talking about? Are we talking about our FE? I'm not sure what we were talking about. I might have to wear my zombie unicorn tomorrow. Zombie unicorn? Really? You got one of those? A unicorn, that's pretty rare right there. And zombies, is that a, what do you have, like a, what is that? So you wear it? Keep me, Genesis, keep me calm, carry on. British, I think I have seen and sang with the Union Jack in the background. That's cool. Nice rose. I'm just saying, if I ever got one, I mean, I'm not actively looking for one, but I would put them in there just for our English neighbors, Australian neighbors. I would do that just to make us feel a little more at home, you know, because okay, that's cool. Nose, that's cool. Rose, nice. Okay, I have a shirt that says "Keep calm and kill zombies." Oh, jeez. I got ADHD and a Ferrari brain with push bike brakes. A brain with push bike brakes. Yeah, but you got like a super turbo engine, right? But the brakes are like, yeah, they don't stop you quick enough, right? Is that what you mean? Like the brakes can't stop with that high powered motor engine. Yeah, I get it. Um, hey, that's what I'm talking about right there, right? That's a very British saying. Okay, yeah, the a place in Spain that like England, like England in the 50s. Oh, is that right? Yeah, there's places like that. There's a place in Spain that's like England in the 1950s. LOL. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I heard Cuba's like that. I know. Listen, I know Cuba is what it is, but I heard they have all these old cars like old 50, 55. Well, the thing is because I mean, you got to figure back in the whole embargo, the whole the coup that took place in Cuba was back in what 1958, early 59, when Castro was the whole guerrilla thing, looking at the, and they basically took it over by just by force, very very quickly. So after that happened, they weren't getting a lot of cars. So whatever cars were left there on the island from like the 50s stayed there. And that's all they really had. And being that they were in a tropical weather, they probably didn't rot that much. They had to maintain them. So I heard all the cars are just whatever were left there because they don't do a lot of commerce. They don't get a lot of cars for their people now that they're um, under under totalitarianism from Fidel Castro. Now it's Raul Castro, whoever that might be. I know, just a plethora of historic nonsense is what I got here, right? Yeah, that's all it is. But plethora of geographical, historical. Uh, who cares? I'm only kidding, people. It's good to know a little bit of history about that. But like I said, you said that there's a place that's like the 1950s in England. Now I would imagine what they have a lot of old cars. Do they dress like in like traditional suits, like English attire? Like they dressed similar, and they have similar like customs. I mean, do they? Are there parts of Spain that have a more of an English influence, like in their, language wise? I'm just asking questions. If you say that there's a part in Spain like that, yeah, I can imagine so. But there's a couple of countries like that that are very, that aren't really developed beyond like a certain time. Hey, there's a couple towns up here in New Hampshire. Okay, I've driven through some of these towns, and they have these old gas stations that haven't changed since like the early 60s, and there's still like these old like like these convenience stores, like these mom and pop stores with the old gas station out front that looks like it hasn't been re-upped in 80 years. And there's a certain town that says, "Oh my gosh, you drive through these towns, it looks like you're in a twilight zone in a sense, like you're going back in time. Like, remember the old Twilight Zone? Well, all of a sudden you're driving down a road, and all of a sudden everything just changes, and it's like you look like you went to the time warp. We're all, it's like you're in a, it's kind of like that. Some towns are like that up here. So I mean, I think it's just the fact that they're just on so much of the outskirts. There's so many of these towns in New Hampshire that are very um, behind the times, I guess you could say. So I understand what that is. So there's a few towns like that here in the state, and I'm sure there's some other states and towns like that across the country. You know what I mean? That just didn't quite catch up with the times. I mean, they didn't really develop beyond a certain point. That's a problem. We take advantage of it. Uh, there you go. Now, people, if it's okay with you, I'm going to go take a little break and go use the facilities at the other end of the house, and I will return as soon as possible, and then I'll be able. And plus, I want to stretch my legs a little bit. I've been sitting on my butt here for a bit, so give me just a few minutes, people. Please don't go away. And if you do, come on back in like 2 minutes. Now, this would be a good time for YouTube to show a commercial. Okay, YouTube, do what you got to do. All right. Be right back. All right, and we are back. Back from our break. Back from our slight detour into the abyss of the. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of something to say here. Trying to make it all poetic and all kind of cool, but sometimes the words just aren't there if they're not rehearsed. If you don't have them written down, sometimes you try too hard. They just happen. You know what I mean? ADD, ad, or is that like ADHD, attention deficit disorder? You good? Oh, okay. Um, okay, we still have 8 watching. Okay. Hopefully people are coming on back. Hopefully YouTube did put their commercial in and now they'll let us have our time. Hopefully we're not bogged down by too many. Early on in the broadcast, I was told that there was some breaks in this, commercial breaks, of course. I mean, that is part of how YouTube is as annoying as commercials are. That's how these stations function. That's monetarily what it is. I mean, it's kind of like one of those necessary things, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So, the dark, mysterious tunnels of my abode. Ooh, wow, you got tunnels in your abode? Really? What kind of tunnels you got there? Honey Rose, you got tunnels? Yeah, that's kind of deep. Hey, go figure. Deep tunnels, huh? Yeah, there you go, huh? You good? Wow, his screen must look weird when the with the monitor. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's just a regular monitor. I'm kind of looking at myself right now, just watching the transmission, watching the chat, obviously. Um, yeah, but it's all in live time. It's actually not delayed. When I'm seeing it, I'm seeing it live. I can imagine that when you're getting the transmission, there's probably a 6 to 8 second delay from the time I'm speaking to the time you see it. But I'm sure of that, of course. Oh, for you, Tom, the ad didn't show for me until you got back. Oh, so then they get back and then they want to throw that in there, huh? Well, hopefully, like I said, it doesn't take too much out of what I'm saying. I hope it doesn't, hopefully I'm not saying anything like, oh, wow, that's really cool. And it's like, I hope it's just something stupid I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Sometimes they say stupid stuff, but sometimes they say good stuff. You know what I mean? I would hope so. The camera was pointed at your monitor. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Is that what it was? Yeah. This camera. Yeah. See, it's one of those cameras. You got to see this thing. I don't have a mirror. It's like he's got 2 eyes and he looks like a little. Remember Wally from that movie Wally? He looked like a little, like a little droid or R2D2. He's kind of just a little, looks like a little robot almost. Got a couple eyes. He's got a little light. Kind of cute, actually. His name's Emmett, and he follows me too. Like if I move my hand around, he'll start moving around, and that's what I mean. These are signals too. It's actually kind of cool. It's just a cool webcam I got here. You got your 4,000 watch hours yet? Yes, I do, Jethro. Yes, I actually got them a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. Now, it all is based upon watch time and watch hours and also views. Now, my views are still, I mean, they're not into the thousands. I'm still a small channel. I mean, um, I'm still a small guy, relatively, channel wise. That is okay. Let me clear that up. I'm a small guy when it comes to my channel. Okay. I mean, I got some big things. In other words, okay, I don't want to go there, but but anyway, um, I would have to say that the views could be higher. I mean, obviously, I would have to work real hard and try to put out other videos that would get hundreds and thousands of watch time hours to make a real like monetary difference. But you know, for right now, I'm happy with the fact that I just have some kind of purpose, some kind of a connection, something that keeps me going too. I feel like this is in a sense therapy for me. Now, you may think, oh, this guy's got a great social life. We see him here every week. He talks and he looks like, he looks like a guy that could be a cool DJ sitting behind the thing and turning records and coming up with jokes. He'd be a pretty good DJ, this guy. He's kind of, but you got to understand something, people. This is probably the most talking I do all year. I mean, all week, actually. All year, too. Now, not to say I don't talk to anybody, but it's not as much as it is now. I mean, I'm pretty much I'm very typical. I'm a kind of guy that, and the older I get, the more content I get, you know. So okay, I know I kind of ran off a little bit, but yeah, I think that's part of what it is. I still get big plans, and it's just there's so much. Like I said, I talk about that high end sports car, trying to learn how to push the buttons. I feel like that is literally a computer with me. Sometimes I'm all the windows that have to be looked at, all the apps that I got. This, like the OBS and the Da Vinci. I mean, starting to edit videos and put things together. I'm telling you, that is like you almost need a college education. I mean, well, I don't know, literally. I suppose you could do it on your own, but it's almost like you really need to spend a lot of time in front of a computer and learning. It's a craft. It's a lot. It's very involved. Put it that way. I mean, yeah, I put together videos, I put together talks and things like that. But in comparison to some of the like really building a whole video with like adding content, adding other content to it, whether or not it be commentary, whatever. That takes a lot of work. And plus, of course, understanding all the guidelines, making sure you don't copyright, not playing anybody's music. You can't play any music even for more than 5 seconds, or you get like a copyright strike on your channel. I never do that. I try to watch out. There's certain like music that you have to play, in a playlist. Like that music I put on my last video, that's all part of the whole YouTube library. They give you certain music selections that you could use. It's just generic music. It's not anybody's. But there's a certain level of, there's certain generic music that's not copyright you can use. So, but again, it's so much stuff to learn, very much so. And again, it's like trying to find the time to, trying to squeeze in time and to do all that. It's a commitment. Plus, I mean, I'm trying to watch tutorial videos, trying to watch all these YouTube tutorial videos to learn things. And I learned a little bit. I learned quite a bit in the last year, but still a lot to learn. I have no intro in my mind if I were to do the thing, but I am computer illiterate and would have zero idea how to do anything. Heck, I don't even know if I have a camera. Yeah, that's what I mean. I have enough to know I set up a microphone, a camera, it just to go live on my computer, just to know I had to download Chrome, go through this and set all that. And that took a little bit of, but once I did it, once it was established, it was cool. So I keep thinking once I figure some level out, then I'm good with it. Then they have it. But again, just copying and pasting things sometimes, just knowing certain buttons is, takes a lot to know. Welcome to the garden, Rosebud. Honey Rose, find a place to rest and grow. Oh, there you go. You can play the music and then have YouTube take it out after I do that sometimes. LOL. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The only thing is, you really don't want to push your luck with with copyright material in any way. I mean, you got to figure your channel. Channel turns out some of these serious YouTubers they establish channels, and it's a livelihood. Some of them, some of these channels become like businesses. Okay, they push their items. They have certain things they sell. Their videos become part of it's their craft. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to think someday I get to that point, somewhat, but I mean, I'm kind of starting late in the race here, but I mean, I like to think someday it would be that way, but it was a lot more entailed than I imagined. I mean, I thought when I first started, yeah, just get into a level of get your hours, get your subscribers. You know, that's what you need. These first things, and then you get these, and it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, but these videos I'm only making like, you know, like pennies here and there, literally almost cents. Like I get, it's like I was like, oh gosh, hey, I got another nickel today. Hey, I think I got a dime or a quarter worth. So it is in every 1,000 views that you have for a video, it's like something like almost $20 for 1,000. So if you're getting only a couple hundred, likes here and there, a couple hundred views, yeah, it's like cents. It's so that's what I mean. It would have to be that, or either that, or I would have to start marketing like things. So, but again, I know I say it all the time. I got a lot to learn. I got a lot to learn, and there's a lot more work involved in YouTube, being a YouTuber than I imagined. But I'm learning this stuff. I mean, I'm just seeing it firsthand. I mean, if you really want to succeed, how busy you really got to get, and your niche has a lot to do with it. Now, myself, I think a lot of what really binds a YouTuber, a good YouTuber, is just they have to find a niche that connects. I think the one thing I've always taken out of being a YouTuber is one thing, be yourself, and you have to be somebody that people are going to want to listen to. I mean, I may not be for everybody. There's a lot of people that wouldn't, but there's certain people that do like this. Okay, so but you have to have a certain niche that appeals to a. You're gonna have to find the people, but that's what the algorithm is supposed to find the people that are going to like what you have to offer. That's what it's supposed to be. Um, Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work so well. I mean, it seems like, yes, PlayStation, parentheses, stream old retro PC2 games is cool. Oh, all right. We're talking video games. Two things. Uh, so we got Lucyverse, try things. The audience takes the niche down when something hits. You don't have to know everything right away. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't know everything right away, but you hope that you're at least learning a little bit every day. All you can expect is to keep evolving a little bit. All that. That's all you really can do. Maybe streaming older games, but don't know what is allowed. Older games. I have no idea what my content or niche would be. You know what? I actually started a different channel. In fact, it's kind of like right now, it's kind of dormant. I only put out a handful of videos, but it was about psychology. I was going to I put a couple videos out early on, and it was just basically about street smarts, psychology, being streetwise. Just things that I've learned in the course of my life, just growing up. Working for a living and growing up in like busy streets, and just I think a lot of it had to do with intuition too, and developing that whole intuition. I knew it was intuitive, but I think that's what it was, and I was focusing on how our moods, how our moods, our emotions are tied in a sense to the planet, to the world. I mean, like we have volatile weather, we have peaceful, calm, tranquil weather. We have cold, harsh winters, but we also have warm, pleasant days. We might have thunder showers that just wipe everything out. You see? And I was starting to compare how somehow we are, in a sense, linked to the universe. And this was part of what it was in the psychological, but I've always thought that way. But I started making a couple videos based on that. But again, it was got a few handfuls of subscribers and stuff like that. Nothing major. And then I thought, I'm going to start another channel, but what am I going to do? And then I thought, why not do an INFJ channel? Why not do MBTI? And I'll just talk about me because I found out that's what I am. And I know it's a rare personality. I'm like, it's the rarest. Then you find out how rare it is, the most rare of the 16. I thought, why not just do INFJ stuff? And I'm thinking, I was kind of inspired by FJ. FJ is like, he's one of my biggest inspirations, FJ. Jay Scott, there's a few other ones. FJ's got that certain, he's got a personality. He's obviously INFJ, but he's got a way about him. I mean, he's got his own production too. He puts on the wigs, the makeup. I mean, he's hilarious. And he's got scripts. He's very, very clever. He inspired the crap out of me. That guy's like very, very successful. But what do we got here? Plus, it's a test of the water, so I have a range of things on my channel, and I ended up with 3,900 subscribers. Oh, is that right? Now you tell us a little bit about your channel there. That's why you said something about a microphone earlier. That's right. I said you must have a channel. That's right. Now is Lucyverse the name of your channel? I might check that out. I might just click on that and see what you're all about. Now, what is it? Not sure what you're doing here exactly, but I'll have to check it out. Is it something based on MBTI? Now, obviously, if you're drawn to this channel, you must have introverted, intuitive, maybe you're INFJ. I would imagine something's touching your heart there. I would think so. No, that's cool. But we'll have to check that out. But anybody who's hearing that, if you'd like to check out Lucy's channel, you can do that. Listen, anybody that wants to give a little plug, if you got a channel, I'm sure we might take a peek at your channel. I do that from time to time. I've even subscribed to a couple. I've even subscribed to some channels that I've met here on this format. Yeah, we can check it out. That's my name, Lucy. Okay, Lucyverse. Why see you? Hey, why see you? Is that like a question? Why see you? Oh, I ate one. Oh, I see you ate one too. See, that's another thing like that. You could get out of all those, right? I'm ENTP. Oh, okay, but they say INFJs are good for me. Oh, is that right? EN. So extroverted, intuitive, thinking and perceiving. No kidding. Yeah, that would have to be, because I know one thing, INFJs, sometimes they can rub each other the wrong way. I mean, figuratively. I mean, I think there's a certain connection that we have together, but sometimes INFJs, if they're too close in like friendships or relationships, they're so close that they're almost like too much a mirror of each other. Kind of like those magnets, two opposite ends of a magnets kind of push each other apart. So I've actually heard that sometimes INFJs with each other don't always jive. I mean, I suppose they can. I think we do. I know we do. It's not to say we don't, but I think, especially in like I said, friendships and like personal relationships, I think sometimes it's too close. But so so that particular one, the E, what did you say? It was the ESENTJ. TP is it's good. So that's a good compatible one for the INFJ, huh? Okay, that's interesting. It's very interesting to know. To think that a more extroverted one would be, yeah, found you. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, but my first channel was that I put out, like I said, a series of videos, and one time I was talking about how, just how to radiate a certain presence in like the streets, in your, the same way sometimes we have an animal instinct as well. I mean, I think in a sense, and I think this is intuition talking, and I think that being that we're human beings, we are half animal, we are animal body, and we have animal drives, and we hunger, we thirst, we lust, we have drives that like an animal, and we have to forage for food and hunt, build shelters like an animal. But of course, we have that divine side. And I'm telling you, we're a hybrid between divinity and animal. Okay. We were created by God in his image, but we were given an animal body, and we were subjects to the stresses of the world, stresses of the physical boundaries of our world. So we have, not only do we have the physical boundaries of our tangible world that we have to be subject to, but we also have internal spiritual longings, internal strifes. Okay, so that's the hybrid between the two of us. Animals aren't built that way. Animals are more just built for the stresses of the environment, of the world itself. I mean, whatever it is that they're designed to be, they don't think, they don't introspect, they don't ask where they're from, they don't ask who is their creator. They do not ask these contemplative, deep philosophical questions about their existence. Animals don't do that. We're the only, that's what makes us a human being. We're beings. Beings have that depth of dimension. We have that. Okay. But again, part of my channel was talking about that, how that's what we are. I mean, I was going to start it that way. I mean, I evolved it into this channel. I just kind of took this one over. And again, I mean, maybe I'll take that channel. It's still dormant out there. It's I actually changed the name of it. I can't remember what it was. I changed it to the Sigma Man Chronicles. I was going to start up another one, like they call it the Sigma Chronicles, but it just never. I haven't got around to that one yet. Um, but it was basically about how we have certain instincts within us. I mean, we have certain animal instincts, but also just the way certain animals camouflage themselves. Certain animals blend into the scenery, like chameleons turn a certain color. And they adapt to the background, and certain moths and butterflies do the same thing, or they have certain markers. Some animals, like blowerfish, they expand their body to be much larger, and they try to just as a show to make them look more aggressive, maybe harder to swallow if they get all puffed up. But bigger fish can't swallow a big puffed up fish, you see. But some of these are decoys, and of course, some animals use their teeth, their claws, their speed to be the hunters. The predators have these things. So depending, but I think human beings have a lot of combinations spiritually of all different animals. And depending on who you are, your character, your spirit, your personality, that will determine your makeup of your character in a sense. I mean, is your personality more of a predator type, a hunter type, or are you more like the grazer type? You see what I'm saying? Are you one that grazes? Are you more like the prey? See, certain animals, certain people are like prey. Certain animals are predators. Psychologically, I mean, some people like try to rise up and be more dominant over other people. Sometimes governments, sometimes totalitarian governments over their subjects of people. Sometimes they do it individually. The bully in the schoolyard, the tough guy who's taking your lunch money. Okay, so there's certain characteristics that we have in common with nature. It's up to us to understand the depth of where it goes, and it's up to us not to be just that react to things in a physical sense, in always in a reactive sense, like the animal, but we have to do it almost in a combination, cerebrally, mentally, with wisdom, with intellect, with spirit, with divine spirit, inspiration. You see, with that combination, it's up to us to put ourselves together, but it's also part of our forging on as human beings to learn these things, to develop, to grow, to evolve. I mean, yeah, animals evolve in a sense too, but we have to too. Now that's kind of what the show was. Now I don't even think I got that deep on the show. I think I expounded more on that here on the channel. You know what I mean? So I'm down to 4 people watching now. um, well, this is true. I'm looking into that just yesterday. I might be easier because my element is air. Oh, okay. My Your element is air. What does that mean? Okay, I'm going to read some of your comments there. Clips are, hey, we got here. Clips are us. Frank James gets more like views and big content creators in less than a day. I know that. I know that. But also, Frank James is like a million and a half subscribers as well. I mean, he got a million of subscribers a few years ago, and he's still growing his channel. And yeah, that's his business. I mean, the guy's probably very, very lucrative with that whole thing. Yeah. I guess he went ahead. He's got married. He's married. He's got a couple of kids. He brings it up every so often. He doesn't put that out there too much, but yeah, he's Yeah, he made a name for himself. Funny thing is, you know what his best move? You know what his best videos are? By the way, clips are us. That's a new name actually. I don't think you might have been here once before. I can't remember, but some of his earliest videos are some of the best ones. I like watching those ones where he's just sitting in his room and he's talking and he looks kind of, "Hi, people. How you doing there? This is your boy FJ here," and he's talking. And sometimes he's got that look in his eye that's, you can tell he had a lot of things in his mind. Sometimes he's like, "Today I just was thinking, and well, I was kind of depressed," and then he talks about like his day, and he tries to spill out how his life is going at that time, but you could still tell he's feeling out his path, and that he didn't find his niche yet. He didn't find that whole direction of where he was going, but he evolved very fast. And then he started getting more into like you could see how he evolved, and then he got into 16, and then he got into his skits, his whole comedy skits where he's playing different characters. He's got a set of glasses, he's got wigs, he's got a wardrobe. He changes them too. He's amazing though. But I mean, again, that's all his niche though. So, but I mean, but he encompasses all 16 of them. He just kind of makes sure he talks and like acts in a certain way, the way you would think is typical of that type. You know what I mean? But he's an INFJ. He's said many times he is INFJ. He's somebody detected that, and you can tell when he's talking on his early videos. He looks like a very young, kind of naive, like he's still trying to figure himself out. He looks kind of like he's got a kind of deer in the headlight look in his eye. Like you can still tell he's young, trying to figure himself out. He looks a little more assertive now. Nowadays, you can tell he looks more together, a little more, way more polished. In like 8 years. So I think that was his whole development. But you can tell he puts a lot into his channel, and you got to figure that's his job. I mean, he is a professional what he does in every sense. So clips of rest. It's because the persona in his videos he does. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But he makes them funny. He's comical. He makes comedies out of them, and they're funny in their own way, like a unique brand of comedy that he does. It's like so he's very clever. He did a video about getting to a dead end with talking about only INFJs and personality types, and he almost quit it altogether. I don't remember the video. Listen, if you look at his early on videos, I could see that happening. Like, because I'm telling you that you can see it in him that he was still feeling his way around. Like he was just discovering his type. He decided to get this channel up, and his early videos, you could see he's still trying to figure himself out. And like I said, he even has that look in his eye, like he's just kind of a babe in the woods in a sense, like a deer in the headlight, like we had when we were young, like he's still trying to figure out the world. So yeah, but yeah, you could tell. But some of those actually, I get a lot out of those because he's so authentic. Those videos, I see those, and I see the trueness of it. He's just talking about his thing, and you can tell he did a lot of studying into the MBTI. He studied a lot into the whole typology, went very deep into the whole system with all many different personalities. Deeper than now. See, I focus mainly on ours. I mean, I read up a little bit. I watch a lot of videos on YouTube. I absorb a lot of information I hear from people. So I mean, I know a lot from that, but I just take my own mind and what my own mind does. I mean, kind of like what Carl Jung did. Carl Jung mapped out his entire mind, and he did it just instinctively. He spent a lot of time in solitude. Now I mean, he's been labeled as INFJ, but I mean, he's definitely intuitive, and he's definitely has all the attributes. He saw that introverted intuitive mind for what it is, and he tried very vastly. Even he couldn't figure out exactly the depth of that, but just basically used his own mind as his own like experiment on figuring it himself out. Yeah. But again, I think I've even had a video about that too recently about the feud between Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung and how they went at one time they worked together, but Sigmund Freud basically he just basically tossed them aside because he couldn't see certain things. And Freud was very rigid. Freud was my way or the highway. I say it, what I say goes. He was very rigid. He didn't have an open mind, let's say, not especially not to Carl Jung. But also Carl Jung detected, he said in one of his autobiographies, he sensed that Sigmund Freud had his own demons. He had his own shadows that he didn't figure out yet. I mean, he was a psychologist, very good at it, but he had his own demons, you know. And of course, a good majority of what Sigmund Freud, a lot of his philosophy is that a lot of our drives, our impulses, our a lot of our ills that we have basically is a lot of repressed, like sexual kind of repression. Like we act out our own lusts and our own, like greed, for instance. The lust for money is actually a replacement for the drive of like a sex drive. See, a lot of what Sigmund Freud had put into the emphasis of everything that derives us ego wise, and our greed, our wants, our desires. Say you want that car over there. That's because you lack something. It's like a replacement for your drive for sex, for instance. Now there's some validity to these claims. I mean, I think that there is some of that. I think that sometimes that latent drive isn't always that latent. It comes out in other ways. I mean, certain like experiences. I mean, like euphorias that we have, like when we want to reach like a point of like, let's say the whole idea of gambling. Let's say this. Here's an example of that. The whole idea of gambling, the whole winning and losing of gambling, and it becomes like an addiction. It can become it can be addictive to somebody, and they can't stop throwing their money into something. It's the high and low of winning that money. Now you win $1,000 into that poker, or you win $1,000 in that slot machine. You see all cherries come up, and they dump all that money. You see, that's like a euphoria. Is similar to I don't know if I can say the word, when you reach that peak in like an orgasm. Okay, I'm going to say it. You see, that he used to say that Sigmund Freud that said that every time we have that release, when we have attained something, when we have conquered something, was in a sense that the mirrored that whole a release of a sexual experience. But he based a lot of his whole emphasis on that. Now, I think Carl Jung, he heard that. He understood. He said to an extent that is true, but he said that it wasn't all that. It wasn't as deep as he got with that. And that was some of the fallout he got too. Is it wasn't as vast as Sigmund Freud was saying. A lot of it had to do with the emptiness of spirit. Okay, and now again, that was another thing too. Freud had no spirit. Freud was an atheist. Freud believed that anybody who believed in God, Christianity, deity, they were basically looking at a fable to fill them. It was just a crutch. It was a dual delusion in a sense. And now that philosophy still spread to this day. There was no spirit there. We were just protoplasm thrown together. Once we get a brain that formed, and our consciousness was our id, that just gave us a spark that we were alive. And everything that we gathered was just our influences that we had to deal with. And of course, we had the ego, the super ego. The ego, that the super ego basically was that barrier that kept us from going beyond a certain point. You know what I mean? But like obviously, you don't hurt somebody, you don't take somebody. There's a level of consciousness, or there should be anyway. There should be where you provide for yourself, but you don't over provide. You don't overstep yourself. That was the super ego to him. So it was all just how it was computed into the spirit. Carl Jung didn't see that, and he let it be clear. He wasn't just going to drink the Kool-Aid and agree with Sigmund Freud. He said no. That he said that there are some differences there, but he also believed that the derivement of human spirit had a lot to do. Now, listen, as INFJs, as we know, we have a very deep spiritual connection with ourselves, right, with the Creator, as Carl Jung did. He sensed that, and he knew that a lot of what drove human beings was an incompletion, was that burning, uh, that empty spot. He had that empty spot. We all do. To an extent, we have a lone spot within us, and we sense it. We're introspective. We sense it. And I talk about this all the time. That is not a sexual drive. That is not a repressed drive that Sigmund Freud was trying to say. No, this was a spiritual longing for completion with your Creator, and he knew that. You see. Now, again, I think INFJs gravitate highly to the Sigmund Freud side because of these things, because because we're seeing that. You see. Now, I had a whole video based on that. Basically, I'm actually elaborating a little deeper onto that whole concept right now, but that that was basically the fallout between the two. Now, what was it? What was my point, though? I was trying to make a point, but I kind of ran away a little bit. I was talking about Frank James and stuff, and I kind of ran away. I kind of jumped down a huge rabbit hole there. But I think a lot of it was as I was trying to explain some of the fallouts in psychology. Now, Freud and Jung are almost the two different concepts of psychology. I mean, they're very vastly different. But most of a good majority of the established world sides with the Sigmund Freud camp, a good majority of it, because a lot of majority of the world are extroverted types. They're seeing that, and they want to they just want to believe that whole concept. So a lot of the universities, colleges, most of your higher learnings gravitate toward the Sigmund Freud psychology. He was the grandfather of psychology. But I'd say Carl Jung has his own following, but he has a fringe following. But I think what it is that introverted, intuitive types, especially, gravitate to him because he's seeing a depth. He does see another dimension. I mean, Freud was kind of very limited. He was very narrow in some ways. I mean, he was deep in a lot of ways, but also very narrow. I think Carl Jung, I think, was much deeper with his psychological advancement, only because he saw the introverted intuitive. He was taking it from that side, and he had a very deep, vast understanding of that, and he mapped that out. He really did. I mean, I'm going to say he was INFJ. They call him that. So I mean, but again, that was a part of a video that I had put out. I'm hoping they like GST 6 because that's what's happening in November. GTS 6. I'm not sure what that is. Interesting. Everybody got a kink. They're going to so many people streaming GTA. So, okay, you're talking about something over there. I'm not sure. A lot of times I get talking, I go down my rabbit holes, and I just kind of ramble on, and people start talking about about different things. You start chatting amongst each other, which is good. Again, I hope Vamp Fox is okay. I kind of miss her. I've been missing her the last couple of weeks. I kept hoping Vamp would say hello tonight. Hope she's doing okay. I know, like I said, I'm kind of thinking. I hope maybe she's just busy with work and life and whatever. Maybe that's all it is. I'm just hoping that, because she was complaining, like I said, she had some health things going on there. So hopefully she's all right, So if you're hearing this, Vamp, if you happen to be watching this broadcast, if you're seeing this, maybe not live, we're thinking about you. Okay. I hope you're okay. All right. So I just want to go on record of saying that, huh? I just dawned on me. It's like, yeah, Vamp Fox is one of those. I think for months she's been here like almost every weekend for like very many months, and now it's like she's one of the few that I look forward to seeing because there's some. In fact, a lot of the regulars. There's many of you regulars out there. When I don't see you come on, I miss you. I'm like, oh wow, because you're here. She's one of those. We miss Vamp. Yeah, yeah. Genesis. I was wondering where she is. She's almost here. Almost every. I mean, obviously, Justin, you're another one. There's a lot of yous out there. Honey Rose, I've been seeing a lot of you a lot. Lish, of course, Jethro's out there. I see a lot of people coming back. I haven't seen a lot of. I feel like what's his name? Hidden Harp. I'm not. I wonder what happened to Harp. I haven't seen him for a while either. I figure he must be busy. I mean, sometimes I know life catches up to us. Sometimes. Michael B42. B Michael. Hey, wait a minute. That's a name. I seen you last week, B Michael. We were talking about something. Just jumped on, Tom. Thanks for streaming tonight. You and the group were great help Sunday with the advice on ascending their inner child. Yes, yes, I do remember that. I do remember you jumped on. You had some great questions. And I look forward to questions like that. Now, listen, I'm not a perfect. I never I don't study psychology. I'm not like a doctorate in psychology, but I do have a doctorate in life, in experience, and who I am, and I know what my mind. And I think we all are. We all have a doctorate in our experience, and I think being that we are students of psychology our entire life, I think that says a lot. Okay, and but I'm glad it helped you out there. Uh, so you have anything you'd like to add now, Mike? Weren't you talking about maybe starting a channel? And you were talking about you didn't think you could do the live. Somebody was like, "Oh, put your glasses on." Okay, what did I miss something? All right, Honey Rose, put your glasses on. Okay. Hey, Tom, I got two chats up there you missed. Oh, did you? Chat? Okay, clips. Okay, let me find them out. All right. All right. I missed some chats. I do. Listen, I go down. I ramble on and I lose track of people. I'm sorry. Uh, Quit was a huge inspiration. Okay. Okay. What do we got here? Clips are us. I'm looking. Is it this one? I'm going to find that video. That's a big reason I came up with the idea to call my channel the personality pill. I didn't want to talk only about the INFJ. That video he did about wanting to. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he wants to be more in the 16. He wants to do a lot of different. He wants to encompass a lot of different of the MBTI. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to find that. Okay, that video. Is that the one you're talking about? He did a video about getting a dead end. Okay, wait. Now, who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Did videos on. He did a video about getting to a dead end with talking about. Oh, that was FJ. Okay, I remember that one. Did I miss another one? Another one I miss up there. Clips of Frank James gets more likes and views than big content creators in less than a day. Yeah, I know that. If you do a couple of videos of the INFJ as a persona, you'll get more views. That's why Frank James gets a bleep ton of views and likes. It's actually crazy about how many he gets. It's also because he throws on a lot of costumes. He goes into character. I mean, he puts a lot of work into it. He's got his green screen. He does like character. He's got a whole script. He puts in a lot of work, and he's funny. And what the thing is he holds his audience. He captivates his audience with the way he does this. Is because I was watching him. I mean, yeah, he throws on these mustaches, he puts on girl wigs, and he plays girl roles sometimes, and he puts on like he puts on the dresses or whatever. So he's got many different characters. He's trying to also write scripts that each and every one of these characters would say. Is that what we were talking about? Okay. Basically, that we were talking about Frank James, and then that's when I ran off into Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. I went on my monologue there. Snakes of fire on dragons, so close. I'm not sure what I would be, snake or fire, and I'm a dragon. That is so close. I'm also Cancer, water. Oh, honey rose. Okay. Now that sounds like a really interesting dream. Snakes and fire and dragons. I could picture like having one of those dreams where you're trying to decipher, interpret it, having all that kind of stuff in there. Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah. So is that what we were talking about though? Okay, I'm reading some of your other ones here. I'm going to find the video. Uh, that's a big reason he came up with the idea of calling the channel the personality pill. No, I believe that's Jethro's got the personality pill. That's his channel. What are you talking about there? That's already taken, I do believe. Unless you're talking, okay. Lucyverse. Okay, I'm just Clips of Us. I was just saying Frank James inspired me to name the channel the personality pill and not to do any INFJ channel. Well, what see, here's what's confusing me. The personality pill, that's Jethro's channel, very same one. Are you talking about Jethro? Wait, Clips of Us. Wait, is that you? Wait a minute, Jethro, is that your other undercover? Are you borrowing somebody's phone, Jethro? Okay, wait. You're Jethro. It's got to be. Okay. Excuse me. You must be borrowing a different phone. Okay. It just dawned on me. Wait, come on. Come on, Tom. Yeah, it's Jethro there. He's undercover. Just dawned on me, man. It's like, hey, wait a minute. He's taking a, oh, wait, that is him. It's got to be. All right. Yeah, I get it. No, I get it now. It dawned on me. Sometimes I'm a little slow, things got to catch up, I got to process things, This is my other channel. I was test you. Oh, okay. No, all right, I get it. No, at first I thought it was somebody. I'm like, who the hell's Clips of Us? I'm like, so what are you, a barber? It sounds like a barber's a handle or something. I can imagine that being okay. All right, I get it. Okay, I understand that now. All right. This is my other channel. I was to test you. Well, you got me for a couple minutes. All right, but I did go back and read your things. But bottom line is, I mean, yeah, Frank James, he's a huge inspiration. And if you were inspired by him, yeah, I could see that. I mean, he was one of those early on INFJs that I listened to when I first started getting interested in the INFJ and what he was talking about. And I like those early ones. Now, listen, I like his funny ones, but I really gravitate toward his early stuff because he's so real, very real. And you can read it in him that he's got that whole, it's almost like he reminded, like, you could see that he's got a little bit of confusion. He's like not really sure. You could see it, like I said, and he's, and like you said, and if you said he at one point was ready to give it up or just hit a dead end of things, I mean, I could see that because, you know, just trying to find a different niche. Maybe that's why he decided to branch off, because he was strictly talking about INFJs because he was one. And you could tell he had his own strifes internally. But he decided maybe just to go 16, and then he just decided to go the way he did. Man, that must have been his roadblock in it. He got past his roadblock very well, you know. This is going to be the channel. I put my nunchucks video. Clips of Us. Oh, that's right. You told me that last week, Jethro. I remember that. You said your nunchuck video was Clips of Us. Okay. All right. Got it. So I'll have to check that one out when you're ready. Now, yeah. I mean, every so often I do check your channel to see if you've downloaded anything. You know, you got a lot of like compilation, like stuff, like playlist of things, you know, all like MBTI stuff out there. So that's good. All right. So that's going to be a LOL confusing. Yeah. He, it just dawned, like I said, it took me a couple minutes. It dawned on me that he was doing that. Okay. So, um, yeah, but like I said, I think at some point maybe I could rekindle my other channel that I got. Like I said, it's called Sigma Man Chronicles, and I was going to try to maybe rekindle it. Maybe not exactly that way, but maybe go into a kind of a, you know, like a man channel, like men fighting. There's a lot of channels on YouTube's about that too. Like, like men discovering like their masculinity, their true core of a manhood. Because I think the society, this culture, is lost a lot of that. I think in a lot of ways, the culture kind of discourages in that so many times. I hear about toxic masculinity and stuff. I think at some point too, it's good to have a channel that talks about men being more, men, real men, real men, yeah, maybe some red pill stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of different stuff. I mean, when I get time, obviously, I just, yeah, the time and the stuff is very scarce right now. Sometimes, I'd have to take on like almost like spend all weekend just like trying to figure out how to do things. Yeah, tomorrow putting my first nunchucks video out. Hey, that's cool. This is going to be the channel I put my. Oh yeah, I saw that. Okay. Um, yeah, but you seem like a nice man. Well, thank you, Lucy. Lucyverse. And I want to see. Let me see a picture over there. I want to zoom on your picture. I can't do that. Okay. Uh, I can't see your. I'm trying to zoom in on it. It won't let me zoom in, but yeah, I'm seeing your picture a little bit over there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You look like a young lady. I'm just gonna guess. I'm not gonna guess your age. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do that. But you look like a young lady, and you're from Worcestershire, England. Yeah, I get that much. So yeah, listen, I try to be a good guy. Listen, I'm not a perfect guy. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. Gosh, I was married for 20 years. I've been divorced. You know how old I am? Just take a guess. Don't anybody give it away. How old do you think I am, Lucy? I know my haircut and I got a shave and I probably look very young. When you see me with that big old scruffy beard that's all white, yeah, I probably don't look that young then, but yeah, I'm a following you and learn. Uh, I'm a follow you and learn Jethro. There you go. Yeah. Uh, she has nice long hair. No, I see that. I can see she has long hair and everything. Yes, I see that. Yes. Oh, you're right on. Lucyverse. Either you got very good perception, you guessed that was 60. I'm actually 61. Gee, I'm actually a year older than you predicted. So I'm younger than what you predicted. So I guess I'm starting to look like a 60-year-old guy. Look at that. I got a lot of gray hair going there. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I feel all 60. Sometimes I feel much younger. Depends on the day, you know. You look like you, I looked at your birthday year. LOL. Oh, kind of a giveaway. 1965. That's 61 years ago. Go figure. All right, there you go. Tom is the silver fox. Yeah, 1965. Yes, I was born that year. That's right. That was it. I was born. So that makes me one of the oldest Gen Xers as well. Yeah, that was the first year of the Generation X. Yeah, and anybody born between that and 1980, that was Gen X. That was the forgotten generation. Yeah. So that was one of those generations where we were latchkey kids. My mom gave me like one of those necklaces that you got from like like the Marines where they put dog tags on you. They give you that necklace that clip together, and they put when you were in battle. I had one of those with a key, a house key around my neck. I wore it like a collar. And I do remember. They've been calling us the latchkey kids. Now that was common. I thought, it was just, I didn't find out till, didn't really give it a lot of thought, but there were a lot of kids that had that. I mean, they may not wearing them like collars. They might have put them in their pockets. They had a house key, but they would have let themselves in. And we cooked our own dinners before our mom got home, and we came home to an empty house. We came home to that. Yeah. Now I actually had a video about that. How I think there might have been a whole generation of INFJs, being that we had a generation of latchkeys. And during that whole time, I mean, a lot of things were happening and changing in the world, especially in the United States. Like there were a lot of divorces. Divorces got very. They started right around the '60s and '70s. The divorce rate started rising, birth rates started dropping, or things maybe not dropping, but things. Yeah, I think they did a little bit. The bottom line is we had a whole generation of Generation X where we grew up very independent. We were running the streets, and I grew up like that. And everything you heard about the Generation X is absolutely true, because that's the way me and my brothers grew up, especially I did. And yeah, I remember just wandering off alone so much. Sometimes I actually wondered if it was because of that, in the fact that the way I grew up, and that had a lot to do with molding me, forming in me into my personality type. And I actually had a video months ago, probably 6 months ago, called, it was about Generation X, and how did we have a lot of generation where we were latchkey kids? Did that lead to us being the isolated, solitary, independent types? I don't know. It's a good question. 'Cause I mean, but part of that was my development and but also genetics. If my mom, as I told you, my sweet late mom was this type, which I believe she was. I mean, I was kind of, I think I had the DNA, and I think I also had just the background for this. First of three, one of seven kids. Lish Lish, you were one of seven. My mom is 67. Lish Lish. Oh yeah. So she's a few years older than me. I've got brothers that would have been. My late brother Jimmy would have been 68 years old last month. Yeah. So I got brothers that are in their 70s. I got another brother that passed away. It'd be 73. And I'm the youngest. I'm 61. I got another brother who is 65. So yeah. So right in that generation, I'm third of three. Genesis. Oh, so you're the youngest out of three, Justin. Okay. First of three. I think you told me that, Jethro. You got you got a sister, and I think a sister and a brother, or two sisters. I can't remember. You told me some things. Yeah. Thanks, Red. Hey, is Red up there? Red? Okay, Lucy. ENTPs are smart. Oh, that's right. ENTPs are smart. Okay. How smart are they? Are they smart? I would think so. Extroverted, intuitive thinkers. Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's just that whole right there, and perceivers. Yeah, that would tell me that sounds like a good combination. Having extroverted sensing, but also having extrovert personality with the intuitive. Okay, seeing outward, gathering information, and figuring out your surroundings around you, while you are a thinker type, which is always going to give you that intelligence, and also the perceiving type, to be very, very cunning on your feet in the moment, making those spontaneous decisions, being very acute at the surroundings at your of your. And I don't know if I'm describing you or not, but I would think that that's just from the combination I'm looking at. That yeah, that would be an intelligent type. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Now I think each and every personality type has their own great uh, what you call attributes into who they are. But I think everybody has their own drawbacks, especially us. I mean, I think we definitely have drawbacks. There's no doubt. This don't test me. I might let the team down. Okay, we won't test you. All right. Hey, listen. I was just trying to troubleshoot a little bit about that type, and how that would be a smart type, and I could see that being the case. All right, I could. You know, I mean, what is the most unintelligent type? Hey, that's a good question. Is there a type that would have to be probably one that would be the most unintelligent? Yeah, I don't know. Is that possible? Or is everybody have a certain level of of gathering intelligence equally. Now, you could go ahead and say that, listen, the ESTP is the opposite of the INFJ. Their extroverted sense is their dominant function, and their introverted intuition is their least dominant. So they're backwards us. I mean, they are their second function, I do believe, would be, is it introverted feeling? Is it? No, wait, they'd have to be an extroverted. It would have to be extra. Oh, it would be. It would have to be introverted feeling, right? Because no, would that be their opposite? Oh, maybe not. Maybe somebody can help me out on that. I think it's an opposite. Maybe it's it would have to be their thinking. Maybe they're introverted thinking. So they're thinkers, but they're gathering, but they gather a lot of their insights from their world. They're very keen on their senses, and that also translates in them into being very keen into their nervous system. So they're very strong types. But one thing about the ESTP is the fact that being that they're P types, so they're spontaneous and they're thinkers. They have bad tempers. They could actually make irrational decisions in the moment. They could flare up. They're the types that might just haul off and hit somebody. You know what I mean? Kind of get aggressive. They're aggressive. In fact, I've said one time before that the prison system is full of those types. Yeah. They're the football player types. They're the athlete types. They're the strong types, the boxer types. Yeah, they're the linebackers. Yeah, that whole aggression. That I picture a linebacker on a football team, or even most of them. I mean, especially that I could picture, because they have to be spontaneous. They have to be physical. They have to be in the moment, in that physical moment at that time, which they're very good at. They're good in the now. I could picture them being a perfect linebacker. And that's your ESTP types. Now, does that make them unintelligent? No, I got to say they have a balance of their intelligence that they're gathering. They're able to think of things in that spot in the now. But their long-term thinking is not their greatest attribute. Kind of like what we have is the long-term planning and that judging function. They have the opposite. They make very spontaneous moves in that moment. They're not thinking long-term. And being that they're very, very thinker and extroverted, and they got that nervous system, their physicality, their whole outer appearance is like very dominant. So that's why they're typically very aggressive too. Yeah, and they're strong types. They're the type that like to probably lift a lot of weights. They make sure that they're in good peak physical condition. Yeah, they're known as being that physical type. ISTPs and ISFJs, small sample studies of inmates showing sensing, judging profiles can appear more frequently, partly due to baseline population trends and coping style, favorite routine. My gosh, Red 13, you are very smart. Sounds like you're studying on the MBTI here. That's let's see, ISTP, practical and observant traits show higher representation in select inmates survey. Oh, we're talking about the prison system. Basically, I already said that ESTPs are a lot of prisons, right? But I'm sure it's not just them. I didn't say it was just them. There's probably a good percentage of them. That's not all it is. ESTPs. Oh, so you're basically you're trying to answer the question. Are you saying that maybe those aren't the most intelligent? They're more the reactionary types. They're more the ones that are reactioning. They don't do a lot of internal thinking. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, Tom. That's a spot on analysis. No, I'm agreeing with that. Listen, Jethro, I'm agreeing with those with what he's saying. I mean, that's actually like textbook analysis right there is what he's saying. I get that. I mean, I'm seeing that. What I was saying is that, yeah, I said that there's a lot of them in the prison systems, ESTPs, but that's not the only ones. That's what I'm getting at. Practical and observant traits show higher representation in select inmate survey. Focus on mechanical adaptation to restrictive environments. Oh, okay, I get that. Yeah. So they're the types that can spend a lot of time in solitary confinement and be okay with it. Well, yeah, they're introverted, but they're sensors, thinkers, judges. Yeah, so long-term planning thinkers. So they spend a lot of time, and they're introverted, but they're also thinkers. So they spend a lot of time thinking in their head. But they're sensor types. I mean, they're not necessarily intuitive. I mean, there's probably a level of intuition everybody does, but I mean, I'm certainly thinking that they're very highly adapted to their surroundings, but they're also long-term planners. They're thinking ahead. Yeah, and they're the judger types. So I could see that. They'd be adaptive to just waiting out this sentence, I guess you could say. Well, anyway, that was some spot on analysis, as Jethro just got through saying there. Clips are us, that is. Yeah, very good. I'm glad to see that we got a lot of very hands-on people in this audience here that are very, very smart as well. You got to got to stay on your toes here. Yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. Um, but I mean, I'm not going to try to pick out and see what's the what would be the least intelligent type. But I mean, I don't think there's an answer to that. I think every type has great qualities, and I think every type has a certain quality that they excel in so many ways. It might be they. I'm sure we all have drawbacks. All have our pros and our cons. Hey, kind of like that baseball game. There was one time there was a baseball game, right? They had the Boston Red Sox, and they were going to play They went to Walpole, and they were going to play like the prisoners in the courtyard. As a kind of an exhibition game. So they called it the pros versus the cons. See? See? Pros and cons. See? Come on, that's funny right there. It's a joke, son. Joke. I just made that one up. That's bad, huh? Hey, now there's a dad joke for you. Now it's a bad dad joke. That is. The pros and the cons. Hey, I had to throw the Red Sox in there. Come on, I'm from Boston. I gotta say the Red Sox. So I love the dad jokes. Hey, you could have said that about anything. You could have said football team. You could have made that any team, but you got to say, yeah, this professional team went to the prison as an exhibition, and they played all the greatest players in this, the prisoners. So they called it the pros and the cons versus the cons. Add me, Miss Dad joke. Yeah, there you go. That's just one of those bad jokes there. Little dark. It's got its own. Hey, plus it was situational. Listen, a joke has to be situational, where you don't just spontaneously crack a joke that has nothing to do with the topic. It has to have some kind of something to do with the topic on hand. In order for it to be situational. Yeah, kind of that situational humor, right? Yeah, kind of like a sitcom, right? No, maybe not. That's bad. Yeah. All right, but anyway, so I do appreciate that, Rhett. Oh, by the way, you made a comment on my on my latest video. I did see your comment. I want to thank you for that, sir. I saw Red in there, made a comment, and that was yeah, and that was the video I said about the loneliness. Yeah, I kind of admit that when you first heard that, I played some really soft kind of sad music, like the piano was going while I'm talking about loneliness. And it kind of was part of the intro. And I thought, well, what else can I do with this? And then it kind of drifted off. And it's like, here I'm talking about loneliness. And there's a piano like, dun, 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 just playing this tune. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, but I'm trying to jazz it up a little bit. I had to add a little intro in there. um, yeah, but anyway, I'd say that was good analysis, though. I do want to now. Let me ask you something. Did you like read that or like pull that up like from a site, or is that your own personal analysis? I mean, it doesn't matter either way. I mean, it's still that you're still on hand. You're looking this stuff up. So I googled it. Okay, all right. So it's a Google. It's like a site professional analysis. But what did you do? Google like what types are the best inmates? Like what types make the best prisoners? Have the best, I don't know. I mean, I tell you, I wouldn't want to be locked up myself. That's why I try to make sure I do the right thing. You know what I mean? So MBTI types by incarceration. Oh, incarceration. Okay, I get it. Oh, all right. That's a good way of looking at that. Then I could see that happening. Yeah. Um, yeah, I would think that. Yeah, I don't know if I wouldn't want to do very well, and I don't want to think about it. I wouldn't want to be there. I'm sure you would have to develop a certain character about you being in prison, and you'd have to develop a certain toughness about you. You would hope so anyway. You wouldn't want to be, but that you want to talk about ranks and where, you're almost like reverted back to animalistic instinct in a sense. You know what I mean? And it's almost like yeah, that's what it is. It's like you get some, I mean, people that are murder, you get some really, there's a reason they're in there and you're in with there with them, you know? So, what, why can you hear a Why can't you hear a pedio going to the bathroom? Is that a clean way of saying what I think it is? A melia, pedo. You know that. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on YouTube. Okay, or is that because the P is silent? Oh, okay. Oh gosh. Oh, this because the P is silent. Old joke, still bad. Boo. I don't think Honey Rose liked that one very much. Uh, that was one of those bad jokes. Not a dad joke, but a bad joke. Sometimes they're just, sometimes the groan they leave behind at least gives you something. At least it gives you something like the it's at least it gives you something there. And maybe not a laugh, but more like a groan. I love you too at A. Hell, there's somebody brand new. What is this? I am allowed. I am a ENFP. Are you allowed? Of course you're allowed. Listen, of course you are. We are discussing, if you're talking about the MBTI, yeah, of course you are. Extroverted, intuitive, feeling, and perceiving. Okay. Listen, of course you are. No, this is the INFJ experience, and we do cover the 16 personalities. And anybody that wants to be in here that finds some kind of solace here is invited. Of course you are. Okay. I would never exclude anybody. Okay. Unless they got really mean. Unless they were mean, not so nice people, maybe then. But if you, as long as you're nice, you're allowed. Okay. How's that first pitch? Okay. No, basically, this is about self help. This is about understanding yourself. This is about having a better, clearer understanding into yourself, not just INFJs, but anybody. I mean, as long as you have a grip on understanding, not just your MBTI type, but just understanding yourself as a decent human being. All right. Just understanding that you have a certain control of your emotions, of your mind, of your thoughts. You're not compulsive. You're not easily led. Which these are some of the qualities I think that we might possess. Every one of us can have certain things, as long as you are smart and articulate, and just have a good head in your shoulders. This is what we encourage here. We just encourage us to be our best selves. Okay, no matter who you are. Okay, so I don't know where the stuff's coming from. You could write this stuff down, huh? But anyway, of course you are. But did you have any questions? Did you want to? I love you too. Well, that's something. Okay, I love you too. Did you want to talk? Did you have a question? Listen, if you have a question, a concern, anything that you'd like to bring onto the chat, just let us know. We're non-judgmental here. We will try to assist you and enhance your question in any way it could. I'll do the best I can. Okay. All right. I can't guarantee anything, but I will just speak from my heart. And I have a very deep heart. Okay. Matter of fact, it's so deep, I have a couple stints in there. You know what I mean? Because I almost died a couple of years ago when I had a heart attack. I'm only kidding, people. Just joking over there. Can we call you Toast? Toast. I love you, Toast. Toast. Who's Toast? Wait, I'm Tom, but you want to call me Toast? Sure, why not? All right, because I get kind of crispy when I get when I get warmed up. I get all kind of crispy and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm Toast. Nah, me. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who you were talking about. Okay, that was it. Toast. All right. We'll call you Toast. I love cheese on toast. Yeah. My name is I love you Toast. Oh, Toast. Okay. Oh, I see what it is. Toast. Okay, I see it now. It's just that it looks like I love you too, and then there's an A. I love you too as I don't know. Okay, I see it. Toast. Okay, Toast. But if you'd like to talk a little bit and introduce, so Toast, where you from? Are you from the United States? Are you from? If you want just to, you can just be vague. What state you're from? We're from all over the country. We're from different parts of the world here. Some of us are from England, Australia. I'm from New Hampshire. I'm from the northeast part of the United States. And yeah, so we're from all over the place. We have Australian. Oh, welcome, Japan. Uh, I'm in Japan. Oh, really? Toast, you're from Japan. You know, I got to tell you something now. Now, Toast, are you visiting there? Are you living in Japan? Are you Japanese? I mean, is that your native country? That's interesting. That's very interesting from Japan. Japan. That's awesome. Canada land. Yes, that's right. Honey Rose is from Saskatchewan. Hey, did I get that right? Saskatchewan. Yes, I remember that now. Honey Rose from the province of. That's it. No, I'm not Japanese. Oh, okay. I mean, do you live there? No, but I just was wondering if you lived there. But yeah, if you have something you want to talk about, we're here to talk. If you'd like to ask a question or any kind of concern. So, what are you doing in Japan? If you're not Japanese, are you visiting, just on a vacation, or do you live there? And if you do, I mean, there's a lot of things that are. They have quite a workforce out there. I must say, they're very hard workers out there. Very, very, very good hard workers. They're just very smart, very good with their hands, very creative with things. They're very inventive. I mean, I'm not just talking to like as a collective. I'm just saying though, very hard working out there. Honey, are you native? Oh, native to Canada. Oh, you are living there. Okay. Um, nope. I see. My best friend is. I see. Well, that's good. That's good that you are. So, so in Japan, I mean, now are you talking about Tokyo, Japan, or are we talking just Nagasaki? I know there's several different. Listen, I'm just I'm just basing it on what I've read on my Atlas chats. You know what I mean? I just know Tokyo's the big one. And have you ever seen Mount Fuji? Mount Fuji, Japan's one of those. I know that's one of the. I think that was one of the tallest mountains in the world. I believe it's. If I'm going to guess, it's like third or fourth tallest mountain in the world is Mount Fuji. I know you got Everest, you got Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa, and I do believe Mount Fuji in Japan is your third largest peak in the world. I think it's something like that. It could be third, fourth. I don't know. I can't remember, but it's close. Uh, Yogo Shura, Yoko Shuka. Oh, okay. And that's where you're living there. That's the. Do you have dual citizenship? Hey, there's a good question. You have dual citizenship. Yes, I've been to Mount Fuji. Nice, nice. That's awesome. I have dual citizenship, but for America and Europe, not for Japan. Oh, I see. Okay. So are you American native or are you from Europe? We're just asking questions. Listen, somebody wants to talk. We're going to talk. We're going to be interested in what you're doing there. That's all. Yes. Okay. 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 Yes. Got it. Any countries you advise traveling to? There you go. If you do a lot of traveling, there must be some countries that are like better than others. Some that you could recommend, like Japan would be kind of cool to go visit. I mean, I'd go there just to, just eat some of the foods down there. I mean, I really would. I mean, I don't know. I mean I think that's a fairly complicated language, or you could learn Japanese, but yeah, you'd have to have somebody that knew Japanese. Oh, the Netherlands. Netherlands is one. Thailand. Oh yeah, I've been to around 10 now. Well, that's you love to travel. Korea, pretty much fun. I would want to try Ireland since I'm half Irish. Yeah, yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm half Irish too, and I'm also half Jewish. You see, my mother was Irish and my father was Jewish, but I think I take after my father. So because I'm too cheap to go out and get drunk, you know what I'm saying? I'm only kidding. People, um, that is totally a joke. That's a dark humor joke. Hopefully nobody got offended on that one. You know what I mean? Hey, I am. No, I really am half Irish myself. Actually, I think a little more than half. Uh, well, I'm a military brat, so that's what. Oh, military brat. Okay, okay. So your parents, maybe your father, mother, whoever it was in the military. Okay, and you're living off the bases. Okay, I get that. They do call that. How many pieces of toast have you eaten in one session? Oh, well, I love you, toast. Yeah. Half English at 1 p.m. I have decided I want a pint of tea. Kidding. I don't drink. Yeah, it's getting kind of loose. I think we're loosening up a little bit here. You know, I can tell. You know, that's good. There you go. I might love toast more than you thought. Your Irish is fighting with your Jewish. Well, like I said, I take after more of my father because I'm too cheap to go get drunk. See, so that means I take after my dad. See, no, but I'm really not that. Then I guess my last name would have to be Omega Steam. See, but it's not that. You see, Koopla. LOL. I'm English, but don't drink tea. Okay. Oh, Lucy, yeah, English, but don't drink tea, though, huh? Hey, I live in New Hampshire, but you know what? I haven't eaten a lobster in probably 20 years. How's that sound? Now, this is one of the stereotypes of growing up around here. Everybody thinks that if you live in Maine, you live in New England, Massachusetts, you love seafood. You love lobster. You crave lobster. Now, listen, I'll eat lobster once in a while, but I haven't had lobster in years. Okay. Now, a lot of people think that's all we do. We eat lobster up here and we like to go skiing. It's a very stereotypical about. I don't do either. I haven't been skiing in probably 40 years since my grandfather took me. And I rarely eat lobster. Once in a great while. I mean, I might have lobster, but not very often. So there you go. Right. So I guess it's the same thing. You could stereotype just about anything. You know what I mean? And oh yeah, plus I must use a ton of maple syrup too, right? Although maple syrup is phenomenal up here in New Hampshire. Got maple trees, we got the foliage, and there's tons of maple syrup up here too. So I would imagine up in Canada where you are too, in Saskatchewan, Honey Rose, there's a lot of maple trees. Probably a lot of Canada makes a lot of maple syrup as well. I know that in certain regions, certain provinces, maybe certain ones that are around here like Quebec, maybe Ontario, maybe Saskatchewan. I mean, I'm thinking all of these confectionate forests that we have up here, and the maple trees, and the idea that you have your spring. You know, you get those springs where everything turns. You know that the sap starts flowing at early spring. You start tapping them in like March. You get those warm spring days, late winter days, and those cold nights. Just gets the sap flowing because those trees need to rejuvenate. They need to bring life back into the leaves. And so yeah, so I can imagine the maple syrup must be flowing up there in your region as well. BC has the most of the production. Oh, British Columbia. Yeah, and that's on the West Coast too. So they get the most maple trees out west. I would have thought maybe East Coast or something. Like I would have thought around this area. But really BC. Now British Columbia, I believe is yeah, that's on the furthest west coast of Canada. That's the one that's now correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that where Vancouver is right there above Washington State. Washington State, I believe, is British Columbia is up there, right? I do believe that's it, if I remember. Mostly ice water, sometimes tea once a week. Oh, nice. I don't like it. I love the Red Bull though. LOL. Oh, you like the Red Bull? That jolt, huh? Yeah. I drink a cup of coffee in the morning. I just get, ground coffee. I brew my coffee and I just drink black coffee with no sugar, just black. And I've been drinking black coffee for, gosh, 40 something years. I can't drink coffee with cream and sugar in it anymore. It's like it's too sweet. I can't even do it. It's like I need it black. I need it with no sweetening there. I don't know if this is the ENFT thing, but since we are talking about MBTI, sometimes I compliment or strike a conversation with random people, and my friends get secondhand embarrassment. Well, yeah, because that would be probably an extroverted function. I mean, that's an extra, striking conversations with random people. That's extroverted. Yeah. And I can see extroverted people, they can do that. And they're very good at striking conversations. Now, listen, not to say introverts can't do that, but typically introverts are a little more standoffish in the beginning. They warm up to you as you get to know them, as you get to like them. You know what I mean? But usually they're not good at striking them up. But extroverted types are like that, and especially since you're more spontaneous. And extroverted spontaneous, that spells it right out. That would be that extroverted spontaneous conversation. That would be perfect for you. I can see that. I can definitely see that. See, we're introverted and we're judges, so we plan things out. So we're sitting here thinking in our introversion and our isolation, and we're coming up with all these different reasons why people aren't going to like us. Let me know in the chat. Typically, INFJs are like that. No, I'll probably not say that. They'll probably think I'm stupid. They'll think I'm strange, like everybody else does. I'll just keep my mouth shut. We're kind of like that until you say hello. It's like, then all of a sudden we're like, super nice. You know what I mean? And once you break that ice with us, you know what I mean? But typically we're kind of the standoff. We are strange. Honey Rose. Yeah, you think so? Listen, I think that's a stereotype. To the outside world, we may look that way, Honey Rose, but deep inside, we're just very, we're perceived that way. We're misunderstood to be look strange because people just can't kind of fathom how we live the way we do. I mean, listen, I got neighbors. I'm sure they see me being kind of a guy that just spends a lot of time alone, doesn't have a lot of friends, lives alone in his house, and he's kind of mysterious, doesn't really talk to him much. I'm not a bad guy, but I can only imagine what they murmured in themselves when in the neighborhood about me. They probably think I'm strange. He works nights, he comes home at like 3 in the morning, and then he's in his house and he leaves for work at 2:30 in the afternoon. What does that guy do? I mean, is he like a Ted Bundy? I mean, who knows? Who knows what these people think about you sometime? But really, just I think it's a perception because again, it's our life is so different. We're so isolated, and we can be so reclusive sometimes that it's hard for them to fathom. They think there's got to be something wrong with people like that live that way, that have to, you know. And it's one of the curses we have. It really is that we're misunderstood, and we are a misunderstood type. But are we weird? No. When you really get to know us, we're not. If you really connect with us and start to talk to us, we're very down to earth. Maybe our thinking might be a little bit unconventional, but we're not. We're not that. We're just very, very misunderstood, and that's the story of our life now, isn't it? Right? Look, one of my friends is at summer break. She literally hasn't gone out like all summer. Like I've gone out with my friends to a mall, etc., all week, and she comes over once throughout the whole summer. Okay, so maybe, hey, some people are like that. As you know, I mean, that's completely what you call that's kind of almost evidence that everybody's different. Yeah, you do have extroverted types and you have introverted types. And the ones that you don't see a lot and stay in a lot, yeah, they spend a lot of time alone reading books. Yeah, they're more the extrovert types. I mean, see, a lot of times it's hard for extroverted types to see introverted types for who they are, unless you're friends with one and you know them, and you know they're just the type that are shy and they're standoffish. They just, you if you get to know them as friends, you understand them, but you still think, I could never do that. I need people. I need to strike up conversations randomly with people. That's who you are, and so not everybody's like that. I mean, that's just why we. I mean, that's proof that we are different personalities, that we have different characteristics, and sometimes we're just that's the way we were since we were kids, and we just grew up that way. But again, the INFJ, it's the rarest of all personality types. Now, you know what? The most common personality type is only like probably, if I was going to guess, the most common personality type, believe it or not, I heard this from Frank James. Here's one I heard from Frank James sometime on one of his. He said that it's the ISFJ, if you can believe that, is the most common type. I said, you got to be kidding me. So one letter off, but you know what? That one letter, it flips a lot of the main four functions in there. They have a lot of different functions. They're not just the fact that they're introverted sensors. It kind of throws off a lot of their codes, their alignments. I mean, they're nothing like us. They're not like the introverted intuitive types at all. I mean, they're introverted, they're sensors, but it also, I mean, they're not like it just misaligns them. But that's the most common type. And I think it's like 14% of the population is the ISFJ, if you can believe it. And so you've got to figure the most common one we have is still in the teens. It's either 13 or 14% is the most common. So still, you spread those out amongst 16 personalities, and each one takes a takes a part of the common or uncommonness. You know, so it's not like 70% of people are a certain type. It's not that at all. It's more like the most common one is still in the teens. Uh, oh, more than half of my friends are introverted. I pretty much understand where they come from. Okay, so you know that so you have a lot of introverted friends then, you know. Well, not everybody's the outgoing type, I guess. You know, there's a guy living down the block who walks his duck twice a day. They just went by. He walks his ducks. Oh, hey, all right. Rhett Luciverse, are you in England right now? Oh, Luciverse, yes, she's from England. Yes, that's right. Rhett, I wish I had pets. Oh, you wish you had a pet, huh? Okay, so what kind of pet would you have if you had pets? Toast? What would you have for a pet? Luciverse, how is living a situation over there? Oh, I had to give away my dog before I moved. Oh, what is it? Is it like that? I mean, I think Japan is like they were more of a very structured government. I think their government has a lot more direct influence and control over their population. Like they're not as free as we are. We take our freedoms for granted in some of the free world. I mean, even parts of in the United States, Canada, there's certain parts of the free world, but Japan, I mean, is very developed as they are. They're very, yeah, they have a lot of, and they surrender it too. They willingly, it's part of their culture to be very subject to the authority, to government, to the, you know. I think a lot of it had to do partly because of the fact that for years and years, they had an emperor. I mean, their last major emperor before World War II was, I believe, Tojo, and I think their culture actually pedestalizes the man, pedestalizes the human, the man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they have religion. I believe they have certain religions out there. I know they're very strong Buddhist. I think there's some Christianity probably now, but so they had they were almost like indoctrinated with a sense of taking taking a lot of charge from like the higher ups, and it's always been like that. So the Japan seems to have a lot of, you know, they don't put God first. It's almost like they put human first. I mean, that's just the way I see it. This is the way my interpretation sees it. Not that anybody told me that. It's just that's what my intuition tells me, is that that's why their society is that way. So they're okay giving away a lot of their freedom. So whether, if you can't have certain pets, I mean, do they control that? Like you can't have a certain dog or a certain size dog. You can only have a little dog. You can't have a giant dog, or you can't have two dogs. I mean, there's got to be something like that. Uh, no, I didn't have to, but it would be kind of something. On a 14-hour flight, my dog would have to be quarantined for rabies. Oh, I see. Quarantined for rabies in an apartment, so she wouldn't have much room. Oh, I see. 14-hour flight with your quarantine dog for rabies. I see. You can't travel your dog. I get it. Okay, I get that. So yeah, but still, I think that's still true, though. I mean, I think Japan is very like very ritualistic, and they're very like. I mean, I know they have a lot of honor, and they're very respectful. They're different than us. There's no doubt. I think in a lot of ways, I think Americans have gotten very, very disrespectful of each other. There's a lot of disrespect in this country. Unfortunately, I see a lot of it. I mean, we grew up our whole life seeing it, but you compare it to some other cultures, and you see the level of like kindness and respect people give each other in some countries. Now, I heard there's a very low crime rate in Japan too. It's one of the, I mean, of course, there's probably criminals. There's always bad people in the world, but relatively for its size, for what it is, it's a relatively low crime rate. But then again, I don't know what their punishment system is. I don't know what they do to people that commit crimes. I mean, I don't know if they have capital punishment. I don't know, but for its size, for it's one of the most per capita like lowest crimes, especially like violent crimes and things. See the little things I know, little facts and figures I know about Japan that I think are still true today. Things I've learned years ago, I think are still statistically uh, true, more than likely. I still get depressed on on base. It's still it's still American on base. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're on a military base. You're the military brat, and you've traveled around, and you're okay. Now, you must be you must be. I'm going to say you're probably you're not even of consenting age. Then are you young? Are you? Yep. We have another viewer on here. His name is Blaziken. He just turned 18. Something tells me you've probably got to be um, in your early, probably late teens or mid teens. Can't be very old. That's what I'm saying. I mean, just from the sounds of it, if you're still like, living on a military base and with your parents, unless you choose to be that way. Yes, teens. Yes, I figured that from the story you're telling me. I figured you were still not of consenting age. You're not an adult yet. Okay, I get that. All right. So that makes sense. That makes sense. You're just pretty much with your family though. I guess I guess there can be some goods, and I mean that's the only life you really know. Maybe you grew up your whole life like that, and your parents or your father's in the military, but he's stationed in Japan, obviously. Yeah. But and new, yeah, teen, yes, okay. Yes, I'm a kid. I can leave if I want. I what I'm a kid. I can leave if I want. Okay, I suppose you could, but I mean, I think if you're not under, I'm not sure if yeah, it's 18. You're an adult at 18. As long as if you are younger than 18, you're still technically a minor, and that I'm sure those rules still apply on that military base. I believe that yeah, those rules apply. All all the same rules that apply in the United States apply to those bases. Yeah. I mean, I like the stream. Oh, uh, if you want, I mean, I like the stream. Okay. Yeah, I'm a kid, teen. Yes. Okay. I'm not sure what we're talking. Oh, the Navy. Oh, so your family's in the Navy then? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. There's a song that I just jumped into my head. Arrogant worms sing. Arrogant worms sing about toast. What does that mean, Honey Rose? Well, what do you? What is that? Huh? Love. Okay, toast. You're fine. Okay. Uh, oh, why are we crying? Why, oh, I see. What were the tears all about? I was just listen. I was just trying to kind of do a little profile on what you're talking about, and I kind of pieced a few things together. You know. I mean, I kind of do these kind of things. I think this is the kind of things we know how to do. You know, we can kind of see the behind the scenes. That's how it works. You know, just from the little pieces that you're offering, you can kind of know who people are, how old they are, what they do, just from the little bit of information. Yeah, this is one of those. This is one of those mystic things about INFJs is that they have a way of seeing into things. How do they know this? They just know it. You know, that's because well, you're leading on little tidbits of information, and we kind of glom onto that. That's a kind of a it's the way it goes. Okay, Eric. Okay, I can leave if you want because I'm a minor. Oh no, listen. Listen. We're just. It's not that you are. Listen. I mean, we're not doing anything inappropriate here. I'm not saying I'm not gonna. This is not an inappropriate channel. I don't even cuss here. I never cuss here. This is one of my standards. Listen, I have a very clean channel here. I like to think that um, I don't disassociate anybody for that. I mean, obviously, I try to keep things clean. I mean, you know, I have respect for everybody I can. That's all. I mean, I wouldn't know that if you're on here. That's okay. As long as we are respectful and we're acting like and we're acting that way. That's all we can ask for. Okay. So I think it's more about me. It's more about the way my conduct would be. You know, I wouldn't ask certain like pressing questions. You know, it's up to me to be more on the better behavior than you are. Believe it or not, I have to be the adult that I am. You know what I mean? YouTube arrogant worms. What does that mean? I don't know. Oh, I can check out arrogant worms. I never heard of that. Arrogant worm toast. That sounds kind of like a Monty Python skit. That's arrogant. Well, hey, did you hear that story about the arrogant worm toast? No, I was actually looking at the spam over here. No, look at this arrogant worm toast over here. Well, oh, that's just tippy, I must say. I could say Monty Python could come up with that. That just sounds like it's perfectly up their aisle there. Arrogant worm toast, yes. Arrogant worm toast, yes. Yeah, they could come up with chants. That's the kind of things. Yeah, Monty Python does that stuff, off wall stuff. Okay. See where my mind goes. Okay. It's around 1 a.m. though. Okay, you got to remember to Toodles. Gee, I hope I didn't scare anybody away with my British impression there. Hey, listen, all sorts of characters come out of here at any time randomly. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just do that stuff, but it is getting a toast. The only time anything inappropriate for minus is discussed on here is when the trolls show up and start saying insane stuff. If it's a regular crowd, it's probably no big deal. Very good point, Genesis. I'm glad you said that. I couldn't have said that better. Every so often, especially when I go vertical, I get a lot of trolls vertical. When I go when I do the horizontal, usually I don't get as many. Occasionally, you get people that slip in here and say inappropriate things, but most of the regulars here are very, very respectful. Okay, and they're the ones that hang around here. So that's all. Yeah, that's okay. So idiot road is a good one, and scary Ned. Oh, are we talking Monty Python, Honey Rose? uh, how has trucking treated you over the years? Red, are you talking to me? Hey, Red, are you talking to me with that question about trucking? I'm only kidding. No, I didn't know if that was directed at being that I'm a truck driver. If that's what you're asking. Um, yes, sir. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Truck driving. Hey, listen, I've been driving a truck in one way, shape, or form. Listen, I'm not a tractor trailer driver. I drive a CDLB truck. I drive a tanker truck that deliver diesel fuel at night. Before that, I had a CDLB, and I used to change large tires. I mean, the big tires, loader tires, earth mover tires, the big ones. Um, it's a profession. It's part of my job to be able to be mobile and go places. It's just part of what you got to do to get around. You need transportation, and sometimes you just need to have the license and know how to have the truck to do the job that you want to get. So that's basically it. But it's been my occupation. It's what I do. It's what puts bread on the table. What gives me a roof over my head, pays my mortgage. So yeah, I got to do my job. I mean, listen, I was never I never went to school. I mean, I did go to school. I mean, I never really was a good academic scholaster. School. I mean, I never could sit in a classroom and listen to what teachers were telling me. I kind of knew a lot of it was even back in the 70s. I just knew I was being kind of shaped into something, and I kind of rebelled naturally. I just knew that. You know what I mean? So I left school at an early age. I mean, I probably should have. I didn't even graduate high school. And I started working at an early age. At 17, I was doing like manual labor. And yeah, I started driving trucks because of that whole reason. That's part of what work is. But yeah, so it just evolved from there. I've always been a blue collar worker. And yeah, you figure 40 some odd years later, I mean, I still have to work for a living. I still have to make a living. And I do. But at least having a job where I drive a truck, it kind of at my age, I'm starting to feel I starting to feel things. I definitely feel like I don't have as much endurance as I did when I was 30. I know it. I feel it. Even at 40 and 50, I don't endure as well. I mean, I get more worn out. I'm older. I have to face that. But hey, again, like I said, I've had to work for a living and just get my hands dirty every day, sometimes 6 days a week, 40 plus hours a week, sometimes 50 plus hours a week. It's just who I was. So, but again, like I said, I mean, I would like to think that I could transition into being somehow a YouTube guy, but being somebody that's like a Frank James type, that's going to take a lot of work. Obviously, that's asking for a lot. I'd have to really know my stuff and go down that road, really, you know. Well, anyway, I hope that answered the question a little bit, you know. So I guess the one thing you have to understand about just driving is you just have to make sure that you are always minding you're driving a truck, especially a large truck. You have to treat it with more respect than you would your car. I mean, I'm hauling like thousands of gallons of diesel fuel on my truck at one time. And if I get into an accident and spill that, I mean, it could be dangerous, hazardous. Yeah, it could cause fires. I mean, so I have to be mindful of that and drive more cautious and be more on the ball. Yeah. Okay. So it's weird being the same age as old people. Now, who's that? Honey Rose. Honey, you just turned 50 years old. Yeah, you're not. I mean, at 50, if you want to, I mean, 50, like I said, I think you're still young. I think you're very young at 50. I wish I could go back to being 50 myself. Honestly, I think I was still, I was still jacked pretty well. I still had a good set of arms and shoulders, and I was still like studly. Well, I mean, I can be now, but even back then, I was quite studly. And yeah, I still was quite that. So I mean, yeah, I wish I could be 50 again. You know what I mean? So, Tom, I hope you never get get brake checked. Oh, you mean like just pulled over or something? Oh, I know. I hope not either. I mean, of course. I mean, I drive my truck is only 1 year old. They gave me a 2025 Peterbilt. I got a truck that's fairly new. It's up to date. It's it's only got 21,000 miles. It's a new truck, so I think it's in good shape. The truck is in good shape. It's young, so and they got a mechanic that may make sure that they do all the PMs and all that. So you have to watch out for that stuff. Done school on my own. Still had a body like Kim Kardashian. Oh, is that? Oh, that one. Oh, okay. Still had. You mean like now? A body like Kim Kardashian. Now listen, I've heard the name. I don't. I can only imagine. Isn't she one of those divas from like Paris Hilton? She's one of those. She's a diva type, right? But I mean, isn't she like really in super good shape? She's like a model, and I think she's a model, right? Or something like that. She sells perfume. I mean, I don't know a lot about her background, but I think she's one of those, like those something like that, right? New truck doesn't matter if some jerk slams on their brakes in front of you. Oh, absolutely. That's why it's always up to me to make sure I keep a safe distance. I mean, I have to keep a good safe distance in front of people. And but then sometimes you go down to Massachusetts, and Massachusetts has some of the world's worst drivers. Luckily, I don't have to go there in my job too much now. But when I did, these were the types you'd have a nice cushion between you and the car in front of you on the highways, right? And then you'd always get somebody that would just rev their car up and squeeze into that spot that that was your cushion. You know what I mean? And they didn't care about you. They didn't care about that. I mean, I'm trying to keep a safe distance from. I mean, you're right. You'd get those people that would do that. Yeah. So again, it's just, but you're right. It is what I do. You know, yeah, like I said, it pays the bills. It's paying for my mortgage here. So, hi, John. Huh? Oh, we have somebody else there. John Ismond, 5001. Uh, oh, okay. So toast. I'm gonna go eat breakfast. It's like 1 p.m. I still haven't eaten. Oh, okay. So toast. I guess you took off to go have breakfast. Okay, all right. It's 1 p.m. That's Jeff. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. It's probably daylight. It's middle of day in Japan right now, I would imagine. Again, they're in the opposite side of the world right there. That's totally, yeah, other side of the world. Probably a 24-hour flight to get to Japan, I would think. So, hey, we got John. Yep. Hi, John. 5001. It's 5 a.m. here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. All right. Hold on, John. I'm going to use 5 p.m. here. Let's see. 5 p.m. here is probably. Are you in Hawaii? What are you in? Probably something like that. Yeah, Hawaii. What are you in you in the Pacific? I mean, I'm going to say you're beyond California. That's only 3 hours. So we're talking 5 hours. That's 7 hours. All right. What are you in Guam? Maybe. Oh my gosh, Philippines? No, it can't be that. Can't be that. I would imagine you're probably in Guam or something like that. Tahiti? I don't know. One of those islands out there. 12. It is 12 o'clock for Tom. Yeah, it is midnight. It just turned midnight. You're absolutely right. And I would imagine Honey Rose, it's probably 10 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 o'clock at night for you. What are you, 2 hours? Oh, John, you're in the UK. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did I misread that? You say it is, wait, is it 5 a.m. or 5? Oh, 5 a.m. I thought you said 5 p.m. Excuse me. John's from the UK as well. We had another one. We were talking to somebody else from the UK. Are they still out there? Oh my gosh, what was it? Who am I talking about? Maybe she probably went to bed already. She said she was going to lay down and rest a little bit. Not I love toast. I think she probably drifted off to sleep finally. Yeah. Now we have a lot of people from England. Yeah. So if you have any questions, listen, if you have any questions or concern, anything, Lucy, yes, listen, there's so many people out there. It was Lucy. Thank you, Honey Rose. Lucy went to sleep. Okay, I thought so because I don't see her in the chat anymore. Well, that's good. But no, there's a lot of people call from the UK. I get quite a few people from the UK that join the chat here. I guess I guess I must have a very interesting accent. Okay, maybe the same way when I hear the British accent and how proper and like very proper and pure that it is. I'm sure especially if I hear an Australian accent, Australia, and sometimes I you hear it. It's kind of has a British sound, but it's not quite. It's got Australia. Now it's an interesting accent, and sometimes I like to just listen to it because it's not what I typically listen to. Now, I don't know. Maybe maybe you hear a lot of Americans talking, but I have this kind of a northern New England Boston North accent. Maybe it's interesting. I don't know. So I don't know. Could be. But anyway, what you have any questions or any concerns you'd like to talk about? This is what we're all about. Anybody out there, if you have any, listen, if you have any life issues, if you contemplate about your strife in life, if you have just issues, things that are troubling you, you need advice, you need somebody to talk you down off the cliff. Talk to us here. I wouldn't just say talk to me because there's a whole lot of us in the chat that would add some commentary that, yeah. But anyway, that we're here for a lot of that. Listen, we joke around a bit, we hang out, and we just shoot the breeze a bit too. You know what I mean? But also we're here to we'd also be here to help you out a little bit. Oh, Lucy, we were just talking about you. I said we were talking about how somebody else here was from England. Just announced that they were from England. I says, "Oh, Lucy was from England," and then we said, "Oh, yeah, she probably drifted off to sleep. So maybe you heard that or something. That's okay." So we remembered you. We just didn't. Maybe you did. Night again. Oh, okay. Night again. All right. Tom, the other guy I watched is British, but has lived in Australia for 12 years. His accent is a mix. Oh, so he's British and has lived in Australia for 12 years. That must be quite a like a British Australian accent. I mean, I detect a lot of the. I mean, Australia's got its own unique dialect, and you can tell it's different, but very understandable though. I can understand their dialect almost better than some Americans, to tell you the truth, because it's so authentic. Because it's the true English. I mean, English from England is the origin of England. I mean that they technically don't have an accent. Everybody outside of England has the accent. We have the accent. You know what I mean? That's the King's English over there. Now, when I think of the LOL, I still have you on the TV. Oh, you have me on TV, like the actual television or the monitor, or not your phone, television. Hey, so am I like a celebrity out there now? No, we're kidding. uh, here's just some guy sitting in his home office at his house on a live stream. But somehow YouTube makes us all kind of minor celebrities in this world. I mean, minor like something, because our faces now broadcast in different countries, halfway around the world. In a way, it's almost like, remember Andy Warhol did say, each and everybody on earth would have their 15 minutes of fame. Made a comment like that, I don't know, but well, that's cool though. Listen, I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad you liked the show though, Lucy, definitely. So, yeah, but we are, yeah, okay. Well, we're having a good chat here though. There's still 11 hanging out there. Oh, some Z's on there. So it sounds like you're just kind of laying back, kind of hearing it, and that's good. Well, I could sing like real sweet to you and say, "Go to sleep, do one of those, sing like a little sweet lullaby, whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Hi, baby, talk like Barry White. I know you're alone, and I know you're near the phone. So let Barry have his way. Oh yeah, okay. Boy, that hurt. Ooh, that hurt. I just went into like Barry mode, and it just like, whew, man, how could he keep that up, man? That almost torched my voice for a second there, I'll tell you. See, I can keep that up for a minute, man, but that, whoa, Barry White. Yeah, kind of gives that real low voice. Remember Barry White? Yeah, he had those songs from the 70s. He was like one of those guys. Yeah, you do have yeah, do that. It was awesome. Thanks. Oh, you liked that one, did you? Huh? Well, I got right into the mic too, like I'm whispering in your ear. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, anyway, I just want you. Yeah. Hey, John thought that was funny too. There, huh? Okay, that's good. That's good. Uh, I use my phone to chat, but watch on television. So I'm putting the phone down, but still watching and listening. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Well, I'm definitely putting my phone down for good now, and I need to chuck it across the room or something. Oh, don't do that, please. Don't break your phone, okay? Don't do that. I mean, I know you're kidding around. I know you wouldn't do that, okay? So, night night again. LOL. Okay. Well, nighty night, Lucy, and have a wonderful rest of your night and sweet dreams, baby. Oh, I'm only kidding. Okay, you should definitely be sleeping now. There you go. All right. Trying to tuck her in a little bit over there. You know what I mean? That's all I can do. I got to tuck you in with my voice a little bit. That's all. Well, anyway, people, I think it's been an interesting chat. I don't know. Sometimes I tell you, sometimes chats, certain live broadcasts go better than others. Sometimes I tell you, I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm in better form than others. Sometimes I'm in a good frame of mind. And I think sometimes the input from you out there it helps out a lot too. I got to tell you the truth. Sometimes I think it's all intertwined. There's a certain level of actually, now I know there's a certain level of empathy. Sometimes you can tell empathy is a strange thing. I've been trying to study exactly what empathy is. Okay. And as you know, INFJs are known for being empathetic. Okay. Not empathetic. I shouldn't say that. It makes me sound like, yeah, they're empathetic. No. Did you emphasize the and say pathetic? Or are you empathetic, sir? Oh, that's a Monty Python skit. Excuse me. Cigar. No, but yeah, but they have their empathy. Now, what I was going to say is, I think that I tend to sometimes, since I know myself, I try to do a lot of research in my own mind now, trying to figure myself out, try to watch my thoughts, watch how I feel things. I now that I know that what empathy is and what I've always had for all these years, the times I was detecting emotions, picking them up, absorbing them, but not knowing it, and then finally knowing that that's what they were things that. Now I think another thing, I think that's what had happened. But my point is this: I think sometimes empathy. I've heard that some occasionally empathy has to be detected in a radius. Like usually, I do believe I heard Lauren Sapella. She said that typically INFJs detect empathy in a 12-foot radius. Okay. In other words, I think it's actually vibrational in a sense. I mean, I could be walking down a grocery store, or we could be doing this. And then sometimes you might enter an area where maybe somebody's on the other aisle, somebody's near you, somebody you don't even know. And sometimes they might walk past you and you might actually feel, especially if it's a negative one, if it's a strong emotion, you might even feel them. You might be like, something will get you just looking around. You won't really pinpoint what it is. But sometimes you just feel something is like off. But sometimes you question yourself. You're not sure. You just think it's your thought. Maybe it's you just having a thought about something. So sometimes they're subtle, like you can't quite put your finger on them. But I think sometimes we detect emotions. And I think, I mean, being that we have a very strong sense of that, I think they go hand in hand with the intuition, introverted intuition, but they're subtle. And I've been trying to study that, trying to like read certain things now. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm always on guard, looking. I'm seeing people's faces. I pay attention to people's expressions. I feel like I read the room way better than I ever had, especially now knowing that I've been like that my whole life. Like it's heightened, it's enhanced my perception of who I am. And also, I do that with empathy. Sometimes I try to say, okay, am I detecting anything? And sometimes I try to use it like radar in a sense. Empathy and gratitude are kind of hard to discern, but that's what it is sometimes. Empathy and gratitude. Yeah, but that's what it is sometimes. Okay. Um, I mean, sometimes though, my point is that occasionally I try to like I'm always watching what I'm thinking about. Sometimes I'm always trying to detect my emotions or like feel like if I'm picking things up and seeing how things work. But other times I just put it out of my mind and say, you know what, listen, part of it is like if you're on guard too much, looking for it, you're not going to see it. Kind of like if you're looking for something, you're not going to find it. You know, sometimes you just have to know you have it, but just kind of relax and just live your life. Don't be so tense looking for it all the time. I had to tell myself that. Wait, don't keep looking for it. Just relax. Live your life. Don't be so tense. And when the moment is right that you need to feel something, when you need to observe something, it'll be there. It's just instinctive in you. So just remember, that's what it is. That's what it's intended. So you sometimes you got to just troubleshoot it and say, just relax. Don't do that. But my point is too, I think occasionally I almost feel like just reading chats, even though knowing you people 100 miles away, thousands of miles away. Um, Sometimes I see your emojis, I see your chats, I see some of your comments, and I mean, I don't feel your emotion directly, but I'm imagining what you're feeling on the other end of the line. I'm like, oh yeah, that was a they enjoyed that. They may tell me, oh, that was a great video. I really enjoyed it. I feel that. Just because I know you're getting appreciation out of that. I don't know if that's empathy or if it's just having a sense of knowing that somebody is getting something out of that. So I mean, I feel that. So, but again, it's always me trying to figure out, like questioning things. Let's see, Justin, honey, what is that? Being a Sigma Hyoka is the main reason I don't like going outside. Oh, honey Rose, I think you told me that before. You are a Hyoka, a Sigma Hyoka empath. Now, how do you know that? How do you know that is there some kind of level of now Hyoka is a very heightened version of empathy. It's almost ultra sensitive. I know it's so sensitive. It's almost like it's very much draining. You absorb energies, you absorb actually pains and things. But how do you know that you're Hyoka? Is there some kind of a test? Is there some kind of a something that you know that when they describe a Hyoka that you fall in line with that, like a description? You know what I'm saying? Empathy turns empathy turned up to 100. Sigma is like an alpha, but lone wolf. Hyoka is empathy. I know what the Sigma is. Yeah, the Sigma is the lone wolf, and but of course, empathy's turned up to 100. So again, it's just a very heightened. But you detect that you have a heightened level of emotion. Then, huh? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, past experiences. What what is that, honey? Okay. Oh, so just some past experiences. So you've actually detected certain things, and yeah. Now, I never thought of myself. I don't know what to think of as far as what part, what part, Lish. Oh, they're trying to ask what they're trying to clear up something that you said or whatever. Yeah, maybe that I can understand that. So it's just your past experiences. Maybe you saw like you understand that your empathy is like heightened. It's like more extreme than a regular empathy. Now, I at times don't feel like I can't go anywhere. I mean, I'm a man. I had to be a man. Now, this is probably maybe there's a difference here. I mean, now here's another thing too. I noticed that I still think there's distinctions between men and women in their personality types. Now, I think that women now typically, I think they have a, I think they could have more of a level of hyoka em- um, empathy than a man. I'm not saying a man can't be, but I think there's probably a higher percentage. And I think that there's more female INFJs. They're a higher percentage than male INFJs. Okay, we're more rare than that. But I also believe that women, being that women tend to be more emotional anyway. And I'm not trying to stereotype in a derogatory sense, obviously, but it is true. There is a distinction between men and women, and typically men and women, one of their primary things is the way we think. Now, men are more logical on average. I'm not saying everybody is, and women are more emotional on average. Now, not to say neither one could be either or. Well, I've met some very logical, very smart, logical women too. And but I've met some very highly irrational, emotional type women too. Not saying oh, you're irrational for that. Not saying that, but I guess my point is that would it be more prevalent as the Hyoka empath in a woman is what I'm saying versus the man. I would think just from my own understanding, I would think I would wonder if that would be the case, being that women are more emotional anyway. I mean, just a thought, just a thought as to that. But that's interesting that you have that, and you say you don't leave the house now. When you if you go out a lot, Honey Rose, does that tip? Do you you're picking things up? Do you feel them? Are you absorbing them to the point where you just get anxiety? People just you got to go home just to. Does it drain you rapidly? I'm just curious because that's what when I think of Hyoka, I think especially, I mean, I think a lot of times these Hyoka empaths, these are the ones that get very, these are the ones that almost get to the point where they do these seances and things. I mean, sometimes you hear about these women that get into doing seances and they're able to detect like energies in people and tarot cards and they because they're heightened energies in their empathy and they're picking up a lot of those, but they've honed it into the point where they're able to read people very deeply because of their empathy as well. I'm sure it has a huge drawback because it must drain them greatly when they're in these modes. It's most draining. It's more draining than INFJs. I can imagine. So, I once felt the anguish of a woman at the mall who was on the phone finding out her father just passed. Oh, really? I think an Instagram shapes of sorts of INFJ you are. I think Instagram shapes the sort of INFJs you are. Oh, okay. So I don't discuss too much about the Instagrams. I've had some people bringing up the Instagram things as far as a personality trait. I don't get too much in. I'm gonna have to again. I've said it before, but maybe I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit at some point. I just haven't done it yet too much. Okay. But yeah, so now I think I told this story like not long ago. Sometimes I know things affect me though. I mean, I've had certain things go on in my life where I felt like very strong, like powerful, like detected strong emotions. Now I don't consider myself a Hyoka. I mean, because I can still I mean, I could still go amongst crowds and be able to handle myself. I mean, pretty well. But there are certain instances like where I detect things. I told a story here on this chat about a couple weeks ago. I was driving my truck. Go figure. You're talking about driving diesel my truck, and I was out at night, and I was just driving down the road, and I saw one of the rabbits that I see all the time. Oh, I'm watching. I see rabbits everywhere that I talk about. And one of them was in the road. He was in the opposite side of the road, like it must have just happened within seconds. But a car tire must have just ran over its back hind part, like maybe its butt part, maybe its hind leg. And but what broke my heart the most was the fact that it was like struggling to like walk, like it was like trying to drag itself with its good front paws. Like that's all it had left. But now I immediately had like I felt immediately almost nauseous. I mean, there was nothing gross about it. It wasn't like nothing out there. I'm usually not squeamish. I mean, I could see roadkill. It doesn't bother me. But I felt its pain as I passed it. And I was like, and I drove and I didn't stop. I was doing, he's a big guy like me driving a diesel truck. And I'm like, and it bothered me for about a half hour. I got kind of jittery. I got like almost nervous, like nauseous. And I kept thinking, oh my gosh. And I mean, nothing I could do about it. I'm just driving my truck, but it bothered me. It really hit me. And I'm thinking, like, is that what that is? And then, of course, I'm studying it. Like, I'm trying to figure out what I just did, what I went through. And, a few miles up the road, I finally simmered down. I got a hold of myself. But now, I mean, I don't consider me a Hyoka, but I do feel certain pains, even from a freaking animal. I mean, excuse my language, a rabbit in the road, and I got this reaction. So see, little things happen. They teach you about yourself sometimes. I never saw that in myself. I mean, I've felt sorry for animals, certain things. But that really got me. But I just wonder if that's part of what we're talking about. Was that kind of like we're picking up human emotions. I mean, sometimes we see animals go through things. That's how sensitive it could be. So then I have to recharge. No, I can imagine you got to recharge if you're like the Hyoka. Definitely. Also sounds like you could benefit from going into INTI loops more. Uh, Honey Rose could benefit from going into loops. Now, Jethro, can you explain how going into a loop would benefit? Uh, could I mean? I'm just wondering. You know, going into a loop. I mean, would that keep her mind distracted off the what? What does that mean? I'm not trying to just trying to ask what that means by how that could benefit you. But then I have to sort out what feelings are mine and which ones are not. Yes, now Honey Rose, that's a good one there. So that's something that I think I did most. I think that's something we do. Maybe I did early on in my life. I think we all go through that where we're picking up emotions, absorbing them, thinking they're ours. And that's what clouds our judgment most of our life. And that's what confuses us a lot. And that's part of our whole confusion and it brings on sadness. I mean, if you detect somebody is sad and you feel it, you think it's you, but you can't figure out why. You picked it up, and you can't wonder why all of a sudden your emotion changed drastically out of the clear blue. You probably picked it up, but you thought it was yours. I've talked about that before on some of my videos about how we go through that early on in our life, and it's up to us to be wise to our empathy, know how it's so important for us to discover our types. But as we get wiser, smarter, more acute into our our life, though, we start to decipher what's ours and what's not ours. You know what I mean? So I'm going to close the window, people. Just give me a second. Okay, give me a second. I'm not going anywhere. Just gotta close the window. If you can believe it, it got a little bit cool out. Not like cold, not like you know, just a little chilly here. 12:30 at night. Yeah. But anyway, what I was talking about was just that. Yeah, that's so. But yeah, again, I can imagine that that kind of release would definitely make you feel like you were having to recharge. And but again, like that whole thing with the rabbit with me, and that actually surprised me. I never. I mean, there's been a couple of times. I'm sure that there's been times in my life I've felt strong emotions, things like that. But that one, some reason, it just really bothered me. I think part of it was just I almost felt like the pain. Like I just saw that it was helpless. I saw it just happened, and it was like basically because the thoughts, they're also the whole thoughts of its life up to this point. It probably doesn't have very long. It's not going to survive. Part of it was knowing that it's now crippled and it's permanent, and it's maybe the next car that comes by is going to finish it off. So a lot of that had to do with my thinking, knowing that this thing's still alive, it's still having this feeling, it's crippled. So I put all these things together. So in the course of just feeling it, seeing it, it kind of just I just knew its plight, and I think it all kind of happened at the same time. But then it told me like, wow. So, but it kind of showed me something, like where your level is, or what you're detecting, even from like animals. So I will look into it. Yeah, no, that's just something I didn't know if you understand if you've had things like that, even animals that got to you. Now, I mean, I've detected a very like powerful emotion one time I was doing a job and I felt like a driver, a fellow driver, like 30 something years ago. I got the worst feeling from him. I feel like he was like almost like he unalived people. And he was thinking about it. He had a thought in his head. I had like it felt like me, but I knew it wasn't me. That was the first time I remembered feeling like murderous hatred, murderous, like evil hatred. I don't know. And it was like almost like making my skin crawl. And I just thought, this isn't me. I don't think like this. And say, there's somebody behind me, like a driver. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is him. I'm like, what the heck did he do? Is he, and I couldn't, then I kept like trying to do my job where I couldn't take, I didn't want to turn my back on him anymore. There's another story I told, but whenever I feel strong of empathy or whatever for a person or an animal that is suffering, I always have to myself that it will pass, remind myself that it will pass because I can't, I can't be almost debilitating. Yeah. No, that's a good point. No, I tried to tell myself that, Justin. I really did. But sometimes, yeah, you got to tell yourself, you got to talk yourself out of that. I think I did that eventually because I did get over it. I recovered. But in that moment, the first shock of it is what I'm talking about. And it just almost made me ill. Yeah, I felt it that bad. But yeah, again, it's like there's nothing you can do about it. You have to say, okay, a sense of understanding of nature is harsh. Nature is cruel. I mean, you have to understand that the way nature's designed. If you ever look at the way a predator hunts down a prey, you know what I mean? And you look at the way some of these animals hunt and eat predators. You know how cruel nature is, and that's just what it is. That's nature. So you have to logically say that that's how cruel it is. Sometimes things end up that way, and you have to troubleshoot it. You're right. I get it. Uh, and I loop because I'm not sensitive enough to work on being sensitive because I use my logic very heavy. Yeah. Well, I try to be very logical. I do my best, and I typically am. But you know what? Sometimes I can't help but my sensitive side bleeds out, and sometimes I might tell a story, and sometimes I get I'm on the verge. I see it even on this channel sometime. That's always been me. I was worse as a kid. I was actually embarrassingly worse. I thought I was. I've gotten way, way, way better. I did, but I, I, I mean, I think I have a balance of two. I think very, very rational, but sometimes I can't help but like that sensitivity part bleeds out in me, and I just can't help it. Now, listen, I keep that under wraps mostly. A lot of people don't see that. I keep it very, very well disguised, but sometimes it just I can wear it. It'll be under there. I could be stoic looking, but I could be like feeling it in here. But but I got a good mask that covers it up. I mean, sometimes. No, but anyway, I could see that though. But the Hyoka. So I was just wondering how exactly you knew it. So it's just you have a very heightened, very, very heightened Hyoka thing there. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. So a lot of interesting stories are coming out here. See, I think we have so much in common though. Listen, we're telling stories and I hear some of your chats too. We all testify in some way. We all have a version of ourselves in some way, even though we live totally separate lives. We've had different experiences. We're different people entirely. But somehow that just because we have a certain alignment of thinking and decision making, um, and we have experiences that led us because of it, because we have that similar mindset, we still, even though we are different people, different races, different cultures, different countries around the world, but somehow we testify to a similar experience. I'm detecting that, people, and I see that. I'm like, it's so uncanny to think that this is what kind of like bonded us together in some way. This is the bond that we have, is that we are able to testify to these things. It amazes me sometimes. See, I'm learning so much about all of you, about human nature, just from these lives. It's unbelievable. You know, I do. So that's why I think it's such a good learning term to have these the way we have them. So, but yeah. Uh, oh my gosh, 12:30. Well, people, how's everybody doing? Look. A lot of you stuck around today. Listen, I gotta be very, very thankful. A lot of you like to. You've stuck around here, stuck around almost as long as I have, and I do want to thank you for all of that. You really amazed me. But you know, I guess these lives resonate with the right people. You know, I think you have to have the right combination of who you are inside, and you recognize it, and but from your own experience, from what from what I say, and what you go through, yeah, I'd say, hey, yeah, we resonate. It's amazing to think that. So, well, we have 10 still hanging around here tonight. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's very good. Yeah, still no vamp. Well, I hope she's all right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I already kind of showed that concern already. So, all right. Now listen, people. If you're okay with this, I'm going to go till 1 o'clock. That'll give us 25 more minutes. What do you think? Okay. If you're okay with that, I'm not going to just wrap it up right now. I mean, I'm thinking we could wind it down to about 1. Okay. Unless somebody throws me down a rabbit hole I can't resist. And I might stick around a little bit. Honey Rose, were you as sensitive when you were a kid? Oh, you're asking Honey Rose that. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I would imagine, yes, mom was always worried why I was so moody. Oh, Genesis, Tom, have a good night. Everyone else, have a good night. Don't forget to hit the light button. LOL. Enjoyed it. Well, thank you for sticking around, Justin. I appreciate that. All right. Heading out shortly myself. No, that's fine. Like I said, we'll go till about 1 o'clock. We've been here for several hours, and it's been quite a long broadcast as well. And I think we covered a lot of territory. There's no doubt about that. Okay. And I think we've seen a lot of new people come in. There's been some new faces, a lot of people stuck around and just and they lingered for a bit. And if they see this again, they'll come back. That's how it works. That's basically how things work around here. So like button. Sorry, haha. No, I knew that. I figured you meant that, Justin. I knew you meant like. Press the like button. Well, we get 11 likes. I mean, like I said, I'm still a small channel. This is a small little niche we have here, but you know what? Listen, it's not about volume, and it's not about numbers. It's about how many people that we can relate to, that is benefiting for this, if at all. If at all, though, people. One of the things I think is the fact is that this suffices something that I think we all crave. Okay. I think this is something that INFJs crave that can never find, is that deep introspective connection with somebody that understands them, that gets them. I'm trying to be that for all of us. I mean, and you're doing that for me as well because your input comes back to me and I say, okay, it's not just I'm seeing it. And I get that sense of that too. Okay. And I think that's what's binding us here. I mean, I sense this every week. Maybe now I'm just kind of putting it into the right words right now. You know what I mean? I know. Listen to me, huh? Quality over quantity. Absolutely, honey rose. Absolutely. Yeah, but I think that's what it is. I mean, that's what I guess that's. I mean, whether I was trying to do that or not, this is inadvertently where it goes. I guess part of me always wanted to be like that, but I guess part of it was I'm just trying to have a channel where hey, you go live and we discuss, and it turns into yeah, just a bunch of us that come back and just because we're drawn to that very thing that we say that we long for that deep connection, that deep connection with the with now we're finding that with each other, and I see that connection you have with each other. Now you had somebody else looking for a couple of you, not even looking for me. Remember that? I was like, hey, you could ask me. No, I want to ask. Uh, there's a couple other ones that were talking spirituality. It's like, hey, wow, okay, that was interesting. Will they be there later on? I'm like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's what we got. But um, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I think we do better chats here. Sometimes I think things resonate deeply, and for some reason I don't know what it is. I just felt like I didn't know what kind of night I was going to have. I didn't know what kind of night we were going to have, but it turns out to be a night. It was a good night. It was definitely a good night. So um, yeah. So but what we can do is so as far as like moving forward, it's entirely up to me. Listen, this guy right here, as far as the channel goes, as far as like the things I want to do, I've already expressed a lot of things I have to do. I gotta, I mean, as much as I plan, much as all the big visions and future I have, I gotta kick my ES into high gear someday. I mean, I really do. I really do. I mean, I keep coming up with excuses. Someday I got to do this and that, but it's going to come when it happens. But bottom line is what I got going on right now. I got to tell you, it's just, you know, it's fulfilling in either way. It's not all about just, how many clicks you get, how many likes, how many views, although it would be good, you know, thousands of views would be cool, millions of subscribers, at least like maybe, 50,000, maybe 30,000. Would that be kind of cool? I mean, it might come down to that, but hey, again, these things take a long time. They just do. I mean, I don't think it's not in the quantity of like subscribers you get. It's the quality, like you said before. It's got to be quality. Um, Definitely. Honey Rose, Clips of Russ, quality over quantity. Yes, we got that. Okay, Honey Rose sounds like she's going to bed. Yeah, well, we're signing off in a few minutes anyway. So, but Honey Rose, I'm glad you stuck around. Thank you for everything, and hopefully next week, same bat time, same bat channel. You know the drill, huh? We'll do it again, right? I did want to say something because it's some of the best quality for channels as far as INFJs go. I say my top 5 of all time is called Interesting Psychology. All of you have to check it out. Interesting Psychology. Oh, okay. And that's about that's INFJ channel or MBTI. I guess it's one of the same. I've seen different ones out there too. I've seen a couple that were, yeah, they were kind of AI channels. They do a lot of like imagery and like animation, AI animation, and describing certain things, abstract things. And then you got somebody talking in the background. I swear, whoever it is, there's a voice that is very descriptive. Has very descriptive, and it doesn't sound AI. It's like somebody just talking, but very like parabolistic descriptive, but deep, but a deep way of like describing things. You know what I mean? So that's all. We'll have to check that out. Interesting Psychology. I think I might have seen a video or two. That sounds familiar. Like I've seen that channel out there once or twice on a feed. on my feed as well. I'd have channels and a little more. Okay, and a little more then, huh? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we'll have to check that out sometime then, definitely. So, uh, but so we got a few minutes to go here then. Yeah, but anyway, we let's see, very, very deep channel and very descriptive. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I think I've seen a video or two on that. I mean, not recently, maybe in the past, like maybe a couple months ago. I thought that sounds familiar, you know. Like I said, somebody's just the descriptions on the way they carry the script is like phenomenal, like very deep, you know. And whether or not it's just ad libs said in the moment, I don't know, but it almost sounds like it's very, you know, in the moment, just speaking, like very articulate. Like there's no way you could just write this stuff down. It's just this is somebody speaking and compiling these phrases together into one thing. But yeah, it's just yeah, I think I've seen that. So I mean, but again, it's all stuff that resonates though. Sometimes I hear stuff like that. Like kind of like what I think we're going through right now is like we hear a descriptive thing about us. We resonate with us because all of a sudden you start hearing somebody um, describe those things and it hits home. I mean that should almost confirm more and more that almost confirms for us that as much of a doubt in your mind. Sometimes you doubt your type. I still do sometimes. I mean, I always doubt that I'm even this type. I say I maybe I act like that. Maybe I just am, but I'm not quite that. Well, but what am I? You know what I mean? If you're not that, then what letter's off? Are you TJ? Are you the IS? But no, but you have all the alignments. You have to sometime realize that it's everything that you got. Describes things not like most channels. Great value. Yeah, that's the one. I think I know it. I know the one you're talking about. Now on that channel, Jethro, there's a lot of like I said, AI like animation, a lot of stick figure people like caricatures, and they try to make it look like some of the abstract introverted intuition, like weird, like backgrounds, like and just like just like trying to describe the mind in a sense with the CI with the AI. That's what it described to me, like some of these like haunting images of just like what the mind might look like and how our mind is thinking. Like dark corners and shadows and like a chair that's like half like half like a half a chair, almost like a dolly kind of a picture. You know what I'm saying? And over here, kind of a tree that's growing and it's kind of twisted a little bit, like a weird dark dream almost. And then it says sometimes the mind goes there, and then it changes into something. It's trying to the animation's trying to like almost paint that your introverted intuition in a sense, and along with the deep speaking. Yes, Tom. See, I have seen those. See, I'm describing them pretty well because I remember, like, maybe that's a photographic memory I got there, Jethro. I don't know if it's emotional. I think it's just more photographic because I was thinking the same thing you're thinking because I said, yeah, man, that was what I remembered from that video was just like, yeah, that's kind of like the mind, man. It's like trying to like paint the mind and how it works. And it was pretty it was pretty close. I mean, it wasn't exactly the way my mind goes, but close enough to where it's like that's where it leads. Just like that, like abstract weird stuff in there. And yeah, along with the wording and everything. So yeah, I get that. I watched it on Magic Mushrooms. It's special stuff. Oh, Jethro, you do that stuff? Oh man, you're on the mushrooms, huh? Oh gosh. Lucyverse. I bet that was fun. LOL. Oh, Lucy, did you take a nap and then? Okay. Bet that was fun. LOL. We're talking about yeah, we're talking about a different channel. I mean, obviously, Jethro, I nailed it on the head. I've seen that channel, and I mean, I mean, I don't think I watched it all the time. It was on my feed a few times, and I just watched it thinking, wow, man, that's an interesting channel. It was very interesting, though. You know, I think, like you said, it was all the imagery. It was that AI, like weird imagery that reminded me of the brain, like the way we think, you know, just stuff, and it just kept changing. It just like, oh my gosh, a lot of like little symbols, like patterns and shapes. And yeah, I haven't for a little while. Okay. Uh, so Lucyverse, what was fun? LOL. Are we talking about what we were talking about? I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking. Oh, heard there is a 20 minutes left, and I've been up all this long, so I'm gonna hang out for the last bit. Shy not, and I think you can get 5,000 subs if you keep it. Oh, you heard all that. Oh, see, okay, see, we're just hanging out, kind of laying back. Dude, okay, but this channel was that enthralling. That channel just kind of grabbed you in so much. Was it the channel or was it me? I'm only kidding. I'm just don't mind me. I'm kind of a jerk sometimes. Okay. No, but anyway, I'm glad you stuck around. I mean, I really appreciate that. I mean, because yeah, that's what we're here for. Well, you were asking me how long it stuck around. You said, "Hey, how long are you going to be here?" I said, we could be here till about midnight or so. Or it turns out it's almost 1 o'clock. Um, so I go kind of hard on the magic stuff. Sometimes it's my thing, but I always pull back when I need to. Oh, that's good. I guess I've never done magic mushrooms. I've taken I remember back when I was like in my 20s, I got into taking like bad acid. I mean stupid acid, like just street acid, stupid stuff. And I always wanted to try magic mushrooms back then, but that was my crazy 20 years. And I was okay with experimenting, but I never really looked too much into the mushrooms. I remember thinking I knew grew out of cow patties and stuff, um, but then I get to the point where I had so many bad trips. It got to the point where if I did stuff like that, they were so bad and so horrific and so getting to my brain. I said, no way. I thought, no way. I said, I'm not taking every time. It's like every time I take this stuff, it's a bad trip. Maybe it's because it was cheap. It was cheap. It was cheap anyway. It was bad stuff. That's probably why it was bad. But also the fact that I just knew it was doing a number on my brain. It was doing a number to my psyche. It just putting that poison in my brain. And it wasn't making me any better. It was just making me more scatterbrained, making me more distant, making me more forgetful. Yeah, it was just killing my brain. I'd seen it. I said, I can't do this anymore. And it's always a bad trip. It's always a bad trip. So I stopped that stuff. I stopped it. I was probably 23 years old. I says, I never did it again. And so my mind is so massive. It helps me enjoy it a lot. Yeah. See, I went in the very opposite. I got to the point where I thought that being sober. Now, listen, I have a few drinks here and there. In fact, I had a few earlier. I went to the pub. I had a couple drinks, a little buzz. I get a little buzz. I like my beer. I like my pubs. I like going to bars. I don't go to the rowdy bars where you start fist fights, but I do go to bars where, I just hang out. Yeah, go figure. And I sometimes just absorb some of the energies, and for the most part, I mean, I've been studying how the room changes when I'm in there. How it gets quieter when I'm there. Like I change the room. I've been seeing little things like that. Like again, I think I've told you about that. Like our empathy works both ways. We absorb, but we also transmit it out. You heard that here first. I believe it because I see it and it works for me. I see it. I project my empathy out. I calm things down sometimes in a room. I see people go quieter and get more calm, a little more lax. Yeah. Instead of rowdier. So I think we have a way of doing that. Okay. I totally go to the bar with you. All right. Well, okay. Well, we'll have to make a date then, huh? We'll have to go hang out and have a couple of What kind of beer you got there? You must do you drink a lot of stout, like in England. Is it more like a dark stout, or is that Irish? Like they get like I know like in Ireland, like Guinness, their beers are over in Europe are very like dark and rich. Now we have some of those. We got microbreweries here. Like when we get these IPAs they call them, and the beer is like more like potent. It's not like 2%. It's more like 8 or 9%. You drink a beer and you feel like you can tell that. But I know in Europe though, especially in England and uh, Germany, their beer is like super like thick and rich and dark, like amber almost, and some of them are potent. Yeah. I like a lager or gin. Okay. We call the pubs. We call the pubs. Okay. Yeah, we call them the pubs. Yeah, so you call them pubs. I mean, we call them bars here, or just clubs, bars. You got the pubs. Some places call them pubs, but I mean, our lexicon, you don't hear them called pubs. Every so often, they will be referred to as pubs. I call them pubs every so often. I mean, that's what I do. But I can imagine down there, that's the standard for a place is your pub, right? Yeah. Well, I tell you what, Lucy. I tell you what, if I say someday I get rich enough and I get to travel, I'm going to England. I'll go to England. We'll have that beer together. Okay. I mean, but I got to tell you the truth. I mean, gosh, that'd be kind of cool. My goal is this: say one day I get comfortable enough. I'm going to be retiring in a few years too. I mean, I figure I'd go to about 65, 64. I mean, I'd like to go till 65 or six anyway. I'd like to think someday something's going to pay off. I'll have this house paid for, bought and paid for. Maybe eventually I start doing something on YouTube. I get a channel that all of a sudden is like, boom, it gets me like, a super guy over here. Gets me some, and all of a sudden I can travel. I can retire and travel. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd love to travel to different countries. I'd probably end up going to like England's a place I've always wanted to visit anyway. I mean, there's some history in that England. Um, Italy's another place I kind of like. I'm fascinated with Rome, the Roman Empire, the whole ruins of Rome. I mean, it's just something about just going to the Colosseum and seeing the Leaning Tower of Pisa, seeing some of those like ruined statues and the aqueducts. That fascinates me greatly. Is seeing like Rome. I'd love to see the artifacts of that. That's the stuff that's always fascinated me. Now, I know there's a lot of problems going on in Egypt now. That might not be a safe place to go to see the pyramids of Egypt, but I would love to have seen the pyramids of Egypt too. Hey, if I could do it, these are the places I'd go. I would go there in a heartbeat. These are all on my bucket list someday. Again, I mean, I don't know about Egypt. Maybe not, but it's a volatile place. I mean, I know every place has got its own volatility, but Wicked sounds fun. Hey, you said Wicked. Hey, do you know that's Boston? That's Boston talk right there. We call the bars now and then guess LOL them pubs. I like lager or gin. There you go. I'm not too much into hard like liquors and stuff. I drink mostly like just beer and stuff like that. Occasionally a mixed drink, maybe a screwdriver, maybe uh, maybe go to a Chinese restaurant, get a fog cutter. I actually tried one of those. They got like rum and there's a couple other mixes in there, and they put some fruit juice in there. They're kind of good, like the fog cutters. Uh, yeah, I'll bet Italy would be a cool place. Oh yeah, no, just for the whole history there too, as far as how rich in history it is. See, here in the United States, right? I mean, our country's been here for let's say 250 years. Anniversary is this year. Okay. Now that's very, very young history. Now you got to figure back in what you got to figure that this country wasn't really even settled, not until like the the pioneers got here. I mean, of course, yeah, the Native Americans were here for thousands of years, but the history is very young. It's only a few hundred years old. You got in Rome, in Europe, in England, you have thousands of years of history. I mean, you have even before Rome, you have like history of like the Celts and the Picts in Scotland. This like some of the history there and some of the battlefields that were fought. The Hadrian Wall is still standing. I would be fascinated just to see the Hadrian Wall. Now you probably see it. You probably took a trip up there. Hey, I've seen the Hadrian Wall. To me, that would be like, wow. I would be fascinated with how old that I think that wall is like 1,500 years old, if not older. I mean, just, here in the United States, yes, we got our own history, but it's very, very young, very, very young history. And this is all I've really ever seen, but I see all the rich history out in Europe, in all those countries. And that stuff fascinates me. I've always been fascinated with history. I always thought it was just so, yeah, just something I'd like to see on hand. So, but again, England's always been one of those stops too. I mean, just something about the the Windsor Palace and just London itself looks kind of cool. And the good thing about it is I wouldn't have to learn a new language. I mean, sure, I'd stand out with this horrible New England accent that I got here. I know I'd stand out like a sore thumb, but yeah, it'd be so cool. It would just be cool hitting the pubs, eating the food down there. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So, if things work out, like I said, I'll have to maybe that's some more motivation to get my stuff going here, so I can finally make like lots of money on YouTube and then be able to take a trip and maybe take a trip to Europe sometime. That'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be cool. All right. So, well, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, we'll have to have that beer sometime, huh? The, yeah. I want to go to Fiji. Clips are Russ. Oh, Jethro. Excuse me, Jethro. Fiji. Fiji. That's Fiji. That is an island in the Pacific Ocean. Is that not right, sir? That's one of those distant islands. Is out? It's a U.S. territory. Fiji. Yeah, it's an island out there, out near Midway, Guam. If I remember my geography, yeah, it's out there. That sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds like I'm sure that's probably like yeah, I think that's like a tourist attraction, right? Something like that. Probably like a in Thailand, they speak a lot of English there. Thailand, yeah, yeah. It sounds like you're drawn to the Middle East, those Middle Eastern islands out there, because Thailand is yeah, that's out in Southeast Asia out there, out near like Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, that whole region down there. Yeah. It's got a third world country down there somewhat. I mean, it's not very developed. I mean, but yeah, I guess yeah, it's a country too. Yeah, definitely Fiji sounds kind of cool. So yeah, that sounds cool. I mean, you think about it though, it's just yeah, it's a big world out there, very large world out there. Hey, and recently Australia too. That seems because I have so many there's so many of you out there too that are from Australia. I know, and occasionally, like I know Vamp isn't, she hasn't been here for a while, but Vamp has been very, very like hands on right up until like last couple of weeks. But I hope she's doing well. I know I've said that before. I can only imagine me, um, but then I kept thinking how cool it was. I just because of the way she just describes Australia, Atlas sounds like a place to go. Just really does. So, oh, yeah. But anyway, that's some of the goals. That it's unfortunate though, is we're all kind of linked here with this YouTube channel, and we found a certain camaraderie here. But I mean, and we're worlds apart, literally. We're worlds apart. But the amazing thing is we're all kind of bound together right here through this, virtually. Clips of Japan Japan looks kind of cool. Like I said, Mount Fuji looks cool. Some of the best forests in the world. I can imagine. Yeah, I heard Japan. You got to figure the island of Japan, the forests, the unique. We're so used to these North American forests. Like in Jethro, you're from Iowa. I know that. I mean, it's still North America. We're from the same continent, and but I mean, some of these Asian continents. I mean, on the island, you can imagine how intriguing they are. Hey, I went up to just going up to the coast of Maine. I went up to Mount Desert Island, which is in Bar Harbor. Um, beautiful, beautiful place. But I still remember going up there for like 3 days, and there were some of the areas where you felt like you were on a deserted island, like desolate, like you'd walk and you'd be in forest, like hiking through forest. I mean, dense, dense forest. And all of a sudden you'd hear the waves of ocean washing. And then you'd walk through these forests and all of a sudden they'd end. And then you'd hit jagged rocks for about maybe 30 feet, 40 feet of jagged rocks. And there's the ocean, the beautiful ocean. Oh my gosh. It's like no place on earth. And that was up in Maine. I was fascinated with that. That was one of those things too. I just was like in love with that place. And what it was like if you ever need a place to hike in solitude and just discover, like on a solitary walk, that was beautiful too. Because I went there by myself. And some of the trails were just like I said, just forest land, hike in the forest, then you end up in the ocean. No beach. The beach is like I said, jagged rocks and then the water. Unbelievable coast. So yeah, but I can imagine Japan is another island though. It's an island out there in the Pacific, different geography, terrain. Yeah, I can imagine because they have like different. They have like red maples. They have a lot of these like colored maples, like red maples. We're used to green maples out here. Occasionally, you see like a transplanted red maple, but those are from Japan. And some of the is that where they get bamboo? I think either that or maybe that's from China. Maybe that's not. I don't think that's necessarily native to. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Some of the forests out there are beautiful, from what I've heard. That'd be interesting too. See, hey, it's funny. See, we all have an epiphany for like travel and like beautiful places, don't we? History, and just beauty and like nature. That's I've always been drawn to that stuff. So. Uh, I want to be in a Japanese forest before I go. Well, there you go, Jethro. That's interesting. Australia has too many massive, deadly spiders. Not sure about that. Yeah, that's one of the drawbacks. There are a lot of poisonous spiders in Australia. You'd have to know your way around, not to have one in your boot. Now, would you, Lucy? Absolutely right. Yeah. There's no place in Greece. Some of the most beautiful views of water I've ever seen in my life. Oh, wait, you've been to Greece? Yeah, well, that's right on the Mediterranean. There's another place that's steeped in history, Greek. Yeah, I left that one out. Greece is another one. In fact, some of the seven wonders of the world, don't they have the Acropolis and they have they have a lot of ruins from the Greek Empire, from that whole Greek era. And those are still out there. Yeah, Greek is another one that's steeped in history as well. So, oh my gosh. Well, people, there you go. See, we found something interesting to talk about. Just some of the beauties of the world. Yeah. Again, that's some of the if you ever got a chance to travel and if you say you could just go anywhere you ever wanted, like in a Learjet and say, I want to go here or there. These are some of places I would go firsthand. Europe has always been a place I wanted to see, someday. I did go to Brazil back 30 something years ago. Long story. I did go there for 10 days. I mean, there was that was very eye opening, but yeah, it was a while ago. I had to try to learn a little bit of Portuguese just to get around, but I did. But that's as far as I got out of the country, except for Tijuana, Mexico. Been to Mexico a couple times too. 6:05 in the morning here. LOL. Okay, Lucy, it's probably the sun is probably starting to rise on in where you are by now. I bet you you're probably starting to see that the shade is coloring. It's no longer a dark sky. It's probably lightened up. If not, it's already risen already. I'm not sure. Well, okay. Well, people, I did say I was going to cut out around around 1 p.m. my time. My time. I was going to do that. But listen, people, I got to tell you, I have a Brazilian friend that lives in Spain. Yeah. Oh, Well, I have a Japanese friend that lives in Siberia. No, I'm only kidding. Joking, joke. That's a joke. No, I just threw that in there, you know. It sounds like you got a couple of. Sounds like you like going to Spain too. From the sound of it, I could imagine that being in England, you have access. I believe there's you have access to travel in almost all of Europe. I mean, I don't think there's like a. Is there like a? Isn't it? I know the EU isn't quite what it used to be, but they had that EU for a while. But I think there's no passport if you are a British citizen. You can travel into like France, Spain, Portugal. I don't know what the restrictions are. I think you have a pretty much a limit. You can visit pretty much everywhere, right? I can only imagine that even being English, you must have to know probably pretty good in French, maybe even Spanish. You probably know some Latino languages because you have access to all these different countries almost at your disposal in a sense, and probably do. So, uh, going this year actually, really, thanks. That's awesome. Going to Spain. I like that. INFJs and IFJ loop. We get stuck in here in the channel on this loop. Yeah, we did. We. That's okay. That's okay. Um, well, there's not a dull moment here. You know, there really isn't. Sometimes I might hem and haw. And I try to come up with a new topic to find out. But I mean, for the most part, we keep ourselves entertained. We keep um, a good interesting momentum going. Let's just say, all right. Yeah, it's harder for UK now after Brexit, but it's okay. Now you have 90 days before you have to come back for a bit. Oh, 90 days. Okay, so the Brexit thing, I remember something about that. Brexit was about 7, 8 years ago. I remember that where Britain actually broke away from the UK. The Parliament or something very like overwhelmingly wanted no part. Well, I guess the EU was not working too well. You know, the euro wasn't worth much, and the economies weren't going well. They tried like a union in a sense, a European Union that failed miserably. Didn't go very well, from what I understand. Yeah, I knew things changed since that. I know that. So we loop into each other here and think it's great. You like that, Jethro? Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that too. Kind of loop into each other and stuff, you know. All right. Well, people, as much as I feel like, yeah, it was a bad idea. LOL. Oh yeah, the whole EU. Yeah, listen, I wasn't. I only got the secondhand news, and I heard reports about it. I heard opinions. I'd never lived through it, obviously, but obviously I got my own issues here in the United States of America. Here, you know. But yeah, I knew the whole Brexit thing. I remember hearing about that. Yeah, but sure. Well, have you ever been to the U.S. of A., Lucy? Have you ever visited America? I'm just curious. I know you like to visit in Europe, but that's another thing, flying across the ocean, Atlantic or whatever. But but I mean, yeah, United States. Good seeing you again. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I want to thank everybody for showing up. Listen, I'm going to try to. I try to be consistent in times. I usually do these Saturday Night Lives. I'll try to be more consistent. Last couple of weeks I couldn't, but I did make up for them on Sunday. But usually it's either a Saturday, mostly Saturday, sometimes a Sunday. Okay, I like to do these lives, and you know they're pretty much mostly like this. You know, good seeing you. No, but I would like to. Oh yeah, yeah. Visit the United States. Yeah, long way and expensive. Yeah, I can imagine. Of course it is. Of course it is. Well, Lish. Oh, Lish is still. You are still out there, Lish. All right, you're kind of quiet. I was sometimes I see we have 8 watching, but you know some of you being quiet out there. Well, okay. Well, I want to. Well, people, thank you so much for sticking around. We had a good night tonight. I felt a good. I felt a pretty good energy in the crowd tonight. I don't know what it was. It's just, yeah, I felt a good energy tonight. You know what I mean? maybe I'm just feeling it. I don't know what it is, but I'm just glad we all kind of hung out again. You know what I mean? Listen, we got the Breakfast Club. I don't know if you know this about this. If you're still out there, Lucy, you ever heard? There was a movie called The Breakfast Club. You might have seen it. It's an American movie from the '80s, but a bunch of misfit, let's say school kids, all having to meet for detention. They were all kind of troubled kids. They all had kind of issues. They all were different, but they were similar. Okay, and but in the movie, at first they were kind of at odds. They didn't know, but then they started kind of seeing how much they had in common. They just kind of knew is they were all troubled. They all had their own clique about them. Some of them had drawbacks. Some were introverted. Some were like extroverted, but they had different quirks about them. But they got along. And then toward the end of the movie, toward that, they started actually becoming good friends. You know, so then I started coining this clique that we had here, the Breakfast Club. Okay. Now, there was a few more that were here that aren't here necessarily right now. There was a few that were part of this, but this is mostly what it was, is the Breakfast Clubs. That's what I call this as well, is that the Breakfast Club. So INFP on a good team. All right. That's good to know. Okay. Well, anyway, the Breakfast Club is gonna go and we're gonna sign off. Well, again, like I said, people, thank you all for showing up, and I think we had a great time, and thank you again for showing up. And we're gonna do this again next week. Night, Rhett and Lish. Oh, if Rhett's still out there, I second that. Good night. Okay, Rhett, good to see you as well. Jethro, Lucy. Let's see who else is out there. We have 9 watching. 9 is still hanging around out there. Well, whoever you are exactly. Okay, we got Jethro, we got Lucy. Thank you all for showing up again. Listen, I love you people. I really do. You just I don't know how to describe it. Just there's a certain little there's a bond we got going on here right now. And I'm glad that some of you regulars, loyal regulars that stick around, just you warm my heart. You really do. And I think we're kind of filling this void that we deeply crave within our, as I said before. And I sense that, okay? Because that's what I'm feeling, okay? And I want to thank you all again for being here, for doing it again. And I'm sure next week we're going to do it. And listen, I'm going to have to try to come up with a video, maybe tomorrow. Actually, it's already tomorrow. Maybe this afternoon. I have to cut a video. I'm going to have to think about a nice video and dress it up, put a thumbnail on it, the whole good thing. And we'll put that out, okay? Well, okay. Well, thank you so much for everybody showing up again. And until the next time, people, until next week, until next time, everybody, love you all and have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Appreciate it, okay? Thanks again.